10 seconds.
Perfectly fine, but I feel like you do that just as well from the offlane as opposed to mid.
Yeah, it feels like you need to have your offlane and safe lane pick up on your weaknesses. At least someone to take objectives is really the big factor there. But let's see what they want to do. I mean, you probably hold your overall last pick, honestly, for safe lane then, because you already see your mid matchup.
I think it's totally fair to be able to do that. I mean, we've seen Miracle do the position 1 Ember Spirit before, and they're not even wanting to risk it being banned out. They're just like, all right, let's Husker. Why? I mean, they don't have a ton of physical damage, I suppose, which is always, very important. It's a good amount of burst, though, right? With the Grimstroke, with the Centaur. Ember Spirit, you can triple Remnant in for that burst, not let the regen start to become a factor. But they've got good turnaround potential. So for mine with Army Geniuses, it's all about how are they going to be set up behind this Husker to counter-initiate. And that feels like the mid to mine. Lina, I mean, it could be a 4 as well, right? Polo played it a little bit for Quincy Crew, I believe. And again, solid burst potential.
Yeah, it definitely gives you the capability now to have some flex and then put the Lina with that burst like you were saying. And also the lane Centaur Lina is pretty decent. I mean, you both have some not instant stuns, so it's not the greatest to set up for the hoof stun or for the LSA, but at least a double stun lane can be very aggressive and
they're ending up trying out the Omni Knight that we were talking about, right? That Little Gun likes to run. It's typically like, if they get their ideal draft, they were doing, Omni Knight, Husker, plus a Tiny, I think, to be able to create space for it. But they're just removing all of these defensive capabilities from them. And again, like Oracle, why not? Could we see a Dazzle come out here? Probably not. Like, it's not an amazing hero unless you're going up against illusion-based heroes, but there's not much else in the pool.
The matchup versus the Ember Spirit is incredibly strong. Like, Ember hates that lane. So if you want to put the Huskar safe, put the Dazzle mid, again, you're not certain. You've got overall last pick, so that's a good thing for Army Geniuses, but you're not sure where the Ember and the Lina is going. You said Polo could be playing the Lina. You said In Your Dream could be. Even, they can give Mizu the Ember if they want to in the safe lane. So there's some flexibility, but we'll see. It's really now Army Geniuses are always all in on this cheese, and they've got it in the Husker now. But can they execute with it?
Do Army Geniuses have like this crazy gotcha last pick? Look at this. You got the Omni Knight and the Oracle banned out, but they've already picked the Ogre and Mirana combination on Army Geniuses. So if they were to pick either of those, it's like, well, wait a minute, who's the carry? Like, are we just throwing Sand King pos 1? What's going on here? Gonna go with the Queen of Pain. Again, more burst. Yeah, not revealing too much about how these lanes are going to go.
Ember safe, Quap mid, Lina 4, right? I don't think you can play it anywhere else.
Quap's been pos 1 occasionally.
10 seconds remaining.
Then put the Ember as a 4?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, your guess as to who was laning where is as good as mine, but I would say it's probably just going to go that standard style. Who knows, though? I feel like it's going to be... This is a bit of a clowny draft. I'm just going to say it. Who knows what they're going to go with. And now it's a Pugna. Sure, why not? So maybe... Is Mamang Dai going to be playing Husker in the safe lane, and then you just got a Pugna for the mid that's going to be able to counter out someone that wants to be spamming spells constantly? It's a 4 Ember Spirit. See? I told you. It could be anything.
Not wrong. Polo with the Ember 4. Okay. It's going to be Wommy on the Pugna, Sand King. But now this is a... Like, what's going on? So they're going to put the Sand King safe lane
Don't think too hard.
Against the Centaur. Oh, what the... And Mizu as well. How much Quap has he played for a carry player? What's going on here?
He's played a decent amount of Quap, but I like the Lina matchup into the Husker. That's very good. But it kind of puts you in a hard spot, right, with who was going to be the position 4. I'm not sure they went into this thinking, okay, Ember Spirit's going to be our pos 4. I feel like the Huskers thrown a bit of a spanner in the works there. But the Queen of Pain coming through, Not sure if that was the best pick overall. Yes, again, it's good burst against the Husker, which is always very important, and even the Pugner, to be honest, right? Like, Decrepify isn't always going to be able to save you. Is this going to be like the field medic Pugner that's just going... I've seen people even get like 2 Tranquil Boots just for the extra regen, so that you can just be using your Life Drain defensively on your carry.
Ah, the classic. Some, I always love seeing those interesting pillars. Double Tranquil, who would have thought? Let's see. No, I've wanted to see the lanes, and you could have at least paused like maybe 30 seconds in, then we could have seen the lanes. But now you got to do it at the start. I mean,
TeamSpeak, it's always the case.
It's why do they don't use Discord? I don't understand.
Maybe the
who uses TeamSpeak? TeamSpeak, Denor.
Did you ever use anything else other than Discord for your voice chats?
Like Skype really early on, TeamSpeak for a short duration, and then Discord. But I know a lot of people were talking about, I think there were talks on Microsoft picking up Discord, and people are not happy.
No, that's
they're like, don't ruin it. Okay, good.
Back in the day, I used to use Ventrilo a good amount. That was like the original. There was other ones, but one of the original ones when I was playing in WoW, it was always Ventrilo.
So pretty much you're a boomer, because that I've never heard of that.
Just showing that you're a Zoomer. I don't think I'm showing.
Okay.
Although I am approaching the big 3-0 in about a month and a half.
Big 3-0.
I don't want it.
What are the plans?
My reflexes wasting away. I mean, who knows? Maybe go to New Zealand for a holiday.
Oh, that'll be nice. That's the big 3-0 means you have a big party. Go to New Zealand. That's good. That'll be awesome. Have you been to New Zealand before?
I've been to Auckland, but I really want to go skiing in Queen.
Beautiful. It's getting to that weather as well, so a great time to celebrate.
You and I might be at the major. Who knows? You know, that might.
Hey,
if you're listening to yours,
we're ready. We're
get on the plane.
We'll do it. We'll do it now. We'll do it early. We'll cast the LoL division while we're on the plane traveling. That'd be quite the way to celebrate the birthday.
Yep.
We'll see if Galaxy Race, they're going to be able to celebrate with their first series. We'll see. They at least were able to get their first map victory. In their 2 series prior, they hadn't been able to do so, and now with their first map with the new roster looking good, we'll see how the second map's going to fare for them as well.
The battle begins.
Are we going to see an actual contest at these runes? Oh, went for the sneaky steal there on Polo. He tried to use the sleight of fist just to get in range. Now, we've seen a couple of times people use that to, snatch away the Aegis and things of that like, but not this time.
So what the heck's going on with the lanes? We got...
Mizu is with Polison. What is going on?
Oh, boy. So... And Wummy's mid as well. So they wanted to dodge the Lina Husker lane, it looks like.
Makes sense.
And...
They wanted a double stun matchup on the bot side, maybe?
It doesn't feel good, though, for... I don't think there's... The rest of the lane is really rough. Centaur doesn't want to go versus Husker, but Centaur doesn't want to go versus Sand King either in the melee matchup.
Correct.
Probably the most ideal. At least Centaur is going to be able to just farm under the tower, and you've got the Queen of Pain versus the ranged Husker, right?
I mean, you don't want to be against Sand King either, really.
Yeah.
You've got that Caustic Finale, which he's got at level 1. I'm a little surprised, honestly, that they haven't been getting a bit more aggressive. You saw Lim use the Sacred Arrow super early on. Got the hook stop. Yeah, they're finally going in here. They could keep going. Maybe not now. He's just hit up onto level 2 on DB.
Now we see how the lanes are all set up. Is there... do we want to drop some more predictions? Is there lanes where we think it might be a little more favorable now with the switch ups that we see?
I'm predicting that everyone's going to have a fun time. It's going to be a very enjoyable game of Dota 2.
It's never with a Husker, don't lie.
Well... I feel like he has the potential to be absolutely exploded in a lot of these team fights, though. He's even got the Magic Camp as well now. He uses the Decrepify defensively. You basically can't do it. I was talking about how they wanted some, kind of save, maybe, for the Husker. It kind of feels like it a little bit, but you cannot decrep against this lineup.
Yeah, and you see with the drop that Galaxy Racer, their last two pits putting the emphasis on the Lina, the Queen of Pain, like you said, it's all in on this burst potential, but it's going to get to a stage where Huskar, they have, Army Geniuses really need to kind of, I don't want to say end the game, but have a massive couple of team fights when Huskar gets BKB. Otherwise, you are going to miss a real big window of opportunity where, you know, once that BKB gets lower, and if they're able to bring him down, then it's a lot of spell damage that you're worried about.
Yeah, I feel like the catch potential for Galaxy Racer is a lot stronger. You know, yes, you've got the Sand King, yes, you've got the Mirana, but it's a lot more, I suppose, telegraphed and a lot slower. You know, you need to wait until you've at least got the blink that are on DB to try and make any of that happen. Whereas Mizu, he's going to be able to blink around, get that Sonic Wave Screen of Pain combo off. Same sort of thing with Policy. You know, just once he's level 6, he's at least going to be able to move around the map quite effectively. You just don't have that same level of threat on Army Genius's side. So, yeah, they need to do really well on the laning stage, which, you know, they've set up the lanes to somewhat do. And then, like you mentioned, that first BKB timing is going to be super key. All about the team fights for them.
Yeah, well, it looks like these lanes are going pretty well for Army Geniuses. The 3 cores sitting on top of the last hit regard, and you know, Wami as well is having a great time mid. He's already got that bottle picked up as down bot. KOXY just going to be able to get away with the help of the extra movement speed on the Ink Spell, but you know, that is without the burrow and the arrow. So once you find the connection in that, it really makes it difficult now for 343 on how he can maneuver and step around in this laning stage. Otherwise, you're going to be fresh food.
Yeah, sure. KOXY, he's already been able to pick up the Ring of Health, which is quite nice. You know, sustain a little bit easier in lane, but of course, it's never going to be easy just walking on into these caustic finales. Even just the 1 point. So deadly to try and be able to face up against. So I'm a little surprised that they haven't been trying to go for a bit more of these plays, whether it be stacks or pulls through. I guess it always is kind of risky when you're going up against stuns, though, without the boots yet picked up on 343.
Maybe we'll see some rotate. The issue is like, how do you rotate? Like, Mirana doesn't really want to go mid because Wami doesn't have a setup for the arrow. You're not really going to see Apollo make rotations as well.
The decrypt slow is nice. You know, it gives you a little bit of setup, and you know, you're against Alina, so just finished up her boots. Not that you probably wanted to rotate fast enough, but it's not like you can, you know, slide a fist dodge or blink away. So I feel like there is a decent amount of gank potential, but I don't think they're going to be too worried either on Army Geniuses. I feel like they've been playing this lane really well. Centaur's getting nowhere near as much as DB is, and been able to deny a few waves of experience as well as steal away some. This is looking a lot more promising. Then again, their laning stage did also look promising in game number 1. It was just what happened after that.
Yeah, if they're at least able to utilize the momentum that they're able to grow from the laning stage, then we'll see how they can transition that. It's going to be a tricky one because a Huskar lineup does feel like you're very much on a timer, but it also kind of feels like reading how do they scale into the late game with the heroes they've got.
Not amazingly. I mean, you've picked essentially a bunch of mid-game heroes. I want to see what Lina's build is for this. You know, is In Your Dream just going to go full spell damage and focus in entirely on the Huskar, and then if they lose those team fights or he gets a BKB off, then you're screwed? Or is he going to go into a bit more of that, you know, right-click glass cannon tower siege where he gets you crit items up for himself and really makes maximum use out of the fiery soul? Who knows? But I feel like they at least have that option available to them. Whether they opt to use it or not remains to be seen.
Yeah, we might see first blood up top as he does step on forward, and 343 is also TP, but he's a little bit too slow to link up with Galaxy Racer to punish his positioning there.
I think he might have been
still
there as they pulled that off. Right back there, though.
Shoots at the inner fire. Apollo will still get the stun on you, and well, they wanted to kill on the Huskar. They're just going to have to at least get the Ogre. Might cost Polisson his life though, with 5 burning, and even Mizu actually instead. But main guy's like, okay, I'll just take Mizu's life.
Did he want the trip back to base? No, his man was looking pretty healthy. He had a bottle, so I don't know about that one, Chief. XY on the bottom here, he's just trying to soak up as much of this as he can. I mean, his rotation the rotation did allow them to snare the first blood, and the fact that Centaur is still able to farm somewhat, it's looking decent, but again, these lanes just really well set up for Army Geniuses. They're even going to be cutting waves now. Camp, getting that Sandstorm in a couple of seconds, and this is a very early dagger.
Huskar in trouble here. 4 heroes from Galaxy Racer is enough this time, as In Your Dream coming over. The Dragon Slave maxed out. We see In Your Dream's had a very good start so far. 68 last hits, 1 kill as well now to his name, and he's got 1600 gold in the bank, so we're going to see if he wants to commit for the Boots of Travel, and yeah, that'll be the case.
You didn't even need to use the Laguna Blade there either, so you still got that burst potential if you were looking to go in onto the Pugna, for example, or even just rotate straight away once they see where this Huskar's TP'd to. Make the rotation straight away one more time. I mean, Mizu, he's not yet level 6, but he's pretty damn close. If I was Paulson, I'd be making sure not to leech any of this experience. I feel like it's so important that you've got this Sonic Wave available.
Yeah, very much so. They have some potential just to kill the Husker a couple of times here with the Laguna, and especially with that Sonic Wave about to get picked up, but In Your Dream's back around mid. It's the issue though, is if In Your Dream leaves mid, then you see Wami instantly just chucks out some Nether Blasts on the towers, and then it really forces you to come back to that lane. As Stampede gives him the space, Wami though still with the haste is going to be able to chase down the Groomstroke and give him the Zuck. A couple more right clicks, and yeah, that's enough.
And now they're even having to play a little bit more cautious. I mean, I feel like that was a bit of a mistake for In Your Dream just to stay mid. Yes, it enabled him to get his Boots of Travel, but I feel like if a Huskar TP's back to lane, and you've still got your Laguna Blade, and you've still got the burst potential on that top side of the map, you got to focus him down.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It really only is In Your Dream that's having a decent time here so far. For Galaxy Racer, it's about a 500 worth lead across both of the other cores. Looking promising for Army Geniuses. Again, what are they going to do with it? Are we going to see an epicenter used in the first 29 minutes of this game? Who knows?
Yeah, that's a big ulti that you're waiting for. It's not like they got any others here that we're gonna wait for.
I like this. The rotation through from DB. They've got the smoke available on Limb. They don't have the epicenter, but at least you've got that blink stun set up for someone like the Lina. Good positioning by In Your Dream to make sure that if there was any gank coming through, he's going to be able to dodge out most of it. They kind of revealed the fact that they're sticking around. He thought he was going to blink in and stun, and they were going to arrow afterwards.
He was smoked up as well, so a bit of miscommunication. They might find him this time, and well, now they're going to be able to bring him down. Okay, so before it was a bit iffy, although I say that In Your Dream.
Oh, close. All right,
there was only 1 point in Starstorm. Honestly, maybe if he kept running there. But who knows that?
Maybe with the Stampede. They should have seen that giant stack up here. I don't know if it's more important to, put someone next to this tier 1 tower. I feel like Yu's going to do a good enough job to delay the push.
Mermaid Dial in the fire, pushes back. KYXY still going to be able to bring him down though. Nice use of the invis there from 343, stalking his prey, and that's a kill you probably were not expecting, but you're happy to find it.
Been denied.
Dire's bottom
again,
under
Army
attack.
Geniuses, they should have been taking this stack away. It's still very important. You've had a good start on In Your Dream, but you just killed him off. And, if you're able to stop that snowball from happening, Lina is one of those heroes that can fall off quite easily. You need those survivability items at the very start of the game. The Yule Scepter, of course, is good for setting up kills, but now that he's just going to be able to claim this for himself, it's a lot of gold going missing.
Dial?
They saw all of that, so he was walking underneath where this observer wall was just placed up there by Polo, so wisely enough, In Your Dream, he's going to back off.
They found Mizu. Oh, Wami! Whoa, that's a lot of damage with the early Dagon. He's even got the Fairy's Trinket as well. Down bot though, Huskar's going to end up losing his life. In Your Dream. He didn't have any help from 343 at all there, so that's just a solo kill from the Lina, and I should be able to bring down the Ogre Magi as well. Double 4 In Your Dream, and these are 3 really early deaths for Mermaid Dies Huskar.
Yeah, I feel like it was a very odd place to pick the Huskar, right? Because you could just immediately reply to it. You saw the Lina picked up, and I was like, all right, that's pretty much a mid Lina. That's the direct counter to the Huskar. Didn't end up going that way in the laning phase, but you can just see once we progress to the mid game, even getting a little bit lucky here with In Your Dream being able to pick up the keen optic, so be able to play a little bit more conservatively, you know, and maybe get the pickoffs onto the Huskar where he might not be expecting them. And, yeah, the power of burst.
What do you think the itemization is going to be for In Your Dream this game? I mean, he's got the Yule Scepter queued up, but could it be the early Ags, or is he forced to go for like a BKB next item? What are you thinking he wants?
I think the Yules is totally fine. You know, he's got it queued up now. It's just good to be able to, you know, get rid of the threat coming through from the Huskar. You know, you can create a little bit of space. He blocked that own camp. No, they've got a blocking it, but you know, it's good against the Decrepify as well. Good way to just get that nice and easily, and just give the rest of your team time to rotate through. You know, you've got a Centaur, you've got the Stampede.
We do see that Polison's struggling at the moment here on the Ember. He's only got 5 last hits and, you know, bottom of the net worth. Of course, it is an Ember support, but I'm really intrigued to see as well what the Ember is able to provide them in a game like this.
Yeah. It was never their plan A, in my opinion, to run this Ember as a 4. Kind of a necessity thing. But at least he's got his Orb of Corrosion now, so it's a lot more... Again, it's all the burst. You're always going to be able to get that onto someone with the Sleight of Fist.
And I guess, like, I don't have the... I guess the blink arrow setup, maybe if Pugna, if he's nearby, but you know, probably once he does get this flame guard higher levels, he can just play a lot more of that split pushing capability, which Radiant do always have really good ways to do so, though, with the Queen of Pain along with the Lina as well. Is going to make Dire Undead Observer here. They're going to jump on forward and they just bring him down again, not even having to commit the Sonic Wave. This is a worry right now for Army Geniuses. I mean, the rest of the heroes are playing really well. Pugna top of the net worth, but they are just not having a Huskar to play with right now, and it's really slowing down his timing.
And he's the one that's going to be carrying you into the late stages of the game. The Moonlight Shadow's just worn out. Polo should be able to get away in time. KYXY as well is kind of positioning himself aggressively. A little surprised that they didn't check if that high ground area was warded, or honestly anything in the area. Gonna TP right back. They see that the Huskar's coming, but so the TPs immediately come towards the top side.
Oh, thanks.
And then to Mizu. Mizu's still got the blink. Wami kind of sticking around though.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Polo on 343 is gonna die. That's used to the Ogre illusion, actually scats that out. But did you like that Centaur? He went for the Vanguard this game. I was going to say, like, is he actually going to commit for the pipe? Because it looks like Dire have an immense amount of magical damage. As KYXY should be dead. He's going to try and TP up, but you has a way to cancel that one. So he'll still get the tower and as much gold as he can before he... What? Oh my god.
It's a lot of damage.
What is the Huskar doing this game? 5 deaths! 5 deaths out of the 7!
Yeah. It's a lot of deaths. And, well, they were attempting to make a bit of a play there onto K. Not going to be the case. I mean, with this Huskar not being a factor, you know, you asked me about In Your Dream's build before. What could he potentially go? I mean, he's not the one you need to be worrying about. Right now, it's Pugna. He's even going for a bit more of that, you know, I talked about the late game, being able to be a bit more of a right clicker. You can see he's got the 30 damage talent as well, so he's not going to spells.
Polo. He's going to get dropped here, but he's able to use the Remnant now. The Sonic Wave from Mizu clips on 2. He's going to blink 4 for the multi-hero Scream as well. Then he's got a little bit of extra positioning thanks to the leap, but they have a slight to scout him out there on the high ground as Galaxy race to get 2. They do lose 3-4-3 across the map, however.
Yeah. So I think that's good. You know, you don't want to be going too spell heavy into something like the Pugna, of course. With the Decrepify, it could just... sorry, the Nether Ward, it can make Lina's life living hell. So, yeah, I think they do need some sort of way to be able to push these towers. And Lina, with going into that Hurricane Pike, you'll have the extra attack range. You've got the 30 damage talent. I'm sure he's going to go into something like a crit stick or simple later on. Doesn't help with taking towers, but... means that you're not super focused in one source of damage.
Yeah, it's nice as well because we can see like even Mizu can kind of scale relatively well on this hero. You know, you've got that attack speed, you got the damage. He went for the strength though, of course, but your talents are pretty solid. And sometimes we see the AAC picked up as mid lane. Sand King's gonna get brought down. Yeah, you can even see like the Queen of Pain sometimes itemized. I know Arteezy for a while was really attempting the Clop as a carry here. So intrigued to see how Mizu wants to itemize, knowing that In Your Dreams kind of fulfilling that role of a lot more of the right click damage.
Yeah, and I mean, he's got the BKB coming up next for himself. Honestly, it's still not a terrible Orchid game, and you can eventually look to go into something like, I don't know, a Bloodthorn, because Pugner, he's not itemizing towards any kind of defensive items for himself. So you get that silence onto him. He's got no save.
Centaur
Still deadly on him.
jumps in forward. Yeah, this is just the support for support trade. They do commit Stampede for that, however, but back to farming we go.
I'm a little surprised that there's no pipe, no magic resist being built up here. DB, he's going into the mech instead. Why? I don't know. Maybe he wants eventually the Guardian Greaves, perhaps, to be able to get out of the chains, or if they do end up going for it, maybe to try and deal with that, but feels a little greedy with all of this magic damage the Galaxy Racer has to not have any sort of magic resist in the form of the pipe. Oh, they don't even have a Glimmer Cape queued up. It's just going straight into the Solar Crest here for the Ogre Magi.
Wummy. Let's see if Mizu and Polo's enough damage. He's actually got the blink picked up, so Wummy's get some space. But meanwhile, it's going to be you who'll get caught out across the map here as 343 and KOXY. Just roaming as a duo. And now we've got a BKB on Mizu as well. So Galaxy Racer, it's a 2,000 net worth lead in this second game. Got some action battling down the bottom side as Burrow sets up for the arrow. That's on point, and you know, at least get a kill in return there from Army Geniuses.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You get that serotonin, that dopamine from killing an Ember Spirit, but he's just a position for, you know, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. And again, it cost them the epicenter, it cost them a lot of these cores. Who have they found out it's Mizu, but he's a little too deep.
I thought they had another hero nearby. I thought the Sand King or the Pugner was there to follow with that arrow. I just overhyped it up.
Dire's middle tower.
Say that? Mizu? Okay, has to pop BKB, and now Wummy TP's out, but meanwhile the Sand King's still gonna get caught though across the map, so BKB forced there from Mizu, but you see that Galaxy Racer at least get a kill with that space that Mizu's providing.
Plenty of gold right now on In Your Dream as well. If he wanted to finish up that Hurricane Pike, he could.
Dire's structures
Enough right now with the Dragon Lance, just for that little bit of extra tankiness. Of course, the agility coming from the slight buff never hurts. For attack speed, on the Light Strike array damage, I think it's fine. Again, like, you've got enough frontliners, you've got enough stuns that you're going to be able to not have to worry about the health all that much. Poor fellow, though, he's free to roll, right? Like, he just needs to push out these waves so that the Pugner Netherblast isn't going to be the big factor for them. If he's dying, it means that they're getting a much more favorable trade across the map.
Yeah, I mean, that death really doesn't mean a whole lot. They got a tier 2 up top, Mizu shoving out bot, Husker was only farming a hard camp. Meanwhile, there was, you know, 3 heroes that had to go for that kill on Poloson. So honestly, that's you're fine with that. He's probably laughing. He's like, look at the space that we're making right now. Like, this tower is still alive, and my cores are just farming. In Your Dream, top of the net worth by such a long mark, and he's got the BKB now completed. And you know, this might give Radiant an opportunity to swing down and mount a defense on the T1 tower. It is falling pretty low though, so they're gonna have to move fast.
Probably not even wanting to commit their misses. He's revealed by this TP a little bit here. Oh no, never mind. But
KOXY, nice counter blink. It's a little bit of space here, but it looks like you. Poor old Ogre again, he's in trouble. The Epicenter's gonna get charged up from DB. He'll find a connection on top of Poloson. Once again, we're gonna see a 1-for-1 in the support trade, and it's just cores back to farming.
feels like Polo's died a lot more than he has. It's only 3 deaths still for the amount of space that he's been able to make. And, well, that definitely, it's slightly growing, now sitting at 3k for Galaxy Racer. Ends up costing them a tier 1 tower. They're going to feel a little bit bad about the fact that they did TP a few people down to that side of the map, so they're not going to be able to get anything in return, of course, with the tier 1 tower already been taken when they were getting those chain kills on. But importantly for Mamang, he hasn't died in like 7 or so minutes, it feels. So he's finally been able to build up a little bit of net worth for himself. He's got the BKB, he's got the Sanj,
mid lane. In your dream, gets a connection, and Pugner's going to get brought down here. Nice use of the Yours and KOX by fault. That's a big kill. That is a big one there. That was 6-0, 582 gold to already the most farmed tier in the game on In Your Dream. And I was just about to say that Army Geniuses really have to use his BKB timing and probably think about getting the first Aegis. But now that Pugner death is really going to delay it. Not only does it mean you're dead for 30 seconds, but it's also going to mean that Radiant can find another kill and now shove out the lane. So they're just not really going to be in a spot where it might take them now a minute and a half more to think about getting the Aegis, and down bot. More action continues.
I mean, yeah, Polo is just, again, being that space creator, being the one that's going to be able to defend quite well against any kind of these pushes. And I mean, Pugner being dead just removes so much of that threat factor on the map. I was talking about before where, you've got that strength of pick-off potential in Galaxy Race. You've got that fear that a Quap can come in at any time and just blink combo you down. He's going into the Orchid, like I was thinking before, so that's really nice. But, I mean, I like the way that Wami itemized, honestly, going the Dagon into the Blink Dagger to provide that for Army Geniuses, because it felt like you didn't want to make it like last game, right, where Galaxy Race could do whatever the hell they wanted without any sort of fear of something happening to them. But, at least you've got that threat, which is why, again, it was so important that they were able to get that kill. Go in again, though.
Wami.
Another important kill.
Mizu, if he has to commit the ultimate here, which he will, but they've got to get out right now. Is Mizu? Oh, he blinks into the BKB. Ooh.
I don't know if the BKB was needed, and I don't know if he needed to blink into a place that they're more likely to be in as opposed to the trees, but whatever. They still get the kill onto the Pugner. They're still farming away. I mean, you can see here, In Your Dream is farming exactly where the Huskar wants to be, but we talked about the Aegis, the importance of that timing. That's exactly what they're going for.
That's, yes, you get the kill, but you force BKB, Sonic Wave, and Stampede. Like, that kill's not worth it now, because I don't know how strongly they can contest Roche. You've got some really fragile position, too, so you got to make sure you don't get scouted out here as well. The Emperor is in trouble. The combo's going to bring it down, but Meg dies for incredibly low. KYX is going to be able to snatch up the Aegis here. The Husker loses his life, and then with the Violet Poison, he's going to be able to rejoin them. It's a godlike streak for In Your Dream, and now Lim as well can't escape from the Mirana. They get the Yules out for the connection, looks up just in the nick of time as Army Geniuses, that one timing they were looking for, now evaporates.
And the tip's going through to KOXY as well. He's got a good history with Aegises, but this time it was the snatch that he was able to get. So really nicely done. It's not quick enough on the fingers there on Mamang Dire's side. He
bot lane as well, In Your Dream.
No.
What a punk.
They call.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yikes! Galaxy Racer. They put him in the ground. First series victory for them of the LoL division with the new roster as well. Interesting series here.
Interesting is certainly a term that we can use for that one. I mean, yeah, it felt like both games, they just had these, like, you go into a draft, like, people talk about, you've got an Alchemist draft, or you've got a draft based around, I don't know, a Terrorblade or a Nagasar, and there's very key objectives that you need to do in order to make that work. Game 1, Army Junior set at a Death Prophet. They didn't use the Exorcism until the last team fight of the game. Game 2, they had a Husker that died 5 times in the first 17 minutes, and then they lost the first Aegis. If those key
been nice. He's very. He's just a nice person to play with.
Hunter 5. Would you like? Do they have a better shot if they put the bounty hunter on the off lane together with the axe? Like, is that a better?
Because you want to pressure that Slark with the shadow shot.
I think Axe Shaman's the better lane.
Yeah, Axe is hugely enabled by having 4 ranged 4s, not melees.
All right, so that lane has to pop off. Like that Axe Shaman, if that doesn't do well,
early Vanguard,
toast.
Run down the Slark constantly.
All right, well, the game plan is clear for the squads. Let's find out who's going to take this first one of the best of 3. We're heading over to Moxie and Fog.
Thank you so much, Sheever. And we get a little bit of a treat here. We get a Ricky picked up. Usually we see that over on, of course, Thompson. He's been trying to make that work in some of his games, but this time we're going to see Ace. And it sounds like the situation is going to come down to who can snowball first, coming out from either team.
Prepare for battle.
Yeah, I got to be honest. I'm a little worried for the Hellbear Smashers. I'm seeing some limited damage coming out from their lineup just across the board. Like, if you just look at what the heroes, how the heroes are going to be able to scale, Ricky takes a long time to get online to be really dishing out that damage. Stormstormer has actually kind of changed it up. In his past, he's only gone Exort. This season, he's actually completely changed. He's gone Quas Wex the last 2 games I saw him play Invoker, which also is going to cause some damage issues as well. So I really do agree with the panel. I think Rasmus has to dominate. Like, this Axe has to completely take over top, swing around and just help out pretty much every lane. Because I think this Alchemist, he's going to get his Ags online, and it's pretty good timing. And then I don't know how they kill this Slark. The 2 supports they can't threaten Slark almost at all. If he shadow dances, they have no damage or anything that actually hurts that Slark. Just Cloud, Axe, and the Invoker.
Did they fall into a little bit of a trap, right? Because, you know, the Alchemist did get picked up and they had the Bounty Hunter, perhaps thinking that, you know, they'd be able to really poke away, unaware of that, the fact that they were going to put the Alchemist in that off lane.
I think they fell to like a couple traps, perhaps, like because they wanted an instant disable as well for the puck. That's why they grabbed Shadow Shaman, because Lion's already taken. However, that like then they just revealed their two supports, right? The Bounty and the Shadow Shaman, which just opened up the draft. I feel like for OG to go for a hero like Slark, that if I was playing Slark and you see Shadow Shaman Bounty supports, you have no care in this game at all. They have no like ground target spells that can actually bother you. Track, you can dispel. If the Shaman gets a jump on you, sure, it can be a little annoying, but for the most part, Slark should be able to see the Shaman coming.
All right, so it's all about Rasmus and his positioning and the initiation coming out for the side of Hellbear Smashers. But I think, you know, he's had pretty good positioning in the past, right? We've seen him play quite a bit of Enigma in the past DPC season as well. It always seems like he was in the right place, right time.
Yeah, he's been impressive too, like with his axe and stuff. These two have been very strong, and this lane can't dominate. Versus a Slark, it's not the easiest matchup. They do at least have Oracle. I think that's one that can maybe change the matchup. He can just dispel hunger. But yeah, these two, it's going to be the key for Smashers.
It's also going to be very important that they can get onto that back line and try to deal with No Tail. And they do, you know, for all the that we say that they have a bit of a weaker sort of lineup with that Bounty Hunter, that is a hero that can sneak into the back lines, along with the Ricky too.
Thanks for that.
Absolutely, yeah. These two, they could trip stuff up. Like Ricky versus Slark, also the Cloud is always something we do have to pay attention for, and Cloud versus Puck. That's why they grabbed it, right? It does have those clear indications of why it's good. If they can actually get it up before OG is just online. Because they're going to get online so quick with this Alk, who's... It looks like he's going to have a pretty free lane. It's double melee. They can't actually slow down enough.
And you can see the amount of damage that Tofu was already taken just from approaching that creep wave and trying to put out the harass. So it's going to be a little bit rough here coming out for the side of Hellbears. But OG probably going to have themselves a very nice time down in the bottom lane.
Yeah. And it's like, honestly, Bounty and Ricky as melee heroes, they're quite good versus assets, right? But they're melee heroes, so it's going to be painful anyway. Even though they are like 7 armor heroes, they don't get hurt as much from the reduction. They're melee, and there's a Lion behind. He just uses it that much stronger. Mid. Just a little. Watching a bit of trades here. Yeah, casual tornado tossed out. How active are we going to see Stormstormer? Because in the past, we've seen him be pretty, I don't want to say sedentary, but he doesn't really move around that much. Does he have to be more active now with the way that this patch is working? Yeah, and I think that's why we're seeing him transition to Quaswex. You know, that last season, he only went Exort. I think his whole career, he's really mostly played Exort in like 90% of the games. I think, yeah, it's because of that reasoning that he's going to have to make much more moves around the map. And I feel like, you know, you have to versus Puck. This is not an easy lane for an Invoker.
Nothing personal.
No, and it's definitely one of the heroes that, you know, the Puck Dream Call does have a very low cooldown. He's going to be very active. And if he gets any sort of rune of opportunity, he is going to be making rotations and causing problems. But Stormstormer will rotate and pick up the water runes here. Puck does have his bottle as well, but already gotten all those water runes.
Can't deny them out. There's no way to force the wave in as an Invoker always, so you just see like Topson, he's just pushing the wave in onto him. Invoker has to use Tornado to secure those range creeps, otherwise he's going to get them denied. It's just it's a tough matchup, just always.
Well, he's trying his best here right now. Currently, Puck's sitting at 15-3, and the Invoker 11-2. And Tofu has to be careful. He's taking a lot of harass here, but he is, of course, making a little bit of space for Ace to be able to approach the creep wave, because this is rough down here.
Yeah, it is. At least he's getting a little bit of farm. He's getting all these wand charges on the Ricky. He's not getting pressured himself, but he's not slowing down Alchemist. Whenever you see that offlane Alchemist, if you're not killing him, that means you're heavily losing the efficiency game. They're just getting way more gold on the map than you are, just even off of this early start.
I mean, I suppose on the flip side, right, so the Alchemist is having a great time in his lane, but also, you know, up here in the top lane, Rasmus is getting his CS. He seems to be doing fairly well. Is that enough to kind of offset, or is it just because it's an Alchemist by nature? He is, of course, going to, you know, accelerate faster, that it's still a really big problem here.
They need to get some kills up top, and they will now find a grab at least onto No Tail. Don't have the follow-up call, but they do have some...
They might be able to. Can they get the deny? No. Bilger will secure the first blood.
So yeah, to answer it, it's good that Rasmus is doing this. It's good that he's slowing down Slark, but they need to get kills. They need to threaten up here. So that's a great move for them right now.
You can see Stormstormer picked up some of those raindrops on his Invoker as well, expecting a lot of magical harass, of course. Bottom lane, a little bit of pressure here onto Seb. Probably not as much as they'd like, but, you know, Ace is going to be able to hit those creeps.
Yeah, they're just throwing out some slight harassment. I see that Ace is going for early items. He's just going for Orb of Corrosion, so they do want to try to push this this Alchemist out pretty soon. They don't want him just to be sitting down here. I'm checking to see if there's any stacks at the ready. I thought maybe Saksa would have been backing up to do that, but not just yet.
We have one stack over on the side of Hellbears. Yeah. That one over there, it's already been cleared out, but you know, that's still very helpful for Rasmus. Bottom lane, a couple trades, a couple little hits here. Again, no hard committals just yet. Everybody seems to want to just sit back and ensure that they can get their farm on.
Rasmus is starting to get to the point where he really wants to bully as much as possible. Vanguard's almost done. So Vanguard, and then I feel like maybe even like cut creep waves, start just really looking to pressure, take tower as best as possible. You need to get an advantage in this game pretty early on. You don't want this Alchemist Slark just starting to do Alchemist things. So even if it's an off-lane Alchemist, it's a different type of Alchemist game. I know the whole Cinderin saying, but
sure.
Steps a bit far.
Just a little bit here. They should be able to get the taunt up, and that's another kill that they will collect here in the top lane. They're doing exactly what you said that they needed to do, but 7 the bottom lane, taking a lot of harass. Saksa also having some difficulties here. They should be able to clean up. Maybe one more hit trick string come out. Oh, no, he's going to be able to survive. He's got a salve as well.
Wow, that was so close. A nice aggressive move, though, from the two of them. They just walk up and start hitting. Whenever the lion walks away, they start hitting that Alchemist. Same thing top, we see that opportunity taken. And yeah, Vanguard is online. So Rasmus, he's pretty safe up here now. He probably can't die to the two of them almost at all. So should maybe even open up the map for Gilgir to start looking for these runes and not let Thompson get every single one of them.
You have quite a few
he will get top.
denies over on Thompson, but with this invis rune, perhaps they can make something up. They do have the sentry over up on the high ground to the side, but
Dire's middle tower is under
he's level
attack.
2 shackles. Not a point in the hex just yet, but if he's able to at least connect with the shackle, that could have gotten a kill onto Thompson. But yeah, he's gonna go head back top and maybe look for Ana here.
Do they have the amount of damage necessary though? Because they do have that invis. Ball comes out from Rasmus, not quite able to grab. Yeah, they do have the sentry off the side.
Ana play probably more careful then because of that.
Yeah, you can see him kind of.
Also, he's swinging also around mid. I think he's probably expecting the shaman either mid or top, so he's just playing between the two a little bit here.
Yeah, look at this. They immediately realize, okay, they knew that we were coming. We have to take these down now.
Great D-ward. Rasmus getting some great tower damage, also applying pressure to Ana. This is a good start for them. They got to keep looking to get. I want them to like really push forward to get this top tower so they can force the Slark out of lane. Because Rasmus, what he ideally wants to do is you get this top tower and then you swing and make a rotation in mid, and you can try to at least pressure the mid tower too to open up the map for yourself so your Bounty, your Ricky can all get all the information they want.
They're gonna get a snipe on the courier here.
Very nice.
So that's gotta feel nice going over for Gilgir. My question to you is, how important is it that they get this Blink Dagger online? Right? We've got the Vanguard already online, but we do need some sort of initiation. We need to jump onto the Slark, right?
Yeah, it's huge. He definitely needs to get like boost blink as fast as possible to see him.
This is a good rotation here coming out from Stormstormer. You talked about slowing down this Alchemist. They should be able to do it. Ace gets himself that kill.
Why prolong the inevitable?
Great early movement coming out from Stormstormer. Yeah, just move around as much as possible, especially when they're not setting up the push mid. He doesn't have to worry about actually losing the tower probably either. Because there's no catapult or anything at this time period. Runes, Gilgir again checking it.
Use the Hex, picks it up. It's the Arcane Rune. Thompson would have liked that, but of course no tail is nearby, so they'll be able to root hold into place. Saksa going down the bottom lane, but it looks like they should be able to eventually click down Gilgir.
You took that
this rotation from Stormstormer, though, netting 2 kills, and they only get the 1 trade up top here on OG.
Top tower
this is good moves from Smashers.
This is the plays that they need to be making. Can they keep up the momentum, though, is the real question.
That really is going to be it. That's why we see Rasmus has to. I'm gonna keep checking to see if they have more stacks for this axe just to get him that early blink dagger. They do have 1, but I want to see like either applying pressure on top or just getting that blink early as possible for Rasmus to look for constant kills.
I mean, he's definitely, look at these spins. Oof. He's definitely putting the pressure down. That's exactly what we want to be seeing. OG, though, making just a couple more stacks over here. The chip vest also getting found is always very, very nice for these melee cores to pick up. And the shovel as well for an alchemist. I mean, that's pretty nice.
Ooh. Shovel for alchemist with an oracle on your team. Dream. Some nice free mangoes, salves, etc. Opponent number 1 probably finished up very soon for the alchemist, and they're making an aggressive move.
Yeah, they smoked up for this. They'll find Seb hidden over in the jungle. They're just going to burn out all of the mana, get a couple clicks off. They've got those shackles in place. And yeah, he's pretty tanky, but at the end of the day, he will eventually fall. Going over to Gilger.
Love it. Great move. With that ward that they placed from earlier from Gilger, they immediately make the heads-up swing, and they're even going to get a fast D ward. That was just placed out from OG.
That always feels bad as a support when your wards immediately get ripped down. But they do have a smoke coming out now from the side of OG. There's a lot of pressure being placed over here on Ana in this top lane. So they're hoping perhaps they can get the jump. Ofu off on the side.
Careful to not stand together for the coil. These two cores on Smashers right now.
They do spot out Tofu here on the side, so should be able to go burst him down. A nice quick pick off here for Thompson. As they keep looking, they do manage the coil, and it lands over onto 2. They'll be able to burn down Gilger. And you do have the Ricky here over on the side. Razmus gets a nice call off. He needs a little bit more damage to finish them off, though. They'll use their pulse, but to try to keep Thompson alive. But No Tail will eventually fall. The Smashers are just running after them here. Razmus still trying to get his hands over here on Seb with Ace right behind them. The backstrats they go, and they immediately just place him right underneath them. Now the follow-up with the Impale. Hop forward here, coming out from Ana. Can they take down Ace? Yes, they can. As now Razmus, he's hexed up. He was hoping he could find something else. Stormstormer's here, though. So is Tofu. They've got the track off. They can spot Ana over here on the side. Do they try to make the play? They're going to try with the MP Tornado. Another hit. Down will go Ana. More teleports coming out. They're still wanting to skirmish here.
Filling Thompson bottle so he can keep his presence up top to look for the fight. Rasmus.
The track. Ace get the hex off immediately. Follow with the shackles. Good hit here from Sax to just buy them a little bit more time. Save Thompson. No Tail's healing him up over on the back lines.
I love the 5v5s in the top lane. It's my favorite part of Dota.
And it just keeps happening too, you know? They just won't stop. So they've got those Serpent Wards down over on the tower. They've got plenty of tracks out. They're going to try to purge it off. Followed up though with another Tornado EMP. Earth Spike landing over onto 2. Nice play here by Saksa. Buys them a little bit of time to run away. But Tofu still finds himself Thompson over here. He should be able to just orb away. But the aggression now is so real coming out from the side of Hellbear Smashers, and it's exactly what you want to see.
Absolutely, just bringing the fight to them. Rasmus almost has Blink on now off of this. He didn't end up dying, he actually stayed alive during the whole thing. So his timing will be good, and they can continue to make this aggressive move. Now they can sandwich mid. They took that top tower, now they have a lot more openness as OG, you know, the greed. It is a very greedy draft, so they know that they can fight versus this on Smashers. Yeah, Rasmus is gonna have Blink, so it's gonna be really nice for that. Stormer, he's got good levels too, he's level 9.
Rasmus has got to pop off here, but with that early Blink dagger, it'd be nice. Ace and Ana here, duking it out in the bottom lane. Tofu gets a nice snipe on the courier. It's coming back, so it wasn't carrying anything, I believe. But there it is. There's the Blink for the axe. And now things get a little bit scarier for the side of OG.
Look how fast he's TPing too. Rasmus is already expecting a play to happen bottom. He TPs, sends his courier already preemptively to himself on the tier 2, grabs the Blink. He's going to look for a swing over to help out Ace. They know that this is the next move that OG wants to play around.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Running over to actually meet Stormstormer, it looks like.
The pressure.
Smoke up.
Yeah, they're going to try to make a pinstring move. They're just going to mix Thompson over here. They're still making their way. They know Ana's down here. No Tail. Tofu. They have the dust, though. They're going to try to make a play. Jump over onto Tofu. They'll be able to root him into place. Trying to get this follow-up here. Nice call here coming up from Rasmus. He's able to just blow up Ana. And now Ace, he's hungry. He finds himself No Tail. Tricks the trick, get dropped, and they use the Dream Coil over on the back lines. Tofu goes down. Nice Earth Spike here from Saksa. We'll buy him just a little bit more time, and he's trying to juke around in the trees. It looks like they haven't quite found him. They're still trying to hunt. And eventually, though, Rasmus will find him with the dunk. And look at this. Beautiful here. Gilger drops those Serpent Wards, and they can press on with another objective.
Great moves coming out. He's seizing the opportunity of targets, and now he even finds an ancient stack too. Rasmus on point with his moves. 304. This is really good right now for Smashers. They're really bringing that pressure to this greed of OG. The tower they get to deny.
Thompson gonna be able to make it out here though. He does have the Waning Rift. He's all tracked up though. They've got a lot of damage here. I'm not sure if he's gonna make it out alive. Does have that other orb though. Looks like he's going to be able to survive. Oh, never mind! Rasmus from behind enemy lines. Acts like that indeed.
That one has to. Oh, I mean, I want to see. Let me see Rasmus' camera. Did he pop off and all with that? That one had to have been a good one.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I love when you get those type of swing arounds. And now it's no puck, so immediately swinging to mid with all 5 heroes, or 4. they can now also look to take down this tower. They're really punishing that greed. Seb, he's about to have the Axe done. So it's going to enable quite a bit of a power spike here for OG, especially for that Slark who's feeling kind of weak. That's going to change him a lot.
This efficiency, this looks so incredibly good. Tornado over here over onto Ana. He's going to immediately leash up over onto Stormstormer. They've got the track off. Tofu hunting on the back lines. Has managed to find No Tail. Ends up losing that courier.
Tofu's being a real nuisance, though. Just a little bit of information that he's given. That's kind of what caused Rasmus to even jump the Slark down bottom, right? The bounty hunter giving that information for his team. He's been actually doing a lot more than I thought he'd be able to do as a 5-position bounty, I gotta be honest.
I mean, I think a lot of us were very surprised that he's been as effective as he is, right? Oh, we do have the Axe completed now for Seb. So that's coming online here.
Yeah, so our Slark now is a totally different beast. He was pretty far behind on net worth. Now he's top net worth, and look at his stats. He got the Echo Saber first. Now he's 2,800 HP on the Slark. It's just very different for the next fight.
Wild is under attack. Radiant structures.
So here's the other thing, though. You have to keep in mind the fact that you do have a Blink Dagger coming out now too. So you've got a couple. Oh, they actually went into the pit during all this.
Yeah, they're actually.
Wow. All right.
Just taking. Rasmus is so tanky that they have the Serpent Warns for the damage. They could do this kind of freely.
I was not expecting that, to be quite honest. We dropped the Blink Dagger over here.
They got Riki with Diffusal too, so if the fight comes to them like this, Ricky's now actually quite strong.
Gilgir, oh, look at this. He's keeping it on the courier. So they won't realize that he's got it just yet.
I love seeing that.
Goes down.
It's so early that he has it too. Like, that could really catch OG off guard. The Shadow Shaman being so big just from some little tracks and little fights. It's now top. Rasmus, he's got Blink up in 3.
Oh gosh, yep, they'll open up Tornado EMP. No Tail, they're hiding in the tree line. He's gonna try to protect him. Immediately call comes out and they go and they get off the Oracle ultimate. Got plenty of damage here. The sides of Riki jumping onto the back lines. They're trying to keep the Oracle alive. They do manage to follow up with a beautiful Dream Coil. The Aegis does expire. Seb joining in with everyone else here, but he has to be careful. The follow up, the finger comes out. Down goes Ace, and the pounce is out here from Ana as he's just forcing his way through. Here over onto Stormstorm, but they don't quite have that detection over on the side though. You can see Rasmus doing whatever he can. Does manage to get the kill over onto No Tail, and they're still chasing after Stormstorm. They haven't quite managed to get their hands on him though. They have the vision. Eventually the orb will collect. Saksa ticking down over here to the Battle Hunger. Eventually falls. Rasmus though, he's trying. He's got that blade mail. He's giving the spins out. Seb making his way over here. The pounds forward again, coming out. And Rasmus, he's just surviving for so long. Eventually though, they finally managed to take him out.
Rise in my presence.
Oh man, and we see the real display of the power of the Slark with all those
Tofu?
Seb?
Tofu?
Nice
got him. I can't believe he stuck around. You know there's a bounty hunter in this game.
The 5-position bounty kills the 3-position alchemist.
I think he does. Ooh, pounce again. Gilgir turns around. He's gonna just try to buy a little bit of time, waiting for the rest of his team to show up. Not gonna be able to really do anything more than that, but he does survive.
Crazy fight, and I think now they have to really just be a little more careful on Smashers is to get on No Tail. You can't let him get the ulti off. They have to get either a Cloud, some type of disable or something onto him, because they threw everything onto the Slark to kill him, right? They used Tornado, they used Axe Call, they used Riki Cloud, but they did not pay attention to where the Oracle's position. She gets the full save off, and that kind of turns the whole fight pretty quickly. Unable to just constantly reset in and out of the fight over and over again.
There it is. There's that crit. Another fight breaking out as they do manage to find the Oracle. This time they're going to take them out first. There's the Hex, the track, everything over here as they shackle this tower right into place. The leap forward though coming out from Ana, and they have a nice Dream Coil as well, but he's taking so much damage as Gilgir does eventually fall. They have a Hex off over onto the back lines. This line swirling around in place though as Rasmus following up. Can they get the final hit off? Yes, they will. Here as they take down Thompson, they'll take down Saksa, and it's a triple kill for Ace. Plus the gem.
The gem, like No Tail had a gem on him. They just went out and killed him with like 2-3 swings and they get a gem. That's massive, especially with their lineup. They're Riki bounty hunters. Now they can take out all those sentries, any of them that are purchased up to them to close the map too. That is a huge window and some nice spell casting coming up from Stormstormer. The Ice Wall at the end, real clutch.
I mean, it's one of those situations where this hurts so badly now that they lost this, because yes, they want to keep tabs over on Tofu. They want to be able to, you know, get some of those D wards, but now they've already got so much vision on the side of Hellbear's Masters, just in the fact that they do have, you know, a Ricky, you do have a bounty hunter, and now they're ripping down all of the vision that you placed too.
Yeah, did they even keep it, or did they send? I think they just send it back to base. I think you're like, you know what, do we even need gem? Maybe we'll bring it only if we, like, you know, have some positions where we need to deward, but they don't need a gem burst OG, so put it back at the base, forget about it for some time, be very happy that you just stole 1,000 gold from the enemy team.
Dire's top
Gotta feel very sad if you're the support who's buying gems and then losing them almost immediately. They're gonna try to make a play. Tofu is here though. They drop the sentry, but they don't have the... Oh, good sidestep over here. Sox just a little bit off the mark. Pounds coming out though from Ana. There's gonna be a finger. Are they gonna be... They're not quite able to get the kill. Oh, at the last second, the finger comes out, but... Oh, Ana falling to Ace. Gilgir looking for this opening. Won't find the kill on No Tail, and they're just holding Thompson down. He's not looking like he's gonna be able to escape. Does have the orb though. Might be able to just blink out. Oh, the jump forward though, again coming out from Rasmus as he barely manages to save Gilgir over here on the side. Ace following up, jumping over onto the back lines. He's got his eyes over here onto No Tail. He just fought back. He can't afford to die back, and he does. He goes down. Ana trying, that won't be able to finally take down Ace. As now Ana, he's still hunting. He would love to grab himself out. He does have that blade mail. Good tornado will buy him a bit more time though. Another leash though coming out. The Pounce eventually down will go the axe.
Oh man, long duration fight for the Slark ends up being too successful. Look at his essence shifts.
Oh my god. 34.
102 bonus agility. And he also, there's like 2 different timings that ended up happening there. He got the SNY, he got the lifesteal talent. He actually doesn't worry too much about that blade mail axe calling him, which if he didn't have either one of those, perhaps they actually can clean up that Slark, but he resets. No Tail buys back to save him again, and he's able to just overall win the fight because of that. Thompson.
The E-blade, but Thompson will orb away. The rest of the team hot on his heels now.
These two are being quite a bit of a nuisance. Thompson and Ana, they're just living too long inside of the fights. Like, Thompson got so many spells off inside that fight too, because they were focused so much on killing the Slark. I think he got like 5 or 6 different orbs and waiting rift combos. It is a bit difficult for them to solve the problem of the 2 elusive carries on OG.
I mean, that's just the nature of this sort of thing, right? Is the fact that they can just pop in, poke, back out, go back in. And again, the longer the fight goes, the happier Ana is on the Slark. This gives him more and more essence shifts to just work with here.
Yeah, like the Invoker spells just start, they really just start going on cooldown. Like Stormstormer actually threw out like his entire kit. His Deafening Blast Disarm was sick. He was actually defending his teammates really nicely with it. But yeah, these long fights, the Slark is always going to just thrive the most. Especially, like we said, getting that lifesteal talent. Now he's got an ulti orb too. 3,000 health Slark. It's getting quite problematic.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And a lot of it comes down to just getting that initiation and trying to burst him. And they had some success earlier, but it, like you said, getting more and more difficult now. Top tower, though, getting pressured. Rasmus realizing that no one's going to be coming here to help defend, so he's going to run forward, take a little bit of the tower, and punch it.
Has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Still so close. It's going to be so much up to, like you were saying, like, it's really going to be if they can explode a target first or not, if they can get on this Oracle. No Tail's been a real nuisance. They got to get on him. They have to disable him. They can't let him get his ultis off if Rasmus is getting these calls off.
Radiant's bottom
pressure. Oh, follows it though immediately here. Big old meatball coming through. Seven's just dead. That's a very fast hit and run coming out here from the side of the Hellbear Smashers. Ace.
I love aggressive 4-staff plays. Gilgir just blink 4-staffs the Alchemist out of the base so they can get that Hex when he's kind of on low ground.
They're not looking to let up here at all. Rasmus going very far forward. Looking to tank up any of the spells they want to throw at them. Ace sitting back, waiting patiently. Couple hits here. Do get the Dream Coil. And it's going to snap. 4-staff forward, though. Buy them a bit more time. And, of course, Stormstorm will be able to go invis here. Sleeping Dart lands over onto the Slark. Take a little nap now, Fishy. But,
that dart could be a pretty good solution to break the Oracle, right? Just if you see him, just throw a dart onto him. They have multiple different forms now to be able to control him.
It's kind of an interesting... It's been fun with this patch, especially seeing how things are just unfolding, the way that the meta is being played, and seeing all these teams kind of doing some experimenting.
Yeah.
Position 5 Bounty Hunter here. It's working out. We were a little skeptical.
And we've done full circle, right? Mm-hmm. We were seeing Alchemist 3 position last season, and then people just stopped doing it. Now it's back. You know, we're just going to be bringing back some things that were as old as new.
The factory Alk. Bodhi Pixel's favorite version of playing this hero, it seems.
Owen and Slack somehow just always find some weird
invisibility.
Weird stuff.
They're having fun.
Oh, no. He is spotted, though. He knows he's spotted, too.
Can they make a play here, though, is the question.
Smashers want to get the wraparound. They have to get some type of vision on the map. Right now, they don't really have anything. So they don't know where the Oracle is. They have to keep tabs of where he is. And Saksa, he's got Blink. So now he's got an easier way to get into the fights, too. He's been struggling quite a bit on this line, 0, 5, and 5.
Dire are scanning.
It is very hard to play this game as a Lion, but Seb charging up. It's not going to find anyone. Tofu throwing out the track. Immediately, Stormstormer following up is going to get pounced over on the back lines, but the jump into the back lines as well coming out here from the side of Hellbears. Can they do anything here? Snap forward here. They're going to end up losing Ace. They try to. They buy a little bit more time. They take down Saksa. They've got the Oracle. The Ace does eventually fall as Ana's just pouncing around, trying to get the jump over here onto Tofu. They're trying to just burst them down. Can they do it in time? No, it looks like that stable caution going to buy them a little bit more time here as eventually Tofu falling. They just can't get their hands over on that Oracle. And now Gilgear holding on for dear life. He's hoping perhaps, can they get this kill? Yes, they will. They'll be able to take down Thompson. Rasmus with a good call. They need to get some more damage, but look at the stacks over here on Ana. He's sitting at 34.
They get the grab on Thompson this time, though. Gilger's able to finally get his hands on him, and they got follow-up to clean him up. Ace did have to buy back, though, to join back into the fight. So did Tofu. So they do have to get something else out of it. Roche does spawn, so they can't actually look for that since Thompson's dead for 40 seconds.
Ace is creeping his way over here into the Roche pit.
Ana still has stacks, though, right? Yeah, he still has 34 stacks, so they're actually going to swing over to fight right away. Might be too problematic for Smashers. This Slark is still quite scary.
And they know that the Bounty Hunter isn't there, too.
Yeah.
Are they going to try to take this themselves? Do they dare? You think that's...
Why not? Slark stays full HP while doing it because of lifesteal in this, but being a little hesitant.
I'm just afraid, like, the initiation coming out from Smashers, right, with everybody being up. It's kind of scary.
Definitely is, especially when they have no way to keep tabs. They only have that one ward in the mid to know where the axe is, and it's really everything. Like, it's really Rasmus. Just he's going to be the main one when watching the calls that he's getting. He's doing such a good job this game. 929, Blink, BKB. He's now holding the gem. So now that we're around that Roshan time, he wants to have the vision around the areas. Saksa.
Well, the jump forward immediately over to Gilgear. Just going to try to blow him up, and they can't do it quite fast enough. Oh, never mind. They can. Rasmus just a little bit too late there with the Blink forward. Is he getting tossed out? Ana wants this kill. They get the track off, though, over here on Slark. Immediately going to purge it off. Buyback coming out now from Gilgear. As OG takes over the triangle. Gilgear sitting on the low ground. Ana on the hunt. I hear a Dream Coil over on 2 on the back lines. They find Rasmus. They find Stormstormer. The jump forward, though. They're trying to get rid of No-Tail as fast as possible. And he's going to actually use his ulti on himself here. So he'll turn back around. Ana got his eyes over here on Ace. He's trying to just take him out, and he's not going to be able to quite do it because Rasmus is able to drag Ana back. He's got the tricks of the trade going in again. Will survive. They drop the wards over on the side. This is not looking good for Gilgear, though, because Ana has his eyes over on the prize. Still not able to take down Saksa, not able to take down No-Tail. As Ana hunting on the back lines, Rasmus running for his life. Tofu should be able to notice here. It's not going to quite land that pounce. Thompson was considering going for this little bit of a die.
As soon as OG sees the axe, you can see how they just immediately go for him. They know that if this axe isn't getting a good call to start the fight, then OG's got a great way of access. And it was 3 buybacks that Smashers has used in these last few moments. This Shadow Shaman's dead for these whole 40 seconds. If Ricky, if he died, which he almost did, he would have been dead for 70 or so. So Smashers had to be pretty careful inside that fight. That's why they back away. And Thompson, he's just toying. He's actually just toying with Stormstormer. Since this Invoker doesn't have BKB, Thompson's literally just resetting on top of him over and over again, making his life so much more difficult to actually connect spells.
Look at this. Look at the way they're just running at Stormstormer. Does have a sentry ward down. Ana hoping he could get his little fishy hands on him, but it's a little bit too slow there.
This is nice. Ace has a DD. Doesn't have his BKB, though, so he can get chain stunned and die. Does have to be cautious.
Again, it's so much on Rasmus here.
It is.
Oh, it's Thompson playing with the axe. The Hex comes out. Ana joining in. Now he just wants to get rid of this axe. He doesn't want to get locked down here. The BKB does come out over on the back lines. Ace trying to make play over onto Seb. Not going to be able to quite do it. Dream Coil does get used, but it doesn't end up connecting on anyone over here.
big whiff there from Thompson. They could have probably gotten at least one of those kills there.
Sleeping dart on the Slark. Look at Soxa though, his positioning right behind in case anybody tries to jump on him. You're going to immediately be answered, as Rasmus does have to back off though.
He has no BKB for 50 seconds, so OG probably feel like they can make their way out without that axe being on the map for now. And Ana, I think that's his next item finished up. Yeah, full Scotty now.
Oof.
3,500 HP on the Slark.
I'll send in one of the Forge Spirits, try to get some vision. Stormstormer doing everything he can here. He's just throwing out all of his spells, just trying to interrupt this Roche, trying to slow them down, trying to get any information killed here. Goes forward, follows. There's the tornado. Ana's still very, very healthy though inside this pit. They go and they drop the Serpent Wards too.
Okay.
Maybe a bit premature here, because now they're, just gonna sit back. Ana just farming up.
Still down. Raptors can't go for 8 seconds. He knows this too. They do get a nice wrap around Tofu, but now he's spotted.
Yeah, he gets forced down low ground. Pounce comes out. Hex and everything here should be able to just eliminate this bounty hunter. Roshan comes out of his pit. He wants to know what all the noise is about here, Fogged.
Oh, the noise is that Tofu's dead for a very long time. Now they have a 5 fight. And they don't have Serpent Wards. They're throwing spells to scout.
Looking very, very difficult to pop out of the pit here, coming out from Ana. Hoping to get the jump, Thompson over the back line, but did he go just perhaps a little bit too far because they do have that call. They use the Dream Call. They're perfectly happy to stand there. They take down Thompson. They're going to go right back in. The roof gets taken by the Radiant. They have to pick it up quickly. Okay, it's going to be Ana who picks it up. Immediately followed up here, Gilgear trying to hold him into play. Stormer running out. They'll end up losing Gilgear. Pounces are out though. Can they get Stormstormer in time? Rasmus is already BKB TP'd out. He's hunting. They have the gem. He wants this so badly. Just doesn't quite have the pounce. He's a little bit too far from the mark, but Stormstormer, he's got his dancing shoes out. He's going to try to just hide. He's going so deep into the base. Eventually though, Ana hunts down his prey. Rasmus though is here. Does have the call. Will try to drag him back. I'm not sure about this, friend. You might just end up dying here to Ana as he's leashed. The blade mail does a bit. The tower also trying its best. Seb also trying to dive past these towers to also give a little hands. I mean, they have a tier 2 up in mid, Fogged.
He's just accumulating stats, that's what he tell you. He knows not to all these heroes, they did use buyback earlier, so he knew he could go for these type of dive plays, and oh man, it's just a tough fight for Smashers to really get into at all. When they have to throw all these spells just to scout out the health of the Roche, and then they just get jumped on initially themselves, and the Axe has to wait for BKB. It's awkward. It really is for Smashers. As Thompson, he dies, but it's almost like he kind of baited them over there a little bit to finish off that Roche.
Made a little bit of space again. They do have the gem over here on the Slark. Blade mail from Rasmus. The force board with the Hex. He's gonna throw out one of those big old sun strikes. It barely does anything though, sidestepping around this tornado. Ace trying to find the angle, can't quite figure out how to get in there. Does have the alacrity. They're waiting for Rasmus to get another jump off. More tracks being placed. No tail. They have their eyes on him. And just traps being thrown out for days. Yeah, they're trying. It's hard. Sleeping Dart. Gonna heal up Slark. Wait patiently, and it's gonna hop into the back tree line here. Gets spotted here by the Forge Spirits.
He's so safe with this Oracle behind. Like they have to somehow get to no tail, but it's so hard. Thompson's just waiting, covering him. Just on him, really showing his face.
Every single spell that they can use on this guy. And all right, there it is. 3-man Dream Coil coming out from Thompson as he leaps into the backlines. And it's a follow-up as well. And again, we get that whole nice save here coming out from the Oracle. No tail though, sitting very, very low. But he's gotten his spells off, and that's the important part. Seb runs away. Rasmus, he's looking. He wants to get the dunk up. Not quite going to be able to get it though.
And that's his BKB and the holy call down as well. Oh no.
I don't know how they make this fish leave their base.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
Can't slow him down. At least a little bit. But yeah, they can't stop him. He's even just bouncing away from his EMPs constantly.
Get the Hex off. Well, it was going a little bit far here, though. They do have to be careful. They've got the call here coming out, and the finger not quite enough to finish off Gilgear here. Although Ana, he wants it. He goes right in. Can they lock him down for long enough? No, they can't. Again, that fountain diving coming out from the side of OG. He is separated from the rest of the team, but he will be back in a flash because he's right over here on the back lines. I hear a call going out. Cataclysm comes through. Soxa goes down. They finally get their hands on No Tail. They'll finally get that kill, but now they have to force out the rest of them, and it's just looking so difficult. The bounty hunter now going to buy back. Rasmus getting another call, drawing back here over onto Ana, over on the back line, so they do manage to go, and they'll be able to take down Ace. They don't have all that damage that they desperately need. Another pounce here from Ana is just chasing after them. Still has the vision over here on Stormstormer. He'll back off and he'll just start hitting those buildings.
Oh, Ace jumped outside trying to like quickly go for Seb, but Thompson's still, he just had Dream Coil available. They just killed him, and now Ace is gone for 80, and they really do need that Ricky damage coming into play. It can't just be the rest of them. This is likely just another set.
Radiant's middle tower.
I don't know how they get them to leave. Again, like we've said.
Yeah, they got that. They killed Noto once, and Noto just buys back and runs all the way back over.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Too much for them to deal with.
Stormstormer continuing to just throw out his spells the best that he can, trying to make something happen, trying to slow them down at all. Okay, another call here from Rasmus to drag back, but no tail. He's just always in the right position at the right time. The buybacks are coming out, though. They want to try to make something happen. This Ace is so far back over on the back lines here, and they still can't seem to kill Ana. He's over in the face. They use everything here. They finally use the Serpent Wards, just clicking away over here on the Slark, and he's still here. He's still regenning. Look at this Slark. He doesn't even care. He's just taking a bath in the middle of all these guys.
I like this Ricky Cloud with the Serpent Wards. He couldn't kill them. He was missing them.
Tires on Thompson, leaping in. The coil gets used. Ana's just allowed to survive and walk out. They use everything on him. Thompson just waiting over here. Rasmus trying to time it just right. Nice waning rift. Followed up here. And again, the blade mail does a decent amount. So they should be able to finally get the kill over onto Thompson. But Ana has just been allowed to live forever. Aegis is about to expire. They find the kill on Saksa. But they just can't seem to get their hands on the Slark as No Tail gets left behind. He is going to have to be the sacrifice as all of the Hellfire Smashers just circle around him and finally kill him off again.
Does cost another buyback though. Ace kind of just killing his net worth to have to, because he just has to defend these racks, doesn't want to lose them, so they will have to use those buybacks. But Ana, OG, they do take the timer. You know, they know that Aegis is going to be going out. He does escape nice and safely and swing around and pick up some bounty runes for his Alchemist to get bonus gold. So Smashers, they do hold, but it's expensive.
I'm just concerned that you watched as Stormstormer throw out literally every single spell that he possibly could in that fight. And just No Tail's positioning was so good. They have plenty of ways to buff up the Slark, right? You've got, you know, the fact that they've got the Solar Crest. You've also got a Vlad, and he's already got that lifesteal. Like, I just don't know how they kill him at this point. Like, they just, I feel like, you know, Ace, he's doing the best he can, but it's a suicide mission every time.
They're gonna, it's literally gonna have to be everything, right? They're gonna have to get a call with a Cataclysm with absolutely everything thrown on them while everyone else is somehow controlled. So that's gonna be a pretty tough ask for the Smashers to do now at this point. This Slark is just too big. He's at 4,000 HP. Like you said, throwing everything onto him, it doesn't matter. He's able to just lifesteal through it. He has two different ways to protect himself with his ult and with the Depth Shroud. It's just, yeah, it's so difficult for them.
And you know, it was looking like so nice. The Hellbear Smashers, you saw Rasmus, he was getting those kills in lane. He was getting a fast blink online. He was making the right moves, but it just felt like once Alk picked up that Ags and handed it off over to the Slark, things just started sliding out of control.
Tower is under attack.
And now the second Ags will be delivered. Who's he gonna give this one to? He's gonna give it to Thompson. So Thompson's got this amazing Aghanims now versus these BKBs versus that Hellbear Smashers has been kind of relying on in the fights. And I believe the Alchemist also picked the Reserve Potion, so the Slark will also be able to pop off with that. I don't know if he had that before.
I'm not sure.
More buffs is pretty much just what it ends up being. Solar Crest Vlad's Reserve Potion, as well as they're actually running in the triangle.
Look at the way they just immediately try to run. Kofu with the Force Staff. He's trying to outrun them. Saksa's trying pretty hard, and so is Ana. He's just pouncing forward here. Daring him to come forward is just going to focus down over on the building. Stormstormer throws out that tornado. Buys a little bit more time. The MP, oh, but the pounce away. Rasmus just a little bit too slow, or perhaps Ana just a little bit too quick.
At this point, that EMP, it's not going to do a whole. This is an 1800 mana Slark.
Yes.
That's a lot.
I mean, I'm not sure what they hope to do to him, just period here. Look at this. Just walks on in. All right, they'll try opening with the call again, and they follow up with a very nice Dream Coil. Again, this is an Axe. So they have their own Aghanims, and they'll turn around. They'll hold down the Slark for a little bit, but Seb jumping in, and look, the Sonic just going right for those back lines. Wants to get rid of Gilgear. Does have to be a little bit careful, though. He's dove pretty far here. Again, has the pounce. Cataclysm coming out. Did Seb go a little bit too far? Yes, he did. Down he goes, though. Immediately buying back. As Ana looking for his next victim, does get hexed up. right behind. Sleep Dart though over onto back lines. They might be able to make something happen here. So just keep dodging in and out. But again, No Tail with that save. They just can't seem to kill Ana here. They disarm, going right back. They have the shackle. They're just slowing him down. We keep seeing all these darts flying out. They're just trying really, really hard, but they're not managing to find this opening as Ace gets controlled yet again, and Ana just going right into the back lines, kills Gilgear. The rest of them.
There's too many little buffs being thrown at him, too many dispels being thrown at him, just keeping him full HP, keeping him just having 30 stacks or more. Now they're just starting to build into Rasmus.
Trying to go after Thompson here, but still not able to do it. The control comes out over here after Rasmus. 3-man Dream Coil. Push forward, try and get them back into the fountain, or trying to snap it. I'm not sure, but look at Ana. He's just chasing that Stormstormer. Starts going over into the fountain again. He will back off. Saxon needs to be careful. He's getting clicked pretty hard here. Rasmus finds a dump, but it's a nice effect going right back in again. Ana jumping for it, gets the kill on Tofu. Hellbear Smashers, they're trying to defend. They're trying to just throw their bodies at them. Ana having to be a bit careful. Seth throwing out that unstable concoction. Nana still going in deep here. Has his eyes over here onto Rasmus. Can he get this kill? Yes, he wants a triple kill now. Tornado Ice while he's just chasing after Stormstormer. He can't stay alive. Somehow during all of this, he's still alive. The GG gets called. They realize they just cannot. They cannot do anything to this Slark, despite their best tries.
Ace's Ricky line was pretty appropriate right there. Why prolong the inevitable? That game was definitely over as they were diving the fountain there with all those stacks.
Bounty Hunter 5. Would you like? Do they have a better shot if they put the Bounty Hunter on the offlane together with the Axe? Like, is that a better?
Because you want to pressure that Slark with the Shadow Shot.
I think Common's the better lane.
Yeah, Axe is hugely enabled by having 4 ranged 4s, not melees.
All right, so that lane has to pop off. Like that Axe Shaman, if that doesn't do well,
early Vanguard,
toast.
Run down the Slark constantly.
All right, well, the game plan is clear for the squads. Let's find out who's going to take this first one of the best of 3. We're heading over to Moxie and Fog.
Thank you so much, Sheever. And we get a little bit of a treat here. We get a Ricky picked up. Usually we see that.
Get magic immunity from. So Lesh doesn't do anything. And you can keep up with them as well, which is really nice.
The lane, I think, is going to be a stomp.
Yeah.
Literally.
We have to have a soundboard. This needed a badoom.
Moxie, you laughed at our jokes earlier.
Yeah,
Moxie.
you laughed.
She laughed at your jokes. She never laughed at my jokes. What can I do? I'm not gonna.
So we think OG have the upper hand here. The Race King, does it have a shot?
No, they absolutely have a shot if he gets out of the lane surviving. I just think that if he has to get booted when Elder Titan's like level 5 and he's level 4, that there's just not going to be enough space to recover. Lesh is a pretty greedy mid.
All right, well, let's find out how Game 2 is going to play itself out. We're heading over to a commentary duo of Moxie and Fog.
Well, it looks like we're going to get to see a Seth Elder Titan. And Fog, I know that you are a huge fan of this particular hero. Tell me, what are we going to expect here?
Briefcase, much briefcase, lots of damage, much fun. Nice. It's a good pick here, especially with like the puck and the tiny. It amplifies their damage up a lot in the mid game, so I think it's going to be pretty potent. It is a pretty greedy draft, I do feel, from Smashers with the Underlord pick as well. This is a hero that you're playing your own lane for the most part. You're not going to go help out too much to those side lanes for some time. And Leshrac and Wraith King are just individually, they do have some greed between themselves. So we'll see how they do set up these lanes. I wonder if they actually do put the Abaddon top, because I feel like that could be kind of a disaster. I feel like they might have to do some weird stuff with their lanes, because I actually do not want to have this double melee top for Smashers, because that's just going to enable Seb to get out of control. And I think you really don't want that to happen for this Elder
30
Titan.
seconds to battle.
No, you absolutely don't. This is, kind of similar to game number 1 where Rasmus really had to pop off on the axe. This is going to be OG here with Seb, of course, having to pop off on this Elder Titan and really, start making that tempo here. But they do have a nice ward over here on the side. They can spy out quite a bit. Nice stroke of fate landing over on 2 right away. Saksa. It's just gonna...
Quite toss. He's trying.
He's just a little tiny in a big world. That is a very heavy Underlord that he was chasing.
This is true. So rune exchange looks like Smasher should get 3. So a little bit of a decent, a little bit of a better start. However, we did see, I think, the other day when the team grabbed 4 bounty runes, they actually lost the series. So that was a little bit of a dice. But anyway, it doesn't matter.
That is a nice way to get started, but sometimes you just can't keep up that nice start.
And they are going to be doing exactly what we said. They're going to be putting the Underlord and the Abaddon bottom. Love it. I think this is way better, but look at what they're going to actually start out for with OG. They're actually going to have Saksa start out bottom as well to try to do some tossbacks. They do this a lot when they have a greedy carry that is going to struggle versus like something like an Underlord, this heavy, high base damage hero. They tend to start out tri-lands when they see this. So they're going to try to set up Ana for success because Ana, he's got a 20 base damage differential to Under, so they do have to help.
About to say, a lot of the times currently when OG is playing, it feels like it's a bit of a 4 protect 1 sort of deal. Thompson is always, you know, the one who's kind of making those plays early, trying to just be very annoying. But at the end of the day, it is very much, you know, on his shoulders.
Yeah, that does mean that Seb, though, is not going to get that farm that we were saying that he probably will up top, since it's going to be that tiny securing farm perspective. So maybe he will have a bit of a slower one. As we've seen them, like I said, we've seen them do this quite a lot. Just leave Seb on an island, they secure that tri-lane farm, then they make the moves later on once the Spectre or X greedy hero does get away with what he wants.
Now, I know, like, with some of the teams, you generally want to empower the hero that's going to be coming online earlier, right? So in this case, I would definitely say that that would be Seb, although hold that thought, because the action's coming out here on the bottom lane. Fnatic shield being used over here by Tofu, but Ana on the hunt, he's going to be able to collect that first blood. And are they going to try to get anything else here? Stroke of Fate over onto Rasmus. They really are just kind of struggling here. Rasmus trying to move, trying to get some of this damage off, just getting those spells down, but eventually, No Tail will collect a kill.
Yeah, so I think it really is just it is just enabling Spectre. Otherwise, he gets like nothing down here versus Underlord. So they're just gonna actually stick with the 3 of them. Tofu TP's back. He's just dead. He went alone.
Double kill.
That's yeah. Even our observer, I don't think, was quite expecting that.
No, and now Rasmus, he's an Underlord down bottom without an Abaddon to TP to help him. So he has to just be careful of his positioning. If there's mana on the 2 supports, he can die. And they are going to successfully pull the lane back with a single pull, looks like. No-Tail should be able to do that one. And 1 melee creep actually gets through, so it's actually going to be able to deny most of that wave. This bottom lane is going to be a problem now for Rasmus.
I mean, you've got to do the walk of shame back down there if you're the Abaddon, and it's a lot of time where Rasmus just can't approach at all. He's not going to be able to get any sort of farm. Top lane, though, they are trying to make some
stuns.
Trying to make some things happen on Seb, but like you said, when you stack the stuns, you're not going to get that optimal amount of damage down.
You can't be making those type of mistakes. You're heavily crushing the CS, which is fantastic right now for Hellbear Smashers, but this is an ET who's now level 3. He's gotten away with, I feel like, more than he should have up top by himself.
Toss back right over to No-Tail. He's got that ink swell on him. It's going to proc not quite enough damage here, though. Again, they follow up with that aphotic shield. But look at the way that they're zoning here. This is just free farm for the Spectre to do pretty much whatever she likes, because every time they get a little too close, they immediately get punished. Look at the Soxa already pincering into position. Toss up with the avalanche. It's the stroke of fate. Photic Shield does buy them a bit more time, and looks like Ana's going to back off here, just go back to farming creeps, and No-Tail does have to be a little bit careful. He is getting chased down here by Tofu, but he's going to go safely back to his tower.
It really is such an interesting approach. Just because they really want to secure, they're keeping the tri-lane even still. Claritying up on the side with Soxa, No-Tail also with the Bassi for that mana regen. They're just going to keep trying to pressure and just kill this Underlord.
Soxa has the ink swell, waits patiently, will be able to go land over onto Rasmus again. They have that aphotic shield tossed back, though, into the avalanche, right over to Ana, as No-Tail chipping away as well. Tofu doing everything he can, trying to push them back. Firestorm does hurt, so Soxa has to back off a little bit, but meanwhile, in the top lane, they do manage to find the kill on Seb. So they are making strides in that top lane, despite the fact that this bottom lane is just so difficult. Tofu maybe staying just a little bit too long, does have the shield, though. The Sal will be used on Rasmus.
Really interesting approach. It's just sacking Seb, hoping he gets the best. He's gotten a lot, he dies, but they are securing that farm. You see Spectre with 18 last hits to Underlord's 11. That like almost never happens when it is Spectre versus something. Just look at his base damage. So that's the whole reason to why they're doing it, and we are starting to see, you know, Smasher just come out a bit more ahead out of this because the Wraith King is getting absolute free farm.
Do you like the way that they've decided to just, you know, I don't want to say put all the eggs in the basket, but the way that they're playing, just really trying to protect Ana, make sure that he can get all that farm? Or do you think they should be helping Seb?
It's a decision they made, right? It's the way that they like to play. They like making sure that Ana has a good start when he plays Greed. So it's a different approach from each team. So if it ends up working, it's great. If they end up having this like Slark or this Spectre having a good item timing on like Blade Mail and just gets this super farm, then absolutely, it's gonna.
All right. working his way over there, and see Saksa did make a little bit of a rotation over towards that mid, but he's headed right back here again. They're trying to contest this little bit of a pull. Ana's making his way over here to the shop's gonna get his ring of health, so that's going to enable him to stay in the lane a little bit easier. As Tofu is rotating over to this mid lane.
They're double securing bounty. They're double securing the rune for the Lash. Stormstormer's already having a pretty good time. Saksa.
Gets the avalanche off here.
Radiant are scanning.
Gilgir will snap up the invis rune.
Radiant's middle
Bottom lane. Some more
under
plays
attack.
trying to get done here, but again, not quite enough damage without that tiny.
And now Gilgir, invis, he's just sitting around the mid lane. If Thompson steps up too far, they can definitely chain stun and kill him. Thompson being quite cautious. And it means that Seb now in a solo matchup versus a super farm breakthrough. Doesn't feel easy for Seb.
Dream Coil followed up with the avalanche toss back as they've got their eyes over here on this Leshrac. They want to burn him down, but they're not quite able to as they end up losing Saksa and Thompson as they turn right back around and find No-Tail. The positioning coming out and the lockdown is just so good. Meanwhile, the bottom lane here, this is not looking very good here for Ana, though. He's going to try to just throw out the dagger, slow him down. He's going to run away. What a rotation, though, coming out from the Smashers.
And just a little bit of maybe unfortunate, but also just not the best targeting decision in coming out from OG. They tried to go for both. They tossed and stunned the ABBA to break the coil. Because of that, they didn't have the burst to kill the Lash, so the Lash kills everybody. Pretty big mistakes from OG and some nice rotations from Smashers to enable this Lash, who's already having such a good start.
Saksa making his way up.
He's even TPing bottom, and he's going to refill up Rasmus with the bottle too, and look to actually kill Ana here. This could be a really nice move for Stormstormer.
Open up a Pit of Malice, followed up Storm, and there's just so much damage coming out from Leshrac. Helps rip him down as Rasmus gets the final hit, and down goes Spectre.
The tower.
Yeah.
They killed the Spectre, and they give the mid lane to the supports, which they would love that experience. Some excellent stuff from Smash. They're already 3k advantage.
It's a lot of damage placed on that bottom tower.
And the glyph was forced. So now the second go, Stormstormer's going to clear this wave. This tower is just dead if OG doesn't set up massive defense. Edict will just kill it.
Go. Coming in from Ana. Jump immediately with the silence. We'll get the Pit of Malice off, though. They're going to back off. He's just going to take off that Phantom's Embrace. And they do protect their tower a little longer. There's a nice double damage rune over here that Thompson, I'm sure, would love to pick up.
That's actually pretty heads up. You know, they don't kill the Lesh, but they push him away from the tower, and they're going to keep this tower alive for Ana for quite a lot longer. It's a cool play. Even though they don't get the actual kill, they just force him away. I like that. Now, because of this Thompson, it forces in mid, and Tofu has to be careful because of the Tiny hanging around.
That's the benefit of having a hero that can clear out waves, as they are going to try to slow down Rasmus. Get the Inkswell to connect. Thompson's here. He's got the double damage. They've got the silence as well, as the Waning Rift comes in hot. Body blocks coming out too, and No-Tail will eventually be the one to get the kill. But those are some earn charges coming over here for Thompson.
And he can steal a bounty away, level 8, and he's got this DD. He can actually swing mid because he still has Dream Coil available. They actually are bringing Seb, who's level 7 somehow.
Nice stomp landing over here on the Leshrac. Tofu immediately removing it. Thompson getting position. He is going to settle here for, of course, Tofu, who is leashed up. And will get taken down.
Not bad. That's just a 5 Abaddon. Who cares about him? Get your Leshrac away. Gilder has already hit 6 on the line pretty early on, and Stormstormer already making another
Yep, and looks like Rasmus may be teleporting right here to his death. The Saksa being in position already. The teleports are coming out, though. Try to go for that stomp, and there it is. It's the final hit. More teleports coming out. Ace did manage to take a tower while this was going on. He does have his armlet.
Just being very active. The Lash just moving from lane to lane with this max edict. He can easily just take out these towers. Mid tower is super low too. Thompson.
Oh, Ace takes down Saksa while this is going on. The chase is on now over here on Seb. Thompson can't do too much other than slice. They burst him down. The haunt comes out. Be able to get the kill on Stormstormer, perhaps diving just a bit far. It's a nice earth spike. Tofu is going to try to keep Gilgir alive. Does have that spirit chasing after him.
Didn't finish the tower off either. It's actually at 30 HP. It's still alive in the mid lane. He's diving a bit too far. Did cost the haunt, but well worth it for OG, just taking out this pesky Lash who's been quite problematic.
And still protecting this move.
thinking about it.
They will, eventually.
Middle tower has been denied. Dire are
Bottom
scanning.
lane, the teleports are coming out. They want Rasmus. Bit of malice, but the Avalanche already connecting with the stop, the sleep, the burst is there, and now they'll turn their attention right over to Stormstormer, who he's doing a lot of damage. Saxa almost falling there, but Thompson will collect a kill. Finger coming out from Gilgir, though, will be able to remove Thompson from this equation.
Oh no, Stormstormer, after having such glorious rotation, such a great start, back-to-back deaths as soon as he TPs out. That's still quite painful. At least they get Thompson. They got
Yeah, No Tail needing to be a bit careful here. That's a lot of damage coming out from Aces. Tofu just pulling here in the bottom lane as the Fnatic is just chasing down Seb. Does have Gilgir nearby, so Seb does have to be a little bit careful, but looks like they want to focus on this tower.
the 5 Abaddon chasing away the 3 Elder Titan. Love to see it. As bottom tower might also just get denied. Oh, might just go for this one too.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower has been denied.
Disappoint you.
You can see some Pinsering coming out, perhaps trying to make some moves here over onto Seb. Ace, Pinsering. Immediately the Hex comes out. We bide their time, Earth Spike, and a couple big old crits. Even use the Rayfire Blast. Tofu taking the last hit on that. I don't think that was necessary, but
he says thanks, at least.
That's true. Good manners are important. Manners maketh man. Rasmus, though, top lane. He's got the Inkswell, the Silence there, just chasing down this poor Underlord. He is not getting any breathing room with the Phantoms. Embrace the toss-up. Saxa cleaning up on Rasmus.
Oh, and he had his hood in his backpack.
Oh, no.
He has actually the hood in his inventory. Maybe he pops it and he has the time for Tofu to save him, but that is a big slip of Rasmus. Also dying back-to-back a couple of times now, as these Ancients and hard camp stacks now start to get worked on by Ana.
Under attack.
Ooh, there's a chipped vest that just got found. Do have the mask, though, on the Spectre currently.
He's probably going to take the chip. It's just the value.
He's waiting off over on the side. Just gets spotted out, though, by the Spirit. Looks like they'll back off for now. And Seb will be allowed to hit some creeps.
Yeah, and Seb's gone for the 2-2-4 build, actually liking it because he can't get into the faces of them so much. He just wants to buff up the magic damage. 4 points in that aura, lots of magic damage on them as well. Let's go.
Ooh, he breaks the smoke.
Radiant's middle
Look like, I mean, they're slowing him down. I think they really wanted to get the jump on someone else here.
He just gets the stun off during the toss and he ends up living because of it.
Yep.
That was sick.
Top lane, Spectre poking away here on Tofu. Doesn't feel very good when you're just getting chased down like this, but eventually Ana will back off. Tofu's just gonna go and dig himself a little hole here, find himself something yummy.
Yeah, he's got Tranquil Boots. He'll just chill, wait till those come back active. He's just taking the scary place to farm right now in this Abaddon while his team is looking to make the move over to help him out. Gilgir as well as Ace, they have Finger online. They can get the initial stun onto Ana. Very likely they can just finish.
Gotta just not stack those stuns though, right? The Haunt immediately coming out though, realizing that something feels a bit off as they do get a Dream Coil over onto mid, but the Hex is just able to control Ana, so he's not gonna be able to join into this fight over here as Rasmus, he is ticking down. It's another kill for Tops, and Stormstormer's on his way. They do have the Yules to get the Soulbind off. Saxa though, he is just burning to all of these spells coming out from Leshreq, and hey, look at that, beautiful. A nice double damage rune available now for Stormstormer.
You couldn't ask for a more precise hit there from Smashers. It's literally as Ana is haunting away, they get the kill. Like that's picture perfect. It's a 2+ minutes, 2.5, 3 minutes where that haunt is going to be down. Yeah, that was really, really nice hit by them. Now that means Ace is just going to be enabled to have a much earlier Radiance timing than anything else. Spectre is going to have some problems.
Yeah, Ace is getting closer and closer to that relic. He's had a lot of room here to be able to breathe. Let's see, though. Let's see, because the last game, you know, Smashers, they were looking very, very good. They were getting everything they needed on Rasmus early. They're making the right moves, but eventually it just reached a certain timing where they weren't able to keep up the momentum. So what do they need to do now? What do they need to do to keep up this momentum and keep the pressure going?
I think the state of the game is actually pretty good for them. Just chilling out, they're farming up really good on all their cores. Hunting the Spectre like that was the ideal. So I think if they could do that again in the next like 80 seconds or so when Finger's back up, that's great. But right now, they're okay with like just chilling out. If heroes show on the side lanes, they can threaten them, but this is a fantastic start for the raid. And Ace, you know, I do feel like he's much more comfortable with like just raiding. Ricky that hero just feels a little weird. Like, overall as a carry, he's not the best, and I feel like Ace, he's just not really the most comfortable with something. Much better on a traditional carry.
Well, he definitely looked excellent last season, so definitely excited to see how far they can go here in, of course, the upper division. A Blink Dagger does get picked up on Soxa, though, so positioning is going to be very, very important here, as he's going to be able to initiate quite nicely. And Ana makes his way down towards this bottom area, and there's some pressure being placed on top, though, coming out from OG in the meanwhile. Well, we got an Uber service, though, coming out here. Looks like everybody's headed up. They're looking to try to protect this.
Gilger has his blink coming out on the Lion 2 in a moment, flying out on the courier. So they have a great way to set up these fights now.
I don't think they'll wait for it, though.
Standing under a ward.
Yeah, he really is as he walks right into Ace. Couple big hits, 1, 2, 3. Down goes No Tail. And it looks like they do manage to get the tower during all this.
They've got some good timings here. They also have Rasmus finishing up a pipe in a moment, too, versus this puck. Pretty huge as Gilger. He jumps up on high ground, but a little early.
Just a little bit. Dream Coil does get used, but it doesn't seem like they... Yeah, look at this. They have the protection here coming out from Tofu. Thompson, they're looking, hoping maybe someone will get a little bit out of position as Soxa does reveal himself, but they'll turn their attention now over here towards this this tier 2. A lot of TPs, though.
Force the coil. That's pretty sweet from Gilger. Just jumping into the high ground blindly.
Not usually something you want your supports to do.
No.
But it worked out this time.
Tofu. Scary for him.
It's very tanky. Gonna immediately drop the Aphotic Shield. And they're gonna be leashed up. They'll use the Haunt. And they've got the Silence. This is gonna be possibly, yes, it's gonna be a first time death here for that Wraith. He's coming right back up again. He needs people to go and help him out. Nice split Earth being tossed down in the middle of everything. And there's gonna be able to just hold on into place. Soxa jumping onto the back lines though. It's able to take down Stormstormer with a little help here from Thompson. Now Tofu, they have the vision. Thompson gets himself a double kill as the rest of the side of Smashers are just on the back foot.
Stormstormer's still very vulnerable. He's so squishy. He actually went for the Kaya with the Yule, so he doesn't actually have any HP bonus to protect himself. He's gonna just be completely reliant on the pipe from Rasmus and the shields from the Abaddon. That's a scary place to put yourself in. Not even like a casual cloak or something like that to guard himself versus all this magic damage. I don't know. I'm a little worried now for Lash. I think the Wraith King's gonna have an excellent game, but this Lash I feel like could just chain die. The ET Spirit on top of him with the tiny combo, and he's just dead. 1200 HP does not save him at this point.
Coil followed up with Soxa on the toss. Gilger's here though, and he does manage to go and they control Thompson.
Nice.
Down goes the puck, and they're still hunting. They're looking for more here, realizing they have a little bit of a window. They do spot out Soxa, and they're going to rip down this ward. Make the side of OG a little blinder here around this area.
Gilger on points per usual, 304. Excellent game so far from this Lion.
Especially when you consider we thought he was definitely dead. Seb, though, over in the mid lane. We talked about this positioning. They just have so much damage. They'll find the kill on the Elder Titan.
OG getting caught off guard there a bit here. Just stepped up a little bit too far to farm, and this is just the enable Ana now at this point, really, just because of how they're getting picked off also on Thompson. Like it's back to like the usual OG, I would want to say. It's just make this Spectre the absolute full carry. Just keep looking for the big pops though. So I'm still gonna be watching Soxa, the ET Spirit. This Slash Track has to be so careful with his positioning because he can just die almost insane. I want him to get either the Vitality Booster or Point Booster ASAP because he's very frail right now.
And there's only so much that really, this Abaddon can do to keep him alive, right? It's a little bit difficult because their initiation's a little strange coming out on the side of Smashers. There's no traditional jump like you would normally see in some of their drafts.
And their save it's very short distance. So Abaddon playing versus Grimstroke, you're gonna either get leashed and double silence, or you're gonna get silence from puck. It'd be a little bit tough to ask Tofu to get all those saves out on Stormstormer. Does pick up the Vitality boost. 1600 HP now.
Ooh, they find Ana. The jump over the Earth Spike, Pit of Malice. Ace just chopping away over here. Do they have enough burst damage? Oh, yes, they do. They take out the Spectre. It's a beautiful Dream Coil though over on the back line. So that X-Flow connecting on multiple targets. Look at them just chasing them down. No Tail now forced just try to hide in the trees. He's not going to be able to, as Tofu's trying everything he can to try to keep him alive. Meanwhile, the back lines though, Thompson poking away over at Tofu. That ultimate will of course proc as Thompson's hunting the buyback now coming out from line. They've got the E-Blade. They're trying to just blow up the support. Need to be careful here. Ace was looking to wind up there with the Wraithfire Blast. Is not going to be able to get it off in time as they realize on the side of Smashers we should probably back up.
I actually like this buyback from Gilgir just in case, even though it doesn't get them anything, it pushes away those three from just diving forward and just killing Ace and Tofu probably twice. So I do like that he does go for that there. They gotta be careful, they're stacking. They stacked up so hard for the combos, the Tiny, have a toss, the Ink Swell, 4-man stomp from ET and Splitter. They do have to be a little bit more careful when they do that.
We do have the blink picked up now for the Wraith King, so we talked a little bit about how the initiation's a bit tricky here. It looks like he is going to be the one who's going to be running on in with his face, but you have to be careful with the Wraith Fire Blast done, right? Because of the fact that it is very telegraphed.
Yeah, he does need follow-up, though. They want to be able to just, like, insta-lock down someone with Gilgir and just kill them immediately with a finger, because there's no real saves on the side of OG to be able to protect any of it. So they can erase heroes right away at the start.
They want Thompson. They want him so badly, and already, though, it's gonna go up to the high ground, sees the bounty rune. Ace considering it, but looks like not going to hard commit here. Aphotic shield over on Ace, trying to protect him. The jump forward here, coming out from Sox with the Alpha Toss. Tofu trying to get a position, trying to keep him alive. It's Ace chasing after him over on the back line, so they will find Seb. They've got the Ink Swell, they do have the shard on him, so he's going to be able to heal up quite a bit. So he'll turn right back in. Dream Coil gets used over on the back. We talked about Stormstormer. He needs to be able to stay alive as they get a nice splitter offset, though. Will fall. He's going to back off. Finger getting used on the back line. Will be able to take down Thompson. And now Ace, he's all silenced up. Ana running away here. They still have the reincarnation too. AC wants it. He's chasing after them. He finds himself no-tail. The stomp coming through does manage to land. Radiant's burn, though, definitely hurts as no-tail's trying to hide in the tree line. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it, though. Not with that firestorm.
Comes at a price.
Oh, and Gilgir's just poking away over here at Soxa. Maybe a little bit too far away from the rest of the team here, but it looks like OGs, they're a little bit too nervous. They're not going to follow up on poor little Gilgir here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're really on point with the way they're getting these catches. Gilgir over and over again, just getting Thompson. He's got his number this game. The Lion counter usually versus the Puck. This time OG, they did take that Puck into Lion, and Gilgir might be making them regret it a bit there. He's constantly getting these disables, and it's the way that they postured themselves in the fight. If they start to retreat, you can see where OG is just going to be able to like explode these heroes with the splitters and all that, but because they all stick together as a unit and actually run into the fight, it puts OG on this weird positioning in the fight that they have to kind of just run away with the ET, Puck goes in, and the rest of his team just bails on him. Great awareness from Smashers. Actually take the fight rather than looking to run him.
Definitely Gilgir's positioning has been absolutely wonderful this game. So it is difficult to get your hands on that puck. And you know that Thompson, he likes to play this hero. He wants to, you know, dive in and out. But it just always feels like the Smashers kind of have his number.
Yep. The way Thompson always plays is just, it's super aggressive and it's super disruptive. So if Gilgir is in these right places at the right time, it's going to break a lot of OG's annoyance that does happen in a lot of these games that causes Ana to just reap havoc and get these crazy farms. If he's just controlling Thompson's chaos, it's definitely going to work out for them. So now 7k gold lead, this Wraith King, 4k above the next. Looking really good for them right now.
Seeing some of the TPs coming out now. Ace jumping forward immediately, sees Ana. He's not going to focus him down, though. He's got his eyes on Sox, but instead Avalanche coming through. That Ink Swell healing him up. They're chasing Seb over here, trying to teleport out. They do manage to find themselves no-tail, though. He's not going to be able to teleport away. But it looks like the Spectre and Soxa will be able to survive. As everybody's hopping in the bus, and we're going top.
Oh, I like this. They know that they're going to go play around this triangle side. They still have these two wards covering the area too. They could swing and find Ana for sure.
Ooh.
Ana does have Haunt available. It's about to buy his ulti orb. They know exactly where he is.
Link forward here.
Ooh, he went left. They went up.
Did indeed.
Scanning.
A prize.
Nice attempt with the Uber.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Still going to place some pressure here over on this tier 2. Thompson now picking up that blink on the puck, so perhaps, you know, we talked about his chaos. Gonna be able to make a little bit more this time around and perhaps get a bit more information before Gilgir can jump on him. Getting very close to Axe 2 here for Seb, so that should change things a little bit in these fights.
is under attack.
That should make it Seb actually be able to be a walking force in the fights rather than just a stomp and a splitter. He'll actually be able to do something and contribute a little more. Gilger also pointing out he's hit level 15, so the line does get, it's only 4 stacks, but every little thing matters. 280 extra HP might be enough for him to live.
The aggression coming out. Oh, the finger immediately. But that's going to be a little bit more stacks here, Fogged.
There we go, 5 now.
All right. Getting more swole over on that lion. Pressure's on over here. How did they get in here, though? All right, the toss back immediately. Good. Silence up. They're holding on in place. They've got that ink swell, though. It's doing plenty of damage, but Tofu trying to save him alive. No. Nice stream coil on the back lines as well, holding them into place. Stormer trying to get out as much damage as possible here, as Gilgear is just trying to drain all this mana. Just slowly but surely. Yes, you can't do anything to him other than poke him when that's going on. Jump into the back lines here from Thompson. We talked about that chaos. The Haunts coming out, but okay, yes, Ana going forward here. Nice avalanche, but he's a little bit too far. He's not comfortable here. I don't think they're going to be able to. No, the toss up coming out from Saksa, trying to keep him alive. It looks like he is going to be the one who's going to have to die, though.
Oh, he lives because of the Manta dodge on the splitter. He actually would have died for sure on it.
Oh.
Jumping in again.
They are indeed, and they managed to go and grab the puck at the last second. Stroke of Fate tossed out. They're focusing on the buildings.
I love seeing Gilger. He puts the shard to use there perfectly. Just stands in front of a Tiny with his just mana drain. And Tiny can't do anything with magic immunity.
Another Inkswell. They stacked up a little tight here. They do the Blade Mail. Another Splitter, though, coming in on it. He's not looking too great right now. As a dive in over onto the back lines. A stop buys a bit more time. But they do. They take down Ana and they take down Thompson. No buyback on the Spectre. No buyback on this puck. Hellbear Smashers hitting fast, furious, and just hitting very, very hard right now as they immediately make their way down over to the bottom racks.
They should be able to go for this one too. Gilger landing, Gilger doing just clutch plays across the whole board of this game. The mana drain to stand on the high ground to bait some spells where they can't kill him. Then this last stun, he stuns the Ana, but Thompson blinks on top of the stun, so he gets caught by it, gets chain hexed, gets killed. And Space just jumps forward and gets himself an easy thumbnail.
Very well played here, coming out from Smashers. He's stuck in the back, yeah.
They just get stunned instantly.
They're gonna finish off the racks. Oh, they cancel out the Uber. They've decided that they want to stay here. And they'll get themselves a Soxa.
Very clean. 11-0-6 on Ace, looking much more comfortable on Wraith King. The whole team looking phenomenal on OG. They do get the Ags on the ET, but I think we may have reached the point where that Ags isn't going to have the effect that I think OG wants it to.
I think I'm just concerned with the amount of damage that's being dumped out here coming out from Ace. And I have to say, you know, it's tough for Tofu. We talked about the fact that he is going to be, you know, primary save. And he does have to be very, very close, but he's managing it. And Gilgear's positioning has just been fantastic here. Seb, look at Gilgear. He's eager.
Under attack.
You have to be a little careful, though. They're going to focus up on the objectives here on the side of Hellbear Smashers. Middle tower will go down. Do they want to push their luck here? Do they go back in, or do they play it a little safe?
They are so strong right now, rallied around this. The Lesh now has reached points where he can't get burst. Bloodstone, Essence Ring, all this good stuff. Rasmus with the pipe and Crimson Guard. The damage just feels like it's nowhere near going to be there for OG. I am actually not really thinking they're going to kill many Heat targets at all. Maybe not even the supports in these next few fights.
Well, they're smoked up, and they're hoping that they can get someone. I mean, Tofu and Rasmus are very far forward. Lion, Gilgear. Perhaps they can make something happen there. They get the Dream Coil off, and the pull together, but No-Tail immediately just absolutely crumbling. And there's just so much damage, and there's Splitter not quite landing where they wanted to. They have a nice Dream Coil. Stormer buying himself just a little bit more time. Seb punching, trying to do everything. They just can't take down this Lion, as eventually they take down Seb. Ana already falling. Thompson somehow still alive, and over there the finger comes out, and down goes Soxa. Only Thompson.
Support. With every single spell thrown out there, the Crimson Guard, the pipe, all these heals from Tofu as well with the shield and the Miscoil, they can't kill anybody. Even though they throw absolutely every spell, Gilger gets the initial blink to reposition himself with his team on the high ground.
Dagger, Gilgear jumping forward immediately. The E-Blade, though, coming out from the pop, hoping that they can blow up Gilgear, but they just can't seem to do it. And again, he's got that magic immunity. They just start draining all the mana. Down goes Ana. No buyback for 78 seconds.
Radiant's middle.
Rasmus. Yep. There's the GG. Hellbear Smasher Smashers, 22 net worth lead, have managed to take down OG. They came from the lower division, and they're looking pretty good here in the upper now.
Get Magic community from. So.
Five seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Fnatic's turn to ban. Dire team ban.
Very well, but it feels like the meta is shifting towards these heroes that moonlight. Heroes that are a little bit sturdy on the mid lane, give ability to the
10 seconds remaining.
You don't see spirits picked. You see them picked as much as before, but they're not necessarily as impactful. At the Singapore Major, it was all about the spirits. Storm, Void, saw the finals.
Even the Storm that we saw yesterday in China, we were all like, why is the Storm not going for Orchid? And it's because these spirits don't need to do 7.28 spirit things, which is like be on the map constantly and pressure everyone. Is kind of, I can farm also. There's no need not to.
Because there isn't this one big hero that you need to lock down and...
Dire team pick.
Spirit meta with Storm, and because of that you don't have to go for Orchid burn.
Fnatic's turn
to unsurprisingly, Beastmaster is banned out, along with AA by Boom, and Fnatic ban out the IO and a Bristleback, and Boom pick up Puck.
Lion or Shaman will be picked up. Shadow Shaman actually fell off quite a bit, but Lion is still in...
10 seconds remaining.
Because he actually got buffed,
Shadow Shaman got nerfed. It's true.
Even though one was picked more than the other, it doesn't matter. Shadow Shaman step aside.
But Lion also is way cooler. That's a matter of opinion.
Yeah, I don't think.
In his chest, the guy is. The only thing I will give credit for is Shadow Shaman's attack projectile. Terrible.
How about being allowed to hit for 90 damage? That's
10 seconds remaining.
It's so deceptive because the projectile looks so weak. It's just like a little yellow, triangle, and then pow! It hits you as much as a Treant projectile
beam of sunshine, like a ray.
That's what Enchantress's projectile. Oh, shocker! There's the lion.
How does it come out of his little two?
Yeah, I know, right? The proportions are weird. It has like these little wands, and then it's like
those wands look like something you would give a baby child, you know, to play with.
Shaka.
Yeah, but yeah, we do see the Lion versus the Puck. A lot of lockdown. Shocker.
5 seconds remaining.
A lot of lockdown coming from heroes. Centaur as well. Probably the most contested offlaner at the moment. Him and Mars. Those two you.
Dire team
back. For also one hero that you don't see as often. We've seen Darkseer. Right? Busted at the
Darkseer you have to pick, I think, quite late into a draft, like 4th pick or so.
You need to protect him with some Oracle bans, Enchantresses, perhaps,
Otherwise, you really don't have a good game. Yesterday, when we saw him have a free game, he absolutely dominated.
Yep.
But other times, when teams first pick it, or first face it, absolutely shut down, and it doesn't really do much at all.
The problem with Darkseer is, like, this Centaur, you pick
10
him,
seconds remaining.
ban out perhaps a Lifestealer, or Boom Esports ban it out for you.
5 seconds
and there aren't many heroes that actually can dominate you into the lane anymore.
Darkseer,
however, you can pick supports, you can pick carries. There's just so many different ways of dealing with everything.
Also, you have to put more effort into enabling a Darkseer draft.
Yeah, different
You pick
fours,
Centaur, you pick whatever the hell you want. Centaur is an offlaner, all-purpose offlaner. But for Darkseer, you have to be like, okay, I want this melee that I can put an Ion Shell on.
Let me help you. Nyx, Earth Spirit, Tusk.
There you go.
That's what you want.
And then for your carries, someone who can benefit from Surge, so like Lifestealer.
Everything else is kind of not doable with him. So he's strong, but definitely in certain circles.
10 seconds remaining.
Clockwork actually banned out by Fnatic.
5 seconds
pretty
remaining.
Decent versus Lion, as you can down. Not a hero that's very popular across all regions.
Yeah, maybe gearing up for some Leshrac mid, maybe, to go up against the Puck. Leshrac kind of on the rise these days.
Potentially. Timbersaw pick is also pretty, because makes it hard for them to pick a Dragon Knight mid. Pretty rough matchup for Puck historically.
Yep.
But I'm not the biggest first phase Timber fan anymore. Nerfed quite a bit, the reactive armor. There's quite a bit of carry heroes now that can I'm just fine.
They're protecting him quite a bit. Life stealer with a monk.
I mean, there's still Slark, still Troll that's decent.
They need a nurse. Troll, Slark, you can sort of deal with them. Ursa, you...
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah, the lane is...
Dire team ban.
Do stuff.
You keep suggesting Slark on multiple drafts. Why do you think he's not popular right now?
It's just very hard to...
Fnatic.
Where like, he's this kind of hero that wants really prolonged fights, but he is not very good at those until he gets items.
Okay.
You know, it's hard to play
you need like Echo Saber, you need Skadi, you need BKB just to be able to stay in the fight.
Mm-hmm.
And just overall on team fight, you just don't do much. Enemy groups has 5, you're like, all right, I'm here.
You saw the game last night, maybe.
Yeah.
They ended up winning, but it was not easy.
They ended up winning, but they were also playing versus a team that's not really considered their level, right? Yeah. And it's so difficult to make a Slark lineup work because it's not a pub. In pub, Slark is one of the best cores. You just hunt people down and you kill them. In a more organized game, it's difficult. Like, even when he was countering, let's say, something like a Morph, when Morph and Slark were popular, you counter Morph, Morph jumps in, E-Blades one support, he's dead. Slark, meanwhile, he's
looking for his opportunity.
Looking for his opportunity, hiding behind the bushes, and then he sees one support of his die, and he's like, okay. Meanwhile, I got 3 edgy stacks.
Cool. And then I had to leave for like 5 seconds.
Exactly, so...
I think Slark can only work, really, if you pick an absolute dominate lane. Like, you pick a Grimstroke Slark against some off-lane, like Tidehunter or something like that. And you absolutely smash that lane, you get a free farm, you get your item timings fast. Then it can work. If you are ever behind in the game, it's going to be so bad for you. E.g. no.
Undying here, picked up by Fnatic.
Good against Timber until level 3.
Then you can.
But until then, Undying +1 hero.
Maybe they stole it away from both as well because of Undying. Centaur.
Snapfire.
Snapfire also on a rise.
Poor Tombstone. Gonna get shredded.
Just don't skill it.
Just don't skill it. Although Soul Rip Max is kind of falling out of favor. I thought that was the go-to in 7.28. I'm seeing a lot of Undyings in different regions. Tombstone Max.
Tombstone also got buffed, I believe.
If nothing else, it got buffed by a new map. There's just so many cliffs and places where you can put it and you
the only buff I remember was to Decay. I don't know if Tombstone got any change.
Team pick.
But Soul Rip also did not get any nerfs, and yet no one's really maxing it out anymore.
Luna and...
A lot of new...
Yeah. See it?
The Snapfire plus Timber, if this 4, it's solid, but it's not Snapfire plus something else that gates the armor. If you see Snap right now,
5 seconds
and you pick
remaining.
Elder Titan, Tidehunter, is there anything else on the offlane that the armor that off? Well,
just like
Pangolier, like Snapfire, Pango, Tide, and Elder Titan. So strong. Everything else, it's still strong, but not potent.
Is there no chance that it would be a 5 snap and maybe...
There is, of course.
Okay.
There is.
Be a 5 pack.
Could be a 5 puck, that's true.
Could be a mid snap.
Doesn't have to be a mid lane.
Could be an offlane snap.
Okay, so
these are all possibilities.
Will they go for a jug here? We've seen jugs played into Lunas, and historically it's been good, but right now I have a feeling like Luna...
It's only itemization, really. Because Juggernauts, I've seen, are quite stubborn with their item builds.
Yep.
Like, I still think this new Satanic on Juggernaut is super good. People just are too used to standard item builds.
Where's the damage?
I mean, Satanic gives you 45 damage, quite a lot.
There's more damage.
More than this Aga build that every Juggernaut does now. What, Battle Fury, Saint Joshua?
It's not always Battle Fury these days, though. I'm seeing a lot of Maelstrom on Jugs.
But either way, like, you just don't build into damage. Like Saint Joshua, Maelstrom, Axe.
Do we like this PL?
Into Luna.
Into Luna, it's pretty good.
Into Luna and Undying, it's good. To Centaur, it's maybe a little bit...
I'm going to give you the rundown here.
Okay,
if this game goes minute 60,
10 seconds remaining.
25,
Fnatic's turn to ban.
AoE Hex, and if he has the Shard AoE Mana Drain, just...
It's absolutely broken. But, of course, won't happen. So let's look at the early game. The lane should be very difficult against lines. One Centaur's Vanguard is practically unkillable. All right. Then Luna, if Luna is really farmed.
Fnatic, they have a chance of
5 seconds remaining.
But they also can't put the 2-1 down ever.
Just don't skill it.
Don't skill it. Take stats.
Snapfire and
Dire
DL
team
has to be one of the worst undying
For real, dude. Only if they had like a gyrocopter on top of it.
And look at this, they ban out the enchant. Let's ban out one hero that can completely dominate the lane. What that's central. Get that creep, you come in the lane, and even a centaur
10 seconds remaining.
get rid of it.
I actually quite
5
like
seconds
DK
remaining.
or Fnatic. Even though they have a Timber, once this DK gets a BKB,
Nice tempo game.
it's gonna be so hard for Boom to deal with it.
Fnatic's turn to ban.
There's another option of the lash that you. It's literally all about the tempo game. They like these brawler types on forum.
I mean, to play to Moon's strengths, I think it's gonna be
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah,
either way.
it's based off past experience.
Yeah.
DP also pretty.
5 seconds remaining.
And you just gotta get Moon back on the board. You know, like after the last series, he can't be feeling good about himself.
Yeah.
Like just give him some confidence boost. Give him what he's really comfortable with.
Hopefully no TA.
It would be way too greedy.
Yeah.
TA Luna. No thanks.
Into
Dire
even
team
it's
pick.
good, but Shredder and EL, no. I hope they don't do that. Boom, they pretty much need to decide what to do with Puck and Snapfire here. Most likely this is 5 for them, maybe a 4.
I feel like Oracle
10 seconds remaining.
or Boom if they need a 5.
5 seconds remaining.
And not necessarily the spell, just to be able to save a hero because they have a lot of initiation on
Good
Fnatic
old
and a lot of
Abaddon.
burst damage.
No one is playing Abaddon in that.
Yeah, it's a
Abaddon
China
is
thing.
pretty
It's
decent.
not a hero, but it
They
would
also
be
may need
good.
a stun because their lockdown is kind of lacking according to this graph.
Yeah, the only thing they have is a Puck Coil.
Yeah,
Come
and a
on,
cookie.
they have a cookie.
The thing is, POS 5s don't really stun anymore unless it's like an Elder
Unless if it's
Titan.
Lion and ET's banned out.
Yeah, and POS 5 Lion even feels so.
Yeah.
Wait, is that true? Can I buy this stuff?
Wait,
Man.
is that is it root considered a stun?
Fnatic's
And the graph
turn
it's
to
control,
pick.
I guess.
It's control. Yeah.
Mirana.
Mirana.
What are these
Oh,
lines?
what the hell?
All right.
We still don't know what the deal is with this puck and snap then.
Be me.
It should be mid. It should be 5 snap and
5
position
snap
4
for
Mirana.
Yeah.
Like 99%.
Okay.
10
Now the
seconds
tombstone feels
remaining.
even more sad.
Storm!
They're
You
gonna
now
be Storm.
select your heroes.
Wow, that's kind of greedy.
I mean, they only have one Puck Coil to really lock them down at
It's
least,
true.
so that makes sense. It's just the lineup itself, like Centaur wants to farm, Storm wants to farm, Luna wants to farm.
yeah, it doesn't really go with the high-speed mentality that a DK would have had.
I really
where-
feel like DK would have been a perfect pick here for the lanes, for everything. But the way it is right now, this Mirana pick is very off-putting though.
Yeah. I actually feel that Boom can win if they go for that Octarine build on PL with it very early on. Even
Yeah.
With it. Not Octarine, let's just get the Aetherlance shard.
I mean, this Dire draft definitely has to play. This Boom draft has to play very long fights. Come in and out.
And that's why I'm about this. Poke
Yeah.
and prod from distance, bait out the tombstone, bait out.
But how do they
Luna's
deal
ult.
with Storm?
Prepare for battle.
I shall honor your name.
I'm leaning Fnatic. I think like the first series that they played is not really showing their skill. They need to bounce back. I think they got this one, at least the first game.
Tsunami, I'm on your side. Going boom. It's me and you. Going boom. All right, let's do it. Game number 1, boom. Fnatic should be a fun one. Hopefully a little bit of better performances from some of these players that maybe have underperformed in the previous bits, but we'll see. We get later into the season, these series mean more and more. The pressure's on.
Maybe there's always pressure in DPC. The way this works, you know, how the format is, like, take every part 100% serious. So I want to see some full force coming up from Fnatic, but also Boom that they're shown that they can play some really good Dota. They have their ups and downs. They're not very stable, but they are looking much better than the previous season. So in this game, I'm feeling pretty bad for Undying. You know, my man's gonna struggle. He's playing into Phantom Lancer. Tombstone is not gonna exist. He's playing into Mirana, the Leap, Snapfire.
Just don't skill it.
No value whatsoever.
You're just giving away gold.
It needs to be perfectly placed on a high ground where they have no vision. So I think the play here, listen, Tombstone plus a sentry ward on the high ground to see that there is no observer ward. They can't see it. The only way that it does not get countered.
Okay. Counterpoint.
I'm listening.
Just destroy the Tombstone.
The battle
It's gonna be very easy.
Like, is it even safe on the high ground? Especially, you know, Timber and like.
They have Illusory Orb, Vanning Drift. They have all the tools. Like, their heroes are also not good at protecting the Tombstone. Like, Lion is okay, you know, Centaur possibly, but just doesn't feel that good. I want to see what my boy Undying. You know, before I was the CEO of the Undying Hate Club, but we're not taking any new members in because like it got like we got full like after like only a couple of days after I announced it.
I failed my certification to be a Undying hater. Able to test.
Yeah, it's for us. It's only one time. Like you fail, it means like you can't get better. Like you don't understand what this is all about.
That's fair. I think that might be. See how these lanes go? Already having to pop that salve as Execute on top.
Top lane should be heavily Fnatic favored. Like Phantom Lancer doesn't do much, and Execute as a position 5 Snapfire. It's one of the better 4/5s. I prefer it as a 4 because it deals ton of damage. Little Shredder with the Blightstone -8 armor. You pretty much take the support to half HP. But I want to see the Chuan's build. What I want to see is Hoof Stomp into double edge. You know, 1/2/2.
Okay. We'll see if they can get that. They've got the lockdown. Hook Stomp from Dreamcell in trouble. DJ gets first one on FBZ. They almost get a kill on a Dreamcell. Almost.
Oh, he just spammed like 4 shots from the tower, forced to use a healing salve. So bottom lane, they get a kill.
Yeah, they get the kill on the Timber. Only has the Whirling Death right now, so no levels into the reactive armor. Not being able to really survive in the lane at the moment. Now finally gets that level 2 and does have
DJ wants to suicide. Marana is just chasing him. But DJ will probably pick up that water. Hide. Triple lead. That's really not worth it. Like, it's actually not worth it.
I'm trying to think whether or not he's going to get this kill. DJ's bringing him for a ride. This chase is for actually forever. Nothing else matters in this game right now except for this chase.
A problem is Luna doesn't have any regen at the bottom lane, so FBZ is gonna get a solo kill there.
So now this chase is more worth it because DJ is not down there.
And another leap, 4th leap to get a kill. Right now, actually worth it. Because I didn't check Luna's items. I was watching this glorious chase, the triple leap into Water Rune. Yeah. So They were relying on Undying just suiciding and getting the, some extra region to the bottom lane.
But now it's all of a sudden become solo experience for FBZ, a kill for him. He's got level 3, about to hit level 4.
Dire structures are
He's getting
fortified.
quite far ahead of Raven in terms of experience. Ooh, Loon? He's quite low. Really wasn't impressed by his performance in the previous series that we saw him, so I'm hoping to see him.
Yeah, we want to
bounce
see
back.
him popping off in this one. Doesn't have too many counters, playing it the coiled. Silence from Puck, other stuns are not reliable, so I want to see what he can do.
Huzzah! The whole thing with Fnatic that makes me want to see them do better is you've got basically 2 mids on this team. One of them is playing in the off lane. We didn't really see the best performance from either of them. We'll see as the season progresses how they're going to figure out this combination of players and how they're going to fit in this lineup.
Yeah, I want to see how Juan's going to perform on this offlane. Centaur, he was saving 2 points. That puts 1 point in a retaliate. But they should play more aggressive on the top lane. I've seen this exact same lane just being extremely powerful, stun into another stun. Like, you can use double edge 2 times pretty much because you have a ton of stuns.
Right. Yeah, it makes me wonder why they're not being as aggressive, and that could be why Spike missing Dream Cell. See a lane like this, it's also similar
Radiant's
to that
middle tower
Centaur
is under
Rubik
attack.
lane where you've got that lockdown into the hoof stomp, you get the double edges off. They're not really taking advantage of it. I agree. I'm surprised. Lack of aggression. So having a good time. So is Kodo. And this was the dynamic we talked about too. With the addition of Dream Cell, we haven't seen Makoto kind of do what he did in the first season where he popped off, took over games, and the games were on his back. And maybe it's the difference where now the games don't have to be on his back, that he's playing a little bit of a different style that causes him maybe not to play up to what we're expecting from him.
The first season he needed to carry from the mid lane pretty much, and he did. In a lot of the games, his Storm Spirit, his Puck performances were on point. Now with the addition of Dreamer Cell, I think he is playing a bit of a different style, as you mentioned. Not being as active as he was before.
Right. Player dynamics definitely get interesting when you shift, especially if you've shifted a couple times with shifting with, and that's back to Fnatic.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Puck out!
So, see. Raven and DJ bottom just getting pressure here by FBZ, who's got this solo experience. He'll use the Dream Port. They got the Vortex. Moon in trouble. Moon is dead.
Radiant's
they
middle
go
tower
over mid
is
to get
under
this
attack.
kill. To use that Dream Coil as Makoto hit that level 6. There was a rotation in from both the Lion and the Undying.
Undying's not the best hero to rotate with. Doesn't provide you with any stuns. He's more like counter-reactive. They go in. He uses the Soul Rip, puts the Tombstone down.
The prize is
Lion
mine.
is very good at making stuff happen. I'm not a big fan of this mana drain early on. In certain situations it's okay, but I prefer to have a point in Hex early on because it's such a great setup. Lasts for 2.5 seconds. And now they have a big issue. This Timbersaw, they can't play the bottom lane. They need to bring the numbers. Undying, Lion plus Luna doesn't seem like they can kill him, especially if Luna doesn't skill ulti. With the ulti they can, but Luna right now doesn't want to be at the bottom lane. It's too risky, so someone needs to go bottom and just collect the XP.
Yeah, you have FBZ who's level 6 already, and it puts that 7 a full level ahead of the Luna. The bounty runes are being picked up here by Boom. So, really do worry about how far behind Fnatic are getting. Especially with Makoto, who is at the top by a decent margin over the Storm. A full 1,000 gold ahead of Moon.
That's huge. That we're only 7 minutes in.
First spike from Stomp. And now they're going to go Shredder. They've got the Dream Coil again. He'll use the Stampede. The minus armor's there. He'll go to the Doppelganger. They should have the damage to get the kill, especially now that he snapped that Dream Coil.
Might wish to retract
Makoto comes over. He's 2 for 2 on the Dream Coils, turning into kills. Well, again, moving around the map.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Really shutting down Fnatic on all fronts.
Boom playing this one well. Like, they have complete free farm on the Timbersaw. Puck involved in 2 kills. They killed 2 cores. Storm Spirit. Like, my concern right now is who's going to be active on Fnatic. Like, Lion, he also needs level. Storm Spirit. It feels he's in a situation where he just wants to be able to farm up, not play as aggressive as he would want to. Has Arcane Rune in the bottle and found an Arcane Ring. So a lot of mana.
Bit of a boost for him.
Hyde is being very annoying in the jungle. Like, he didn't achieve that much in terms of, you know, landing the arrows, getting multiple kills early on, but he's like in their face, scouting things, what's happening in the jungle, stealing some XP, getting some creeps taken away with the arrow. Just very annoying when you, like, things go like this. You lose a tier 1 tower on the bottom. Like, you have someone who you can't catch. Like, this Mirana has been kind of a nuisance for the last few minutes.
They're coming over. They've got FBZ at top. Fire Snap quickly with the arrow, but the Hex is off. The Serpent's on the mid minus armor. Earth Spike's there, and they'll use the Stampede to lead. So, Boom putting pressure all over the map. FBZ, he'll take over in top. He still feels very confident in just being in a lane by himself.
Raven getting closer to his Mask of Madness, just maxing out the Moon Glaze, wants to be able to flash farm.
Hyde still getting away. And now he's in the Dream Coil. This is a big problem for the Storm. Trying to run, arrow comes over. That one's not going to connect. And we know Moon has a history with these arrows. He's getting low. The Waning Silence there. The ball lightning away. So Moon still surviving.
He was toying with them there. Like, he was one misstep and he dies. Fortunately for him, had Arcane Ring, so a lot of mana, has Arcane Ring also to work with. That could be a bit problematic.
Top tower is under
attack.
attack.
Dream Coil there for the first time not getting a kill. The other 2 had garnered them some results. Hyde picking up the Tome of Knowledge, so he'll try to get 6 as quickly as possible because Snapfire is about to hit that 6 and now has Mortimer's Kisses. That could technically be very dangerous. And then you go to Mortimer's Kisses, get the kind of jab, falling over. Moon trying to look at Kesky, but it's not going too well for him. Little Shredder as well as the Scatterboss taking a lot of damage, and now he's out of match. Loach leaps forward, ball lightning onto the high ground, not too far away from Boom, but far enough away where now that they don't have Dream Coil, they can't continue to go on him. But Puck really farming quite well. About to be into that Witchblade.
That's gonna be a big amount of damage. Like, with the addition of the Witchblade, Puck can just solo kill those supports. Sometimes they need it a bit more. He's okay. Yeah, especially on Dying, who has no escape mechanism whatsoever. And if you jump Lion with the foil, like, Lion just doesn't have enough HP to survive through the burst. I'm a bit surprised they decided to put Phantom Lancer on the bottom, because this is where Timbersaw wants to be. They didn't pressure any of the towers. So Timbersaw would likely want to stay at the bottom lane, just put some more pressure, because he gets the most out of that bottom lane. They can't kill him, and the Phantom Lancer can still be in the triangle, or he can be in the jungle, so a bit surprised that they decided to make this switch.
Right. Ball lightning overlooking for Dream to sell. They've got jabs in. Moonlight Shadow is used. Moon not working with a lot of mana. He's 2 bottle sips left. They've used this Moonlight Shadow, and they should be able to rotate to grab something, and that something Coil is going to be DJ, who drops down the Tombstone. This is free gold. And that's just free gold. They leave it for the Puck. An extra 150 for Makoto. Hyde gets the kill on a DJ.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I don't want to be too critical of DJ. I just think you hold that Tombstone. You're not surviving with that.
Tombstone in this game is just free gold. Against Mirana, against the Lol Shredder, against Phantom Lancer and the Illusions. They're gonna have a big power spike once Phantom Lancer gets that Diffusal Blade, and he's getting very close.
Not only that, you've got the Witchblade, and Puck's gonna make some quick progress. Especially when you're handing out gold like that. Like, Makoto He's 800 gold towards his Blink Dagger. I just told you he was about to finish a Witchblade. So, like, he's getting there pretty fast. You're looking for the Kaya on Storm. I talked about this a couple times. The switch from Kaya to Orchid. When is this right? When is that right? Do you think Orchid would be better for him to come back in this game, or is it just too far gone? Where you go Kaya, you try to take it a different direction?
Now that I've seen a lot of these games, I feel in most situations, Orchid still feels like the best choice.
Right.
Because you want to lock down the puck. This Kaya just, doesn't give you... I don't know, it have a bit of a mixed feeling. In certain situations, when the game's going well, it feels like a decent item. Status resistance is good against the silence coming up from puck, against the dream coil duration. So we'll see, how it's gonna go. Now they have a diffusal blade, so Storm needs to be careful also about that. Like, he might even be forced to get Kaya into BKB this game to be able to fight. A lot of their heroes are actually very greedy in terms of what they want to do. And you can see, like, Fnatic, they're just jungling. They love to kill creeps. Luna wants to be in the jungle, farm her item. Storm Spirit, after getting killed once, also wants to recover in the jungle. Chuan, he's tanky. Hood, Vanguard, working towards the Blink Dagger, and it's a bit hard for them to start a fight because there's always this, threat of Morana using ulti, the Dream Coil,
Finger in the stun, quick burst damage, still off high. They're gonna Ball Lightning, maybe look for the Dream Coil on to either the Lion or the Storm, but they don't catch either.
Mikoto is just popping off this game. He has really Witchblade and almost has a Blink Dagger, needs 400 gold to finish it off.
Did FBZ. I really like this deep in the lane. Or not deep in the back where the tier 1 was standing over mid. And it gives you vision pretty far down where sometimes teams smoke right in front of that tier 2 tower. Like, it could definitely provide a
it provides deep vision towards like tier 2 tower, which could potentially catch a smoke.
Yeah. Catches people crossing the lane. Vision here for Boom. We're mid. We're in the Radiant jungle right by this outpost. They had seen the Storm and the Luna farming quite a bit. The game is nice. At least for right now. 2K lead. Luna finally achieving that top spot. They haven't really touched Raven. But now that they have the Diffusal, I think they are kind of waiting for the Blink Dagger, because that's going to be an even bigger spike where you can jump in, get that Dream Coil. Diffusal is going to do a lot here. I could see that being a big movement timing for them with everything they've got. You've got Timber who can frontline for them. If they 5-man, you've got Mortimer's Kisses coming down. You have the Moonlight Shadow to move around the map to get the proper positioning. The Boom are in a timing right now where I think they can really snowball and take advantage.
For sure. Even though, like, it says 2K gold lead, they are the ones who have
another deep.
So they're gonna scout things out behind the tower. Fnatic, they need to step up with the D-wards. Like, sentries, only 50 gold. They're gonna take the top tower. That's the first one for them. Luna will get the last hit. Working towards Manta style, pretty standard stuff into BKB coming out from Luna. On the other side, Phantom Lancer decided to go for Hood. He understands there is a ton of magical damage going into Manta style. I don't think Manta style is needed here. There's literally nothing to dispel, not a single ability. So SNY seems like a much better choice for status resistance against the Lion, against the Storm Spirit, against the Centaur, like all these stuns, pulls. We'll see if he decides to go for it, but definitely not a good Manta style.
Kodo, by the way, picking up that Blink Dagger. It's getting delivered. So, now that he's got that Blink Dagger and he's got the Witchblade, they do have Moonlight Shadow available. I wouldn't be surprised to see Boom kind of settle back in. They should have a pretty good idea of where Fnatic are. They have deep wards in the jungle, behind the tier 2 bottom. You're not getting information from bottom. The only one who's there right now is Jabs. If you're not getting any vision over in the jungle either, and mid, really kind of see the Centaur, you should know that they're in the process of elimination.
I want to see Boom taking a fight, like just forcing a fight with the Blink Dagger on Fuck. Yeah, look at this line. Which play, like, doesn't even have to pop that Dream Coil. But I want to see them take a fight because Phantom Lancer, he thought it good that this is the fighting item. Like, you can understand how strong you are. Seems like they're just going to go inside the Roach.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, and the scans were used by both teams.
This is a big move. If they can get away with this, they use the Tombstone, they use the Flash Golem. Flash Golem works on Roche. They have decent amount of damage. Roshan is being pinged out. Half HP. High. Will scout things out, but it's going to be too late.
See if they can get one TP in on the pop coming through, and it's actually the Timber who's going to start this. And grab the Aegis on Raven, and that's a good way to kind of turn this. Man, with the Drew Coil on a 3, what are they going to do with this, though? They're getting the Aegis, they got the Vortex coming through onto the puck, they get the kill on the DJ, they'll at least get themselves one. The Stampede to try and run, the Hook Stomp lands on the Hyde. Moon, not in on the fight, all they get so far is the Undying. That is a counterplay that could have been worth more for Boom. Giving up that Aegis is really big here for
from Fnatic. Considering the situation they were in, you know, this is a type of move that makes you, you know, come back into the game, buys you another 5 minutes with that Aegis, gives you enough time for your Luna to farm up another item.
Death tax.
Shadow on cooldown, Dream Coil on cooldown for another 8 seconds. That Storm is still middle of the pack. Finally, Moon finishing off the Kaya Sanj, and you said maybe Kaya BKB. It's going to be Kaya Sanj into the BKB, like you said, just you know, an item later, which I think he also gets away with because they've got the Hex to lead the Eclipse. They've got the lockdown to kill off Stream itself. Big kickoff there for Fnatic. Fnatic got a word of their own, and
they're playing amazing. Last couple of minutes, they're getting the most out of the map. This Roche,
he misses with Ball Lightning. He'll still continue to try and chase the Mirana.
But low on mana, needs to be careful. Arrow,
Blink would be double edge. I've gone. That's, I believe, second kill with that Blink. Not just the Blink reveal.
Under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Fnatic really turned it on, and you know, is this a result of Boom just playing a little bit too conservative?
Yeah, I feel like they could have taken a fight, use Moonlight Shadow, use the Stream Coil on Puck. Timbersaw, he's strong right now. He has a way of dispelling things. The Lotus Orb is really good, especially against the Lion. Lion can't use his abilities. One of the great enemies. Now look at him bottom. Just gonna drop DD Puck. Too much damage.
Getting out of needing to use the Dream Coil. Now he's got the phase shift attack, so he'll output a little bit more DPS.
Decided to go for this route in terms of talents to be able to scale.
So now I guess the question becomes, does Boom, if they're a little bit of a lead, still continue to stay a little bit more conservative and fight away from the Aegis? Sorry, Arrow with the Mortimer's Kisses coming through onto the Centaur, but it's not a lot of damage. It's really not.
Didn't even take a lot. Like, Centaur doesn't really take damage. They need to bring more heroes. So yeah, I talked about the itemization on the Phantom Lancer. No real value. Building that Manta style. He also understands that, decides to go for SNY, which makes a lot more sense in this game.
Ubisoft really just hasn't fought.
No, that's why I'm surprised. You know, he decided to pick up Hood and is not fighting with the team.
They see Raven. Got the Dream Coil, but the Tombstone spotted by the illusion, so they know it's up. It's going to be hard to fight into that. They got the arrow on a Raven, but they're already too far gone. They've left.
They're out. But keeping top. Big wave approaching. Wants to be able to clear that up.
The thing too is Dreamstill's not keeping up with Luna. Like, Raven's pulling away here. And he's about to have that BKB.
Phantom Lancer, he still deals a ton of damage. You know, it's just a missed opportunity. They had this time when they were strong, they felt strong. He decided to go for the Hood. Didn't take a single fight. Instead, he died, was isolated.
Still
Dire's bottom tower
working with the current Aegis. But
Dire's
second Roche with Shard is going to be very important. A lot of heroes that can utilize that Shard quite well. BZ with the Lucent Beam and the tier 1 tower at the bottom, but there's nothing he can do. They're wrapping around a little bit. They've got the smoke. Link, post-stop, attempting to go in on the high. Makoto, they'll use the Stampede. They'll continue their chase onto the Piranha. They've got the Lucent Beam. Moon is just running. They're letting the lead charge all the way through, and Moon's got a kill. Boom again. Let's kind of get found out. Now the BKB's been picked up for Wraith.
That's going to be big. Them getting BKBs is the next big timing for Fnatic, because they have no abilities that go through magic immunity, so they don't feel like fighting. They can just run away. Like that Roche into kill on Phantom Lancer was such a huge deal for Fnatic.
Right. Sanjay. He's got the Spirit Lance cooldown, so I'm wondering, is Dreamcell going to buy that shard? Go that route?
Shard is really good. Like we've seen some Octarine cores, Lance into Octarine, of course, type of a build where you deal well with the supports. You're just being really annoying. Right.
That's my question too. Like now,
Dire's top tower is under
focus their
attack.
attention, trying to get this next Roche, knowing that shard is going to be available. They could give it to Dreamcell for free. He can pick up something else in the interim.
Dire's structures.
I mean, if he doesn't
fortified.
want to go for this like Octarine type of a build on the Phantom Lancer, Spirit Lance cooldown just feels a bit underwhelming, and the shard. But the Vader's really good against Luna.
Hide again, blown up the finger. Whoa, what I did! And they're in onto Timber.
No follow-up, dude. This fight's already gone. Yeah. Like passive Lotus Orb, he did not pop it.
Behold!
Boom, just letting Fnatic open the door and walk on in on. And I'm really trying to figure out where the passiveness is. It's not normally their style of play.
I expected him to play a bit more aggressive because Puck was having a good time. Like, Puck is still having a good time.
He hasn't felt that defusal at all.
Exactly, because Phantom Lancer, he has some weird power spikes. You know, he gets that Diffusal Blade, he feels like the strongest hero. On the map, if you don't take the fight, then you get another item, which was good. Decided not to fight with the team, and now building into Heart. Like, Luna will stay one step ahead in terms of the item build, because she will have a butterfly. You don't have an ability that goes through magic, through evasion. Phantom Lancer not a hero that likes to buy MKB. At least they have Witchblade. Witchblade works, has a true strike for some reason. Right. But carry to carry matchup is not gonna be that good. Like, he's gonna need to get another item.
Smoke is broken, and now they're gonna put their attention on the tankiest hero of the bunch. They drop the Dream Coil down, and they've got the Soul Rip. And Mortimer's Kisses coming through. DJ TP's away. He's the Moonlight Shadow, maybe they can catch him up. They don't have Dream Coil, so their lockdown is
Lockdown. They don't have enough.
And that just lets Raven leave. He's almost got this butterfly.
Good ones.
They had Vision of Moon. I guess they didn't want to risk missing Coil or missing their lockdown chance. They are postured near Roche. 20 seconds until Centaur's back up, 25 until Roche is back up.
Perfect timing. This is where the next fight should happen.
Got Vision of Makoto. Boom should be much more aware of this next round. KB ready on Timber. He's going into his Axe Shard, trying to own that Flamethrower. They'll go to take that top outpost again. Raven's now up here, so
this is the second or third time that Raven actually taking the outpost. One time he got arrowed, but should be, support's job to do it. because he's losing farm if he's not moving around the map farming. And Luna with the Solar Crest plus Butterfly, that's a ton of damage.
Fire Snap quickly to send him back, and see Fnatic, they're setting up. Roche is up.
Dire are
So
scanning.
now the TP mid are certainly going to make a move to try and fight this at the pit. They can't just let another Aegis drop out of their hands. The side of Fnatic, they're going to drop down the Dream Coil. They've got the silence onto the Centaur. He's already used the Stampede with BKB being caught by FBZ. They heal on to Schwan as he tries to run. Mortimer's still alive, and he is still alive. Eclipse drops down right on top of FBZ, doing a lot of damage, but he'll Timber Chain out of that one with the ball lightning follow-up from Moon. They get the kill on the DJ, but they do lose FBZ, so their tanky hero is gone. They don't have 5-axe. On to Kesky with the finger heat falling through his chest. Now it looks as though this will go all Fnatic's way, but I say that Dream Cell, he gets a kill on the jab. That'll send the side of Fnatic away. They find Schwan again. They'll get the kill on Centaur. Fnatic pulled the ejection cord, but it looked like they had the advantage for a moment.
It looked like it until Phantom Lancer showed up. Once he starts building up those illusions, you already used your spells like Lion. He can't deal with him. Centaur, he is tanky, but he's not as tanky as he thinks. You can see that at the beginning of the fight. Surviving the onslaught. And now they are inside the pit, trying to kill this Roshan. They could potentially go for a steal with the Storm Spirit. Let's see if he decides to go for it. BKB on cooldown, 15 seconds.
Not the fastest Roche. SQ coming in with the Solar Crest. Aegis. And
out the Dream. Like now, Phantom Lancer, he has a heart, he has the shard, and he has Aegis.
That's a big moment there. And they're going to try and get the kill out of the Snapfire. They'll look over as the arrow flies in. That's going to split between Raven as well as Moon. They have to down to get the kill to his. One more shot, Raven will get it. But now he's on the run. He doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. And Dream Coil is placed down. Support. The look over as the Tombstone comes in, and they'll get the kill at a high. So they end up trading so far on 1. They've lost 2 in this fight for Boom. It's moving forward on DJ. Take out world support. The buyback comes out from the Lion. Focus of their attention goes on the Centaur. Gets it out on the bolt of Phantom Lancer as well as the Timber. Now the Vortex coming with BKB being called by Moon.
Or the low mana.
To the Centaur, who's never getting called back. They're TP back into the fight. They'll get the kill to Raven. He's got buyback as well. They'll continue chasing for Moon. He's out of mana. They've got the silence on the Timber, but it's not going to get Moon alive. The finish off Moon. That's technically a full team wipe for Boom. And they're right here by the tier 2 tower. They have lost just 2.
Yeah, this Phantom Lancer right now is just the king of the game. Like, they can't kill him. A carry-to-carry matchup is pretty bad. Luna can't just stand and take a fight against the Phantom Lancer because he is too big at the moment. Like, even during the BKB duration, if he falls low, 1 life, doppelganger out, regeneration from heart will kick in, and this is the big item. You know, they have BKBs, Aghanim Scepter done on clock. Like, this game just feels completely over right now. Like, they respawn, another coil is ready, that goes through magic immunity. He's gonna lock him down in place, and Phantom Lancer will just clean up.
Yeah, Phantom Lancer doing a good job of cleaning up. Finally fights, and finally, with that fight coming in from Phantom Lancer, they overleveled. Something that we were waiting for, something that could have potentially fallen flat, but
Radiant's bottom barracks
really,
are under
he rose up. Now they've got themselves mid and bottom devastated.
He felt comfortable just farming up, you know, playing for that second Roche, and the shard coming out from him. It's really nice. Now going into Octarine Core. Suddenly it's a 15k gold lead, like they came out of nowhere, exactly.
Go through on the Swan and try to get this kill here onto the Centaur. They'll drop it. Like on the high ground, use the Stampede. Raven coming over and trying to help, but he just cannot get close enough in time. They take it on the Centaur for 72 seconds, and they'll finish off the Tombstone. Another 200 gold for that Phantom Lancer.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has
So
fallen.
mid-set bottom set, they don't exist anymore.
Well, good thing is, you know where they're gonna enter. Probably gonna come from the north, so better be ready.
Through the north.
Radiant's top tower is under
Fnatic finishes
attack.
off the Raven. The question becomes, can he defend his base enough?
It's just not enough damage from Luna to be able to deal with the Phantom Lancer. Like, she might be able to sustain, you know, have a dispel mechanic, the 1, 2, 3 dispel mechanic with Satanic style and BKB, but the damage output is just not high enough.
Top tower has fallen.
Left side racked onto the backline. He's using that ball lightning in. They've got the Dream Coil down. That's going to be through onto the Storm. He pops the BKB. He's trying to run, but there's just too much damage. He got the gun to high, but it's not going to matter much. Now he's high back, but he doesn't have a BKB to work with. Go through his top directly. Taking out the tier 3. The Earth Spike comes through onto the Phantom Lancer. Through the cell. Joseph front lining right now. With the help of FPZ. He's got himself a hard mega creeps and all is crumbling around Fnatic. Raven moving forward with the Eclipse gets the kill to Kesky, but that's it. All he got out of that was a Sapphire. Raven now being controlled. They've got Breeze out here with FPZ. No kill with the Satanic. But that's all he's got so far. He's going to need some help here from Moon to the rest of the team with a blink of gold. The first off, still not enough damage to kill off Breeze already. So from continuing on to try and kill Raven. Blink can focus their attention onto the center. Shoot back at the base. Oh, the arrow misses, but they've got the spear vessel. The sword's not going to do enough. And Raven, he'll get chased. Will he die before he gets up the stairs? Yes, he will. So he's gone for 90 seconds. He no longer has buyback. All they're without on the side of Moon is the Sapphire. They continue to push in and wait for the GG call that is there from Fnatic, and Moon will take game 1. Fnatic had a really nice move going for this Roshan play and then going for a couple of kills. But other than that, like, carry-to-carry matchup is just too good for the Phantom Land.
Yeah,
Luna uses
sure.
ulti. She's never going to feel comfortable using the ulti amongst all these illusions because it's going to just soak up the damage. There's going to be bounces, but it's just not enough damage. We've seen one Luna yesterday winning the game.
Magic
I'm
Minority
really
from.
not
So
impressed
Lush
with this hero. I thought
doesn't
it's
do
gonna
anything,
be
and you can keep up with them as well, which is really nice.
The lane, I think, is going to be a stomp.
Yeah.
Literally.
We have to have a soundboard. This needed a badoom.
You laughed at our jokes earlier.
Yeah,
Moxie.
you laughed
You're not
at
allowed
this.
She laughed at your jokes. She never laughed at my jokes. What can I do? I'm not going to.
So we think OG have the upper hand here. The Race King doesn't have a shot.
No, they absolutely have a shot if he
Okay.
gets out of the lane surviving. I just think that if he has to get booted when Elder Titan's like level 5 and he's level 4, that there's just not going to be enough space to recover. Lesh is a pretty greedy mid.
All right, well, let's find out how Game 2 is going to play itself out. We're heading over to a commentary duo of Moxie and Fog.
Well, it looks like we're going to get to see a set Elder Titan. And Fog, I know that you are a huge fan of this particular hero. Tell me, what are we going to expect here?
Briefcase, much briefcase, lots of damage, much fun. No, it's a good pick here, especially with like the puck and the tiny. It amplifies their damage up a lot in the mid game, so I think it's going to be pretty potent. It is a pretty greedy draft, I do feel, from Smashers with the Underlord pick as well. This is a hero that, you know, you're playing your own lane for the most part. You're not going to go help out too much to those side lanes for some time. And Leshrac and Wraith King are just individually, they do have some greed between themselves. So we'll see how they do set up these lanes. I wonder if they actually do put the Abaddon top, because I feel like that could be kind of a disaster. I feel like they might have to do some weird stuff with their lanes, because I actually do not want to have this double melee top for Smashers, because that's just going to enable Seb to get out of control. And I think you really don't want that to happen for this Elder
30
Titan.
seconds to battle.
No, you absolutely don't. This is, you know, kind of similar to game number 1 where Rasmus really had to pop off on the axe. This is going to be OG here with Seb, of course, you know, having to pop off on this Elder Titan and really, you know, start making that tempo here. But they do have a nice ward over here on the side. They can spy out quite a bit. Nice stroke of fate landing over on 2 right away. Saksa. It's just gonna...
Quite toss. He's trying.
He's just a little tiny in a big world. You know, that is a very heavy Underlord that he was chasing.
This is true. So Rune Exchange looks like Smasher should get 3. So a little bit of a decent, you know, a little bit of a better start. However, we did see, I think the other day when the team grabbed 4 bounty runes, they actually lost the series. So that was a little bit of a dust. But anyway, it doesn't matter.
That is a nice way to get started, but sometimes you just can't keep up that nice start.
And they are going to be doing exactly what we said. They're going to be putting the Underlord and the Abaddon bottom. Love it. I think this is way better, but look at what they're going to actually start out for with OG. They're actually going to have Soxa start out bottom as well to try to do some tossbacks. They do this a lot when they have a greedy carry that is going to struggle versus like something like an Underlord, this heavy, high base damage hero. They tend to start out tri-lands when they see this. So they're going to try to set up Ana for success because Ana, he's got a 20 base damage differential to Under, so they do have to help.
About to say, a lot of the times currently when OG is playing, it feels like it's a bit of a 4 protect 1 sort of deal. Thompson is always, you know, the one who's kind of making those plays early, trying to just be very annoying. But at the end of the day, it is very much, you know, on his shoulders.
Yeah, that does mean that Seb, though, is not going to get that farm that we were saying that he probably will up top, since it's going to be that tiny securing farm perspective. So maybe he will have a bit of a slower one. As we've seen them, like we said, we've seen them do this quite a lot. Just leave Seb on an island, they secure that tri-lane farm, then they make the moves later on once the Spectre or X greedy hero does get away with what he wants.
Now, I know, like, with some of the teams, you generally want to empower the hero that's going to be coming online earlier, right? So in this case, I would definitely say that that would be Seb, although hold that thought, because the action's coming out here on the bottom lane. Fnatic shield being used over here by Tofu, but Ana on the hunt, he's going to be able to collect that first blood. And are they going to try to get anything else here? Stroke of Fate over onto Rasmus. They really are just kind of struggling here. Rasmus trying to move, trying to get some of this damage off, just getting those spells down, but eventually, No Tail will collect a kill.
Yeah, so I think it really is just it is just enabling Spectre. Otherwise, he gets like nothing down here versus Underlord. So they're just gonna actually stick with the 3 of them. Tofu TP's back, but he's just dead. He went alone.
That's yeah. Even our observer, I don't think, was quite expecting that.
No, and now Rasmus, he's an Underlord down bottom without an Abaddon to TP to help him. So he has to just be careful of his positioning. If there's mana on the 2 supports, he can die. And they are going to successfully pull the lane back with a single pull, looks like. No-Tail should be able to do that one. And 1 melee creep actually gets through, so it's actually going to be able to deny most of that wave. This bottom lane is going to be a problem now for Rasmus.
I mean, you've got to do the walk of shame back down there if you're the Abaddon, and it's a lot of time where Rasmus just can't approach at all. He's not going to be able to get any sort of farm. Top lane, though, they are trying to make some
stuns.
Trying to make some things happen on Seb, but like you said, when you stack the stuns, you're not going to get that optimal amount of damage down.
Yeah, you can't be making those type of mistakes. You're heavily crushing the CS, which is fantastic right now for Hellbear Smashers, but this is an ET who's now level 3. He's gotten away with, I feel like, more than he should have up top by himself.
Toss back right over to No-Tail. He's got that ink swell on him. It's going to proc not quite enough damage here, though. Again, they follow up with that aphotic shield. But look at the way that they're zoning here. This is just free farm for the Spectre to do pretty much whatever she likes, because every time they get a little too close, they immediately get punished. Look at the Soxa already pincering into position. Toss up with the avalanche. It's a stroke of fate. Aphotic shield does buy them a bit more time, and looks like Ana's gonna back off here, just go back to farming creeps, and No-Tail does have to be a little bit careful. He is getting chased down here by Tofu, but he's gonna go safely back to his tower.
It really is such an interesting approach. Just because they really want to secure, they're keeping the tri-lane even still, claritying up on the side with Soxa, No-Tail also with the Bassi for that mana regen. They're just going to keep trying to pressure, just kill this Underlord.
Soxa has the ink swell, waits patiently, will be able to go land over onto Rasmus again. They have that aphotic shield tossed back, though, into the avalanche, right over to Ana, as No-Tail chipping away as well. Tofu doing everything he can, trying to push them back. That Firestorm does hurt, so Soxa has to back off a little bit, but meanwhile, in the top lane, they do manage to find the kill on Seb. So they are making strides in that top lane, despite the fact that this bottom lane is just so difficult. Tofu maybe staying just a little bit too long, does have the shield, though. The Sal will be used on Rasmus.
Really interesting approach. It's just sacking Seb, hoping he gets the best. He's gotten a lot, he dies, but they are securing that farm. You see Spectre with 18 last hits to Underlord's 11. That like almost never happens when it is Spectre versus something. Just look at his base damage. So that's the whole reason to why they're doing it, and we are starting to see, you know, Smasher just come out a bit more ahead out of this because the Wraith King is getting absolute free farm.
Do you like the way that they've decided to just, you know, I don't want to say put all the eggs in the basket, but the way that they're playing, just really trying to protect Ana, make sure that he can get all that farm? Or do you think they should be helping Seb?
It's a decision they made, right? It's what they it's the way that they like to play. They like making sure that Ana has a good start when he plays Greed. So So it's a different approach from each team. So if it ends up working, it's great. If they end up having this like Slark or this Spectre having a good item timing on like Blade Mail and just gets this super farm, then absolutely, it's gonna.
All right. We'll open up a Pit of Malice, followed up with Storm, and there's just so much damage coming out from Leshreck. Helps rip him down as Rasmus gets the final hit, and down goes Spectre.
The tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, they killed the Spectre, and they give the mid lane to the supports, which they would love that experience. Some excellent stuff from Smash. They're already 3k advantage.
It's a lot of damage placed on that bottom tower.
And the glyph was forced. So now the second go, Stormstormer's going to clear this wave. This tower is just dead if OG doesn't set up massive defense. Edict will just kill it.
Go. Coming in from Ana. Jump immediately with the silence. We'll get the Pit of Malice off, though. They're going to back off. He's just going to take off that Phantom's Embrace. And they do protect their tower a little longer. There's a nice double damage rune over here that Topson, I'm sure, would love to pick up.
That's actually pretty heads up. You know, they don't kill the Lesh, but they push him away from the tower, and they're going to keep this tower alive for Ana for quite a lot longer. It's a cool play. Even though they don't get the actual kill, they just force him away. I like that. Now, because of this Topson, it forces in mid, and Tofu has to be careful because of the Tiny hanging around.
The benefit of having a hero that can clear out waves, as they are going to try to slow down Rasmus. Get the Inkswell to connect. Topson's here. He's got the double damage. They've got the silence as well. As the Waning Rift comes in hot. Body blocks coming out too. And No Tail will eventually be the one to get the kill. But those are some earn charges coming over here for Topson.
And he can steal a bounty away, level 8, and he's got this DD. He can actually swing mid because he still has Jade Coil available. They actually are bringing 7, level 7 somehow.
Nice stomp landing over here on the Leshreck. Tofu immediately removing it. Topson getting position. He is going to settle here for, of course, Tofu, who is leashed up. And will get taken down.
Not bad. That's just a 5 Abaddon. Who cares about him? Get your Leshreck away. Gilder has already hit 6 on the Lion pretty early on, and Stormstormer already making another
Yep, and looks like Rasmus may be teleporting right here to his death. The Soxa being in position already. The teleports are coming out, though. I'd go for that stomp, and there it is. It's the final hit. More teleports coming out. Ace did manage to take a tower while this was going on. He does have his armlet.
Just being very active. The Lesh just moving from lane to lane with this max edict. He can easily just take out these towers. Mid tower is super low too. Topson.
Ace takes down Soxa while this is going on. The chase is on now over here on Seb. Topson can't do too much other than slice. They burst him down. The Haunt comes out. Be able to get the kill on Stormstormer, perhaps diving just a bit far. It's a nice earth spike. Tofu is going to try to keep Gilgear alive. Does have that spirit chasing after him.
Didn't finish the tower off either. It's actually at 30 HP. It's still alive in the mid lane. He's diving a bit too far. Did cost the Haunt, but well worth it for OG. Just taking out this pesky Lesh who's been quite problematic.
And still protecting this move.
Thinking about it.
They will, eventually.
Middle tower has been denied.
Bottom lane, the teleports are coming out. They want Rasmus. Bit of Malice, but the Avalanche already connecting with the stop, the sleep, the burst is there, and now they'll turn their attention right over to Stormstormer, who he's doing a lot of damage. Soxa almost falling there, but Topson will collect a kill. Finger coming out from Gilgear, though, will be able to remove Topson from this equation.
Oh no, Stormstormer, after having such glorious rotation, such a great start, back-to-back deaths as soon as he TPs out. That's still quite painful. At least they get Topson. They got
No Tail needing to be a bit careful here. That's a lot of damage coming out from Aces. Tofu just pulling here in the bottom lane as the Photic is just chasing down Seb.
I love seeing Gilder. He puts the shard to use there perfectly, just stands in front of a Tiny with his just mana drain, and Tiny can't do anything with magic immune.
Another Inkswell. They stacked up a little tight here, and they do the Blade Mail. Another Split Earth, though, coming in on it. He's not looking too great right now as a dive in over onto the back line to stop. Buys a bit more time, but they do. They take down Ana, and they take down Topson. No buyback on the Spectre. No buyback on this puck. Hellbear Smashers hitting fast, furious, and just hitting very, very hard right now as they immediately make their way down over to the bottom racks.
They should be able to go for this one too. Gilder landing, Gilder doing just clutch plays across the whole board of this game. The mana drain to stand on the high ground to bait some spells where they can't kill him. Then this last stun, he stuns the Ana, and Topson blinks on top of the stun, so he gets caught by it, gets chain hexed, gets killed. as Ace just jumps forward against himself an easy no kill.
Are under attack.
Very well played here, coming out from Smashers. He's stuck in the back. Yeah.
They just get stunned instantly.
They're gonna finish up the round. Oh, they cancel out the Uber. They've decided that they want to stay here, and they'll get themselves a Soxa.
Very clean. 11-0-6 on Ace, looking much more comfortable on Wraith King. The whole team looking phenomenal.
Seconds. Ace just can't take down this line, as eventually they take down Seb. Ana already falling. Thompson somehow still alive, and over there the finger comes out, and down goes Soxa. Only Thompson.
Support. With every single spell thrown out there, the Crimson Guard, the Pipe, all these heals from Tofu as well with the shield, the Default, Miscoil, they can't kill anybody. Even though they throw absolutely every spell, Gilger gets the initial blink to reposition himself with his team on the high ground.
Dagger Gilger jumping forward immediately. The E-Blade though coming out from the pop, hoping that they can blow up Gilger, but they just can't seem to do it. And again, he's got that magic immune as they just start draining all the mana. Down goes Ana. No buyback for 78 seconds.
Radiant's middle.
Rasmus. Yep. There's the GG. Hellbear Smashers, 22 net worth lead, have managed to take down OG. They came from the lower...
Five seconds remaining. Fnatic's turn to ban. Ten seconds. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and then you run around.
Radiance as well. Stinky cloud around you.
Yeah. So we had situations such as that.
We have a draft, by the way.
Yeah, so apparently it was FBZ who has a bit of a stomachache, so may not be able to solo kill Raven in game number 2. But maybe that's why he got the stomach. If I managed to.
Raven? What are you doing?
Beastmaster banned out, Ancient
5
Apparition banned
seconds
out,
remaining.
Fnatic banned out, IO, I think. And
Radiant team
boom.
ban.
Hey, first banned in both games by both teams.
Yeah.
Very highly regarded here. Because Ice
Also, Puck is nicely banned that out.
That is true.
You could see Mikoto playing really well with him.
10
Last
seconds
game,
remaining.
dying 0 times. And,
They look pretty done.
Fnatic stuff.
5
Oh my god,
seconds
they
remaining.
look super done.
Oh,
Wow.
so the
Fnatic
Jabs is so
turn
done,
to
he's not
pick.
even there.
They all look pretty grumpy right now. Wow. Okay.
Oh, there's Jabs.
Radiant
Change
team
to
pick.
the other team, please. I'm getting depressed.
Well, they got IO.
I actually haven't seen them
This down?
this down
Ever?
ever
Yeah.
before. Yeah.
Usually it's all laughs and happiness.
Yeah, for real. At least Raven's kind of
10
jostling around,
seconds remaining.
getting his energy back.
At least his haircut's still the same.
Maybe
5
it's because he got
seconds
his hands on
remaining.
IO. At least I hope it's a core IO. If it's a support IO, then I'm not going to go Fnatic.
You're not gonna go Fnatic either way. But I like the reflection in Raven's glasses. He's activating anime.
He just needs to push him up with one finger.
Yeah. Anime mode activated.
Radiant team pick.
Meanwhile, boom, they're vibing.
Yep, they're chilling.
Cascade is lagging.
Can't really.
FBZ looks fun. Actually, no, he doesn't.
FBZ looks like he's about to
does
lay
not
another
want-
egg, dude.
He does not want to move around, it
Yeah,
seems.
he's about to lay an egg.
10 seconds remaining.
That's an expression. I've heard that expression
Yeah.
before.
5 seconds remaining.
Didn't?
I heard that.
Oh, really?
Have you?
It's
He
a
didn't look
great,
like he did.
great expression. No, but just because you're talking about FBZ and his stomach problems, that's
No, I actually, when I made the joke, I actually thought they would pick Phoenix with them.
Fanatics
that would've
turn
been
to
good,
battle.
When I saw the video,
But where do Visage Birds come
Oh,
from,
no,
right? They
it's a
also come from
support
some
IO.
eggs, so
no, actually
Radiant
not.
team ban.
yeah, that's actually true.
But
from
all
stone
birds,
form,
all bird. I mean, he gestates it in the
Exactly.
ghost
But as Visage
ethereal
says,
form.
I am Visage.
Is that what he says?
what's the lore behind Visage
And
Tsunami?
Visage.
You have some?
The law behind what?
I don't pay attention to lore.
The law
10
behind what?
seconds
That
Visage?
is
remaining.
that's a different Dota 2 talent.
No, Visage
My-
and Razor
5
are both
seconds
from the
remaining.
Underscape. And I believe, is Visage or Razor? One of the two is the guardian of the Underscape.
That's Razor. He's like
That's Razor,
he's like
okay.
the Minotaur of the labyrinth.
Yeah, and Visage is also from the Underscape. He has like a different sort of job. I don't remember what.
So he's not a prisoner. Because I saw the chains on his legs and I was like, oh, maybe
Fanatics
maybe he's a
turn to
prisoner.
Escaped
ban.
convict.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
He escaped
His
the
familiars
Underscape.
broke him
Yeah,
out.
Razor in Warcraft 3 was actually always in labyrinths. Like that model was always guarding some labyrinths. and
But he was
whatnot.
also Gillette advertiser.
That as well, of course. Okay, we do see a couple of Visage picks
10
on position
seconds
boards, perhaps
remaining.
in the Chinese region. We'll see. If
Radiant team ban.
Cloning.
yeah. We'll see if they flex it up like that as well. Like position 4 Visage is fine, but as heroes deal with you,
I just don't want to
Like
see this
gyrocopter.
+1 Visage again. That did not work out at all. It looked very lackluster.
Wait, you don't want to see 4 Visage?
No,
10
one Visage.
seconds
one
Because
Visage.
remaining.
Boom did that before, and they got
That's
dumped.
right.
Yeah, they
yes.
lost to Medusa.
And
5
this time they're going to
seconds
be up
remaining.
against a gyrocopter who can also quickly kill your familiars.
Fanatics
Yeah, it's not
turn
easy.
to ban.
it's maybe even better than versus a Medusa. You can actually kill the gyro if you
Yeah.
chain lock him.
I mean, if it's even a carry gyro.
Yeah.
Get ahead of ourselves.
Could be a position 5 gyro, position 1 IO as well.
I
But
don't
mostly-
have faith in Fnatic to flex it up like that. I
10
think they've already
seconds
shown their
remaining.
support core pairing and IO support.
But Raven always played a really good
5
IO.
seconds
That's what I thought
remaining.
in season 1, and then they picked it. Fnatic got their hands on IO in one of the Execration games, I believe.
Yeah,
Verify.
they played IO many times before as a core.
Yeah, so Fnatic had IO Bristleback in game 2 of the Execration.
I
But
mean,
the
the
Bristol is
bans
banned
also
here.
indicate
Right.
that we can carry gyro. And honestly, the lane is not
Radiant
easy against
team
Visage
ban.
Mart. They actually have the burst potential to kill the IO or the gyro. Even in the game also.
No, for sure. Because usually how you play with an IO lane is try to region over time and you slowly wear someone down. But when you're playing versus Visage, you can't do that as he nukes you to half
10
HP.
seconds.
I actually thought he's
remaining.
not there, but it's really
Shadow
dark.
form.
Yeah, exactly.
He went to the Shadow
5
Realm.
seconds remaining.
Maybe they're going to play Willow.
He banished himself.
And plus, God's Rebuke will probably instantly fill up Soul Assumption charges.
Yeah, that does.
Especially if you hit both, you're probably going to get all bars.
I mean, like if you get Grave Shield,
Grave Chill.
Grave Chilled.
Yeah.
Chilled.
Yeah, and then Spear, and then Rebuke. You can probably get out 2 nukes at the same time as well.
Yeah.
Like a hero is gonna die. It's a lot of damage. And also on the relocate, you can get a double stone form. Maybe if you get the shard, you can get a triple.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Pretty good. I like Wizard in general. I think he was pretty underpicked still. I was very impressed when I saw him.
Problem is, the first game he was impressive.
From his team, he still had the best performance though.
I feel like the hero can work and can be really strong, but under certain
10 seconds.
Yeah, it's not always like super good.
I would still say that there are more versatile
5
and more
seconds
flexible
remaining.
cores that you can Mars than. Let's see if Fnatic actually find the right way of dealing with these layers.
Fnatic's turn
This
to
is
pick.
bird side, all that. If you deal with the layers, you can deal with the hero.
I love Ember personally against.
Yeah, it's not bad.
But now Grimstroke is on the board, so Ember is. Man, this Grimstroke and Visage combo is actually so good. Once you reach level 15, you got a double soul assumption.
Doesn't work.
10 seconds remaining.
No, it doesn't work.
Why not?
It's one of the rare hard-coded exceptions on
5
Soul.
seconds
It
remaining.
even works with Lion. Oh.
I know, it's weird. Soul assumptions like the that doesn't work. There's...
Maybe because you can spam it out every 4 seconds, so.
Lion double ult just wins you the game right there.
I'm not really sure why it doesn't work even.
Well, Ice Frog, you know what to do.
Shadow Shaman's Aether Shock works with it.
I mean, Lion Impale works.
Radiant team
Shackle even
pick.
works, I believe.
Yeah, but some of the weird ones like Nether Strike won't bash both. It'll go on to the other target that you didn't target.
It sounds like spaghetti coding.
It's spaghetti coding for sure. But yeah, Visage, at least last time I tested, Soulbind.
Well,
But still, Inkswell plus Familiar, you can
10
Inkswell
seconds
Familiars,
remaining.
right?
No, you can't.
No, you can't.
You can't also? I thought you can.
You can't use
5 seconds
lots of
remaining.
stuff
Are you
like
sure?
that.
Because I've definitely casted it on creep heroes like Spirit Bear and Warlock Golem. I don't know if I've done it on Familiar.
You haven't.
I'm pretty sure you can. I'll test it out later on in the lobby, but I play a lot of Visage. Birds are everything that's bad for them can affect them. Everything that's good for them can affect them.
Doesn't Paralyzing Cask stun them for the creep duration?
Yeah.
Fanatics turn to
Makes no
pick.
sense.
I love Bristle against Visage. Quill him.
It's banned out, but it's. Oh man, like this is a blast from the past when it comes to the carry matchup. You have Sven versus Gyro. The old school way of dealing with IO Gyro is pick something that can farm as fast and
10
it
seconds
actually
remaining.
wins in the late game, and that's Sven. So, interesting. Plus a good laning combo
5
with
seconds remaining.
Grimstroke throughout the game is good with him.
And Mars is quite good with him too. Because the Cleave AoE is actually the arena radius, I believe. One guy, bleed.
Assuming they don't get snowballed, Fnatic pick up a Tusk.
Imagine all 4 snowballs. Sven is just waiting there. Come out, bro.
Stone form lands right on top of it. So what do you trust Trion on this game? Centaur still available in the pool?
It's tough, man. If you're an offlane mid player or mid offlane player, what is the most suitable here for you? Prophet, something that can farm, something.
If you remember S4 and his days when he started transitioning, it was pretty much Puck Quap that he played on
Bad
offlane.
Rider,
Yeah, he would just play mid lane heroes on offlane.
I think his first transitional hero was probably like Timber Spa. It bridged the gap for him, I feel.
Because it was also mid hero at the time.
Exactly.
Yeah. But it's tough. Like Timber would.
Fanatics turn to ban.
Centaur
Just
again.
a normal Centaur.
I actually feel Centaur can get punished quite bad by Grimstroke's Vendo.
It's pretty good though when it comes to the itemization that you go for Crimson, you're negating the damage, and from this. So useless. The birds actually died.
We thought Crimson would be great last game against the Phantom Lancer.
And he didn't go for it.
He didn't go for it.
Yeah.
5
In this
seconds
game,
remaining.
it's just as good. Maybe even a little bit worse because you're mostly countering the poor Visage. Versus Sven is nice. I would like to see it this time around.
Centaur, I've seen yesterday in the EU region also struggled to Grimstroke lane. Grimstroke is one of the best heroes against. I'm a little bit scared for him.
Radiant team ban.
Problem is, yeah, Grimstroke is really good, but you have Tusk against Grimstroke. Tusk usually does fairly well
Fanatics
if
turn
he
to ban.
plays properly. Snowball on Inkswell, you wait it out, you think afterwards.
Alright, it definitely is like an outplay kind of lane. It's just very simple for boom play rather than Fnatic who actually have to outplay, I feel like.
Yeah.
Which, right now, they don't seem to
Fnatic
be doing a whole
is not
lot.
in a position to be outplaying anything right now.
Like,
They just
you
need
want
to
to
normal
go,
play.
yeah, as stable
5 seconds
as possible.
remaining.
Yeah.
Just do your thing you need to do. Try
Nothing
to win
fancy,
a game of that.
nothing
Exactly.
complicated.
Radiant
We haven't
team
seen
back.
any Mikoto Visage, but that's also an option. It's very flexible for them. They
Fnatic's turn to pick.
Well, what are we looking for from here? I mean, I gotta go back to it. I like DK. DP has been banned. DK is also banned.
and DP. DK and DP both
They
banned out.
targeted him.
Well, Moon, what you got?
You can't play Storm again. That's also banned out. And if anything, I want to see a Spirit
10
for Boom. I
seconds
want to see someone
remaining.
who can jump on this IO in the back lines. That's the one thing kind of
Oh,
lacking.
you still have
5
Ember. You
seconds
still have
remaining. Radiant
Yeah.
team pick.
Ember is banned already.
But you have Void.
Bad Rider, okay.
Okay.
Now, Quap has been banned out already. And
what
Puck
else?
is banned out too.
DP as well.
Yeah.
You don't
I think
really have a lot
Void,
of heroes.
I think Void is still fine. You can dissimulate out of Napalm stacks. He'll still chase you, but
10 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
They have a very well-rounded draft again. You have
5
this
seconds remaining.
Lasso into Relocate. You have Star Engage or Engage with. I like their draft, but troublesome.
yeah, it still seems high execution. Fnatic in the past 3 games that we've seen them.
It's also a hero that deals with Visage, Batrider. Eat the layers.
Oh yeah.
But
with
I also
whatever
felt
spell.
like in the past it can kind of go both ways. If you get a Grave Chill on him, the birds can kind of destroy him.
Until the BKB. But
Yeah,
after
until
the
BKB.
BKB, you're just fooled.
If there's still the item build, I don't even know what's the item build on Bad Rider anymore.
That's true. Batrider got a lot of nerfs recently between Napalm getting super buffed on creeps and then getting super nerfed afterwards.
Back to basics.
Back to
basically.
basics.
It was the same build, right? With the Aghanims and Shard and whatnot.
Yeah, I think that build is dead because the shard got changed. Now it's the Flame Break Prize a Napalm stack instead of the ally.
It's a tough pick for Mikoto.
Choose your
Void
hero.
It's the Void Spirit, the most obvious one, I guess.
Yeah.
But also the one that makes the most sense.
I actually like
just-
Fnatic's draft again.
Just
a little
looking at
bit
the
better,
draft,
yeah.
yeah.
But can I go with the
Do you
draft?
trust
once again?
them?
I don't. Problem.
They need to earn the trust. If they can pull off this draft, I'll be very encouraged. Game number 3, because it is a good draft, but it's not an easy draft. You can't just.
Ten seconds remaining.
I'll go with Boom. I think this Visage position 4 can work. Also, I think Void Spirit is a decent matchup against the Batrider. Sven, hero that got buffed. We've seen some at the major. We've seen some in the other regions as well. I feel like this hero is extremely strong and a bit underused. So I'm gonna go with him.
Hear me, hear me. I have an announcement to make. Today's game, thank you. Appreciate it. Going boom. Here comes the boom. Didn't hear me. Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yeah, game number 2. And a little bit of trust with Fnatic from the panel. I'm a little bit surprised.
Prepare
So
for
far,
battle.
0 and 3.
It's tough because you expect Fnatic to be, a lot cleaner with their executions and playing a lot better than this, and they're slumping, and teams do slump. I can understand wanting to give them another chance in terms of predictions, but I don't think this is going to be a walk in the park here for Boom. Fnatic is still rostered with great players, and question of who executes better, of course.
We'll have to see. Now, one thing I dislike is whenever I play Tusk into Grimstroke, it feels very awkward because you can't snowball when you're leashed. There's a silence as well on top of that, so it could be a bit problematic getting those saves up. Execute should die with the tag team. They're gonna give it to Moon.
So we'll give him the bit of a boost over mid. And that's the power that you're gonna find from the Tusk early. Question is, will that ability pressure be able to stay from jabs on this Tusk as the game goes by? And I'm not sure it will. So we'll see how this goes. Dreamacell towards bottom here, and we've seen Sven a couple times. We saw it in the Chinese region the other day. Felt very strong.
It certainly did. One problem I have in this one is, like, you get lassoed, there is no counterplay to that. Like, whoever gets lassoed, you have BKB piercing ability for the Sven later on. Once the BKB's drowned, drop down to 6 seconds. So we'll have to see. Like, bottom lane, a lot of pressure. You know, Grimstroke needs to be careful about his positioning, especially since they will hit that level 2 a bit faster. Like, one good eye shard to block him off into hoof stomp plus a double edge. It's a deadly lane. You need to be very careful as a Grimmin.
That being said, I would almost say the same for the Tusk, right? Let yourself get hit by too many strokes of fate. If a silence comes in with a Stormhammer, Sven could output that damage. Good Aether Remnant from Makoto, who's dealing with 10 stacks of sticky napalm at the moment.
Hammers await our enemy.
Are you just collecting the magic wand charges?
Ready for a fight.
Investing. I'll tank the 10 of those. I'll trade it for the magic wand charges, and I'm good to go. Exactly.
Eating that tag team. We've seen Chuan on this Centaur a couple times, so I'm wondering if we're going to see a better performance from him. This isn't the Rubik lane with Centaur. This isn't a Lion lane with Centaur. How well is he going to do now with this Tusk? Because he has been struggling in the off.
Yeah, he's saving a point right now on Tusk to see whether they need, like, if they make an aggressive move. If Boom goes in with the Stormhammer, he can just snowball people out, dodge the Ink Swell. And if they see the opportunity to block him off with the shards, he's going to go for that. Sven needs to be also a bit careful. He needs to bring a bit more regen. Cascute still has one healing cell, one tango, but you should not be staying at half HP. They're going to go. Like, they see Jabs is away from him.
Yeah, they're going to go into the Centaur, trying to get this to the Ink Swell tag team. And this should be enough damage, but the snowball, and there's the kill for Dreamacell. He'll end up getting traded, though. Not exactly what you want for the Sven. They saw that he was away, but they just didn't completely take advantage of it at that point. Top lane, it can get difficult for Fnatic. We've seen how much damage this Soul Assumption can do.
This lane wants to go in and out region for Fnatic, while Boom, they want to go in and kill people with the combo. Visage, he consumes a lot of mana. We've seen some in the Chinese region as a position 4, I believe 2 times in a row. Looked very good. Felix Xiaoba played it, if I'm not mistaken. Where, yeah, where he was just super farmed. Went for Guardian Greaves, like Solar Mech first item pretty much, and then in one of those games there was like a Crimson Guard and a 5. Like, you can get super tanky with this hero.
And really just produce so much. You're outputting damage, sustainability, you feel good.
You're pretty much playing position 3 from position 4 when you have that 4 Visage.
Q with this clarity, just trying to get that mana up. As much damage as he can with that Circle Bait up top. Soul Assumption with the spear. A lot of damage on a Raven.
They needed a bit more. If Mars did not have a point in Bulwark. Not sure why he has it in this lane.
It's my right!
Like, just be able to God's Rebuke him or 1 extra point in Spear would be enough damage to bring him down.
Again, looking to throw out the soul.
And now Visage, he like used, like, this is very costly. Spell 125 mana, Visage full is okay-ish, but he consumes a lot of mana. Also popped the Mango, didn't get anything out of it. Now he has 1 spell only.
Right. So he's going to need that mana regen as much as he can, and I believe both couriers are towards top.
My thanks will come later, when you least expect it.
Now, put on FBZ, Hyde gets himself a couple mangoes, he's got no herb ready to go. And Inkswell again, it'll be avoided thanks to the snowball. There's another save, they've got the hook stop, they're doing quite a bit of damage, they have the shards placed perfectly. Dreamcell in trouble, one's taking a lot of damage, so that'll pull him off trying to get this kill onto the spin.
They shouldn't try to play aggressive with the Inkswell. Instead, they need to wait for the snowball to pop off and then try to go for the Inkswell, because he will be there. Like, you have enough time to use the snowball if you're in vicinity.
Hyde. Really low there himself.
I have bunting for
in
you.
favor of Fnatic. Jabs, though, is a bit far forward. Inkswell again, there's the snowball once more. That's going to go on to Dreamcell.
There's no point of using it. Like, this is the 3rd time that it already got dodged. Time to learn a lesson.
Are you
Costing
okay?
130 mana every single. That's a decent chunk. And it's a 1k lead for Fnatic. This is something that we saw Boom. They were kind of getting the advantages in all the lanes via just the CSing. Maybe not feeling that as much. I will say, though, you still have Makoto, who's performing really well, and he's got himself that level 6. So does Moon. There's a little bit of lead there for the Void Spirit.
Just a slight lead in terms of CS. Bottom needs to be careful for the rotations coming out from Void Spirit. He will gladly TP, clean them up, especially if he feels like he can't lane. So this is what I'm talking about, like just the bottom rotate, TP rotation to the bottom. Centaur still not level 6, now they're gonna go.
Yeah, they have this advantage. He's taking 3-1 over, and Tusk is actually towards top. So while this is happening, Ron gets a stun on the 2. They're going to try and come over and get the kill on a Hyde. He's on the run. The homing missile hits, and Raven's damage is too much. They lose an offlaner for a 4. And they do now have a 2k lead. But that's Makoto coming over and getting an assist.
Centaur's super tanky, and Tusk already went to the top lane. He TP'd, so that means like they know that Centaur's going to be alone at the bottom for some time. Big stack, scouted by Kez here. I don't think they can contest this, so Moon is just going to be able to farm it up.
You could throw strokes, but he's pulling. Feel comfortable throwing it from.
Getting very close to Boots of Travel. This is going to be a good timing on Boots of Travel. Then you have this relocate eventually plays. Boots of Travel, Batrider set things up. Centaur with the Stampede can close the gap. Sven right now just finished off the Mask of Madness. Like, it's time to bail. Bottom lane, like, you're not gonna feel safe. He TPs instantly. You just want to be in the jungle, be in the triangle, get some stacks. There is a deep ward from Fnatic that's scouting things out.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah, they
is
need to
under
be
attack.
careful of that, because it is spotting these stacks being made. And they can contest if they do get a couple of kills here. Get a pick-offs and take the stacks with the Batrider or even the Gyro. Gyro going into that
Radiant's
Axe
bottom
first
tower
item.
is under attack.
That Blade of Alacrity.
So the way Dota works is, okay, enemy carry hero moves to jungle, like he does not want to be there, so there's going to be one hero collecting XP on the bottom. So potentially you know that their position 4 is not going to play the bottom lane. He's going to be either mid or try to make a move on the top lane. So stuff like that is easily predicted in Dota.
It's quite crazy that Fnatic have a 3k lead at the moment. All their cores are just farming so well.
They had a big stack. Like, there's a clear difference between the mid laners, 600 gold. because they made a big stack. Batrider can farm it, has enough money to buy that Boots of Travel.
You look stunned.
Again, 4. Jay, who's level 5 at the moment, he's going into the mech. See what Hyde wants to go for. They're starting to rotate. See if they can make something. Do have level 6 available on FPC. Have that arena. Well, once again, that's going to land onto the Centaur. Kezcute here by himself. Rotations coming in for Fnatic. That's the gyro coming over bottom. So Kezcute, he's going to survive. Not been able to dive and find him just yet. Doesn't find him at all.
Radiant's bottom
Really gyro shows at the bottom lane. They're like, we're just gonna trade. Let's trade tier 1 tower for tier 1. Mars is level 6. Don't think they can contest this. So it's just gonna be a trade. Io getting closer to his level 6. They have a Stampede to work with. They could potentially like have this global presence. Batrider finished the Boots of Travel going into BKB. Next item, I like the BKB because they have no abilities that go through like Magic Immunity. He should be fine. He should feel safe. Like if he gets the BKB off before,
Dreamcell in trouble. Waller's Punch comes out. We've got the lasso. He has no way to survive this, and he'll just fall. And that's not only going in and getting that kill, but by the stack that they really need to protect. Kezcute's gonna make another stack, even though that with that kill and a Dreamcell
is under attack.
He knows that they're aware of these stacks being made for the spend. They're gonna need to protect them, that's for sure.
Batrider has Invis, no lasso. However, he could be the one being in the triangle trying to steal away some of those creeps. But it seems like it's not going to be the case. Sven with the God Strength just having a bit too much damage at the moment.
Down and roll. We've got the actual step. The damage on jab, so pop the tag team. They're going to relocate into this one. Try and make something happen with the TP out. So they at least got the Mars away, but Kodo on the run. Inksoul doesn't land on anybody. Batrider trying to move in. Ice got those familiars at work, and they might catch Moon. Got the Stormhammer. They have the familiars for the start with the Aether Remnant. Moon is gone, caught in no man's land.
That was nicely done by Boom. Like, instant TPs, they understand the Rocket does not have enough time. They have nothing to stop the TPs with. We killed Tusk, and they also get a free one. They got one extra kill from killing Moon.
Get that kill on the Moon, and all of a sudden, Dreamcell with those stacks, with that kill, slides into the top position in net worth. Kodo going for that Yules. That'll help him have the control that he needs to catch these heroes with the Aether Remnant.
It's a good way of dodging spells. Like Rocket, Snowball, potentially removing the Napalm charges from the Batrider. There's a lot of value from that item. And of course, the setup for your Remnant.
Hyde being a nuisance. Something he's done really well in this series. Last game is that Mirana 2-minute chase with an Undying, not allowing him to sacrifice himself.
He's going for a Medallion, doesn't have much farm on this visit.
He gets used as the fight over mid rages on, but they've got the Aether and Waller's Punch used on Kezcute. Shards are perfect. Kezcute will die.
To go back to Visage Dog, I would love to see him get some farm priority. There's a big difference between position 5s and 4s. Like, look at the net worth.
Support difference.
Yeah, it's just 1,000 gold already. Jabs, reload, Snowball, looks pretty dead.
They've got the tag team, they're going to go on this, and you look at the damage coming through. Fnatic moving around the map really well, and they're taking out these supports that really don't have anything to their name to survive.
And Centaur can play aggressively, like he's showing in the river, doesn't care too much, has some backup if needed with the tier 1 TPs. Could plus Vanguard kind of makes him unkillable at the moment. They need Sven. Like, they need Sven to be able to go through the tankiness of the Centaur. Echo Saber done. Unfortunately, Echo Saber cannot be upgraded to anything in this patch. Was a bit too OP, I would say, in the previous one.
I'm going to TP towards top, nearby this. So Sven, Master Madness, Echo Saber going into the BKB. See how much he can do with that. Makoto almost finishing off that Yules. Should see FBZ at some point go into a Blink Dagger, but he's also going into a safe spot as DJ and has got the arena as well as the spear. That'll land him. Surprise the tether away. As well on top, FBZ with the kill. Hyde stays smoked that entire time. Maybe they could get a +1 on this. They are looking to wrap around. FBZ has got a full wand to get that mana back.
Plus a Soul Ring as well. He's going to be pretty much full mana if he pops 2 of those.
God Strength, and it looks like Fnatic want to defend this. That was a early God Strength.
Radiant's top tower
Whistle comes through, and there's the stun to follow it up. Aether Remnant Snowball, that's the save. To help out Moon, the deck from Dream Cell isn't going to be enough. The Black Hand pop by Raven. This fight is migrating up towards top end of the stairs. They've got Soulbind down, but FBZ, he's dead. Having a leader to work with, by losing those familiars and now needing to run, so does the rest of Boom. Fnatic continuing to chase. Dream Cell
still available.
Just taking these stacks, and similarly, Astral Step gets out of the hands of Moon.
Surprised they decided to siege like that. I think it's necessary to kill one hero before going in like that. The Centaur, he just parks his body in front of it, and he's like, I don't care if you guys go on me. There's a possible mech, the relocate play. You put yourself in a bad spot. So Sven going into BKB, like that's gonna give him a lot of free movement. They still have 2 abilities that go through magic instantly. God, that is got so much damage.
Double damage is popped. They'll look to get this kill. But now he's got the lasso. They have the relocate. They can't get the kill there onto his Batrider. They'll bring in Raven as well as DJ and turn this around to get the kill on a Kescute. Even with the double damage, it just wasn't enough coming in from Makoto, and it was more just the difficulty dealing with his positioning on the cliff and everything, going around and around.
It's Roshan time. They're picking it out with the tag team, with the side gunner. They have enough damage.
Nothing
Dire's bottom tower
really do to
is under
stop
attack.
this. This game's starting to feel like it all comes down to Dream. Smoke heading over. Fnatic kind of have this information. They're also getting deterred. Will be the fact that Makoto is here throwing out these Aether Remnants. Sentry down, wait, coach stop, that lands on it too. They're gonna call down, followed up as well. Flame is coming under the head. Taking a lot of damage, coming over here.
They're not committing yet.
Aether Remnant. Step away, head to the arena. They've got the kill on Jeff, they've got the arena, they're gonna try to run the look over to DJ. That's 3 dead on Fnatic. It all goes wrong. FBZ lands the arena. That works out real well for them. They've got the silence of advantage in place. They control of Raven. They kill off this gyro, and it's a 4-0 for Boom. Roshan's their prize, a buyback committed by Chavs. Even bring this game back immediately.
FBZ, he was so patient with that arena. They went in, they scouted things out because they didn't have that much damage. Tag team is good, but once tag team is down, like IO doesn't provide you with any kind of damage, neither does Batrider. So it took them quite a bit of a time to get it. Oh, someone dropped an item. Dragon Scale dropped on the ground.
Familiar stuns.
For a moment, I thought that was like a big item that someone...
It was Boom's item.
It was Centaur. He's, dropping the items while he's using the stun.
Are you okay?
Yeah, but... Yeah, that was Boom's Dragon Scale that's now picked up by Centaur. So, he just gets free 5 armor and 5 HP regen. That feels great. Thanks for the item. It came from, I believe, the Cobalt on Makoto's trusty shovel.
Dire structures are fortified.
Couldn't that have been anything else? It's not going to help this Centaur really well.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, because he needs armor. Like, this hero doesn't have high armor. Now with the chainmail, with the dragon scale. For a moment, I thought he was just DMing, dropping his neutral item while he's stunning.
Not getting chased. 4 heroes here to get a kill out of the Visage. They're also going to try and get these familiars, and they will get both.
Makoto, all the snowball, quick reactions from Jabs. Makoto,
this is huge.
No way to survive.
This is big kill. Now he tried to play with them there a bit. Now Sven has the Aegis, not the best hero to hold the Aegis. You know, these transformation heroes are not that good. Maybe it would have been better if Void Spirit picked it up, but in this case, you know, it's better because he dies there, possibly dies one more time.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
BKB finish for the Sven, who's top of the net worth. Dream of Cell. Goes bottom, he's going Daedalus now.
Radiant's courier has been
Blink Dagger queued up as well. I think you pick up a Blink Dagger to be able to position yourself. There's still no need to get a shard. The spell mechanic, no Ghost Scepters yet, no Glimmer Capes.
So now they have 2 dragons. Blink swell, blink forward, it's on a Raven! The land was split up all save. They're also going to bring DJ in for the reload. And that'll get him out. So they've committed on the side of Boom. They don't get anything for it, and they'll come right back into the fight. If it's only a relocate over to the side, the Soulbind's in as well. So the Phantom's Embrace, the Soul Assumption goes not good. It's not going to be a good amount of damage. With BKB Popeye now. Lasso on FBC, trying to ball it back. Straight up, along with the damage. FBC's got so is Moon. Going in right onto the gyrocopter. Now he focuses his attention onto the IO. DJ though, not dying just yet. Finally a shot in. They're going to kill the DJ. They end up losing Hyde, but they've got the damage to make it take out Dream of Cell. He's trying to survive. Buyback from DJ uses the warp by Inswell lands onto this Centaur, and he still has the damage to kill off Jabs. He's going to respawn, but can they save him? Stop with the rocket barrage. 4 heroes here. They fall back on move for this. What? And they will get the kill. They fall back on move.
Why did he buyback there? Like they got the kill without him. There was no need. He does not have lasso. He does not have a BKB. Not sure what the plan there was, but at least they got Sven. Like, you can see the damage coming out from the Sven. Once he has that ulti, now it's going to be level 3 God Strength. It's going to hurt. They need to kite him. They need to get some armor. They need to get the Ghost Scepters up until he gets the Shard. You'll see that one again.
Taking a look.
So good initiation, but even better a snowball save. He's buying time. Relocate already charged. Takes him out.
Saves on saves for Fnatic, making it very hard for
Grimstroke needs to be careful how he uses his ulti. Like, most of the time it was used when they're backing off. It's just too much damage. Like, if he wants to buy back, like, he should buy back here immediately.
With how deep this Sven is, yeah. Sven still, through all this too, looks like he's going to die there. Rocket Barrage goes there.
He uses Warcry, wand, and then just shreds through Tusk.
Rocket Barrage, Hyde again, he's dead.
That'll learn ya!
They continue to keep this lead at about 3 to 4K. Settles down a couple times. The experience now back to even. Stampede, Aether Remnant, Moon. He gets caught. Dissimulate. Kodo the other way. He's got one Astro Step. The worst things on both these heroes. They're going to catch the Kodo again. Makoto's really trying to play cheeky, and he's paying for it.
I will put you to good use.
Not cheeky enough. A lot of mistakes from both of these teams in game number 2. Like, a lot of unnecessary deaths, buybacks. Sven now has a Blink Dagger. It looks like they still want to take this fight.
God Strength, the damage, and the snowball.
Oh, he actually speared them closer to the snowball, so he made a snowball straight away. Good on the front.
Soulbind as well as the benefit of great damage. Now he gets the Gems to look over at the Centaur. DJ comes with the call that we use, but he has enough to clean kills DJ.
Yeah, it's 115%. Really Fat Rider keeps trying to go in.
Lasso being swelled. Here, pushing Raven away. Warcry used. They've got the silence. The damage on a Raven. He needs to be careful. You do not have an IO to help you
out, but FBZ, he's getting really tangled up.
Sven might be able to jump in. After using a swell on him, no ulti.
And there's the stun, the buyback from the Centaur. It's not going to be in time. It works. Sword crest, and the damage is there. Hyde gets the kill, but again, Dream is so traded. So he gets these kills, and he's continuing to shut down Fnatic at times.
But Fnatic, they're using buybacks. Like, this is the third time they use a buyback. They're still chasing out Makoto back in.
Yeah, Makoto trying to fight this. They'll use the Stampede. Astral step away. Makoto gets a little bit aggressive to the point where now he has to deal with the Centaur as well as Bad Rider, who does have the blink jack and the snowball coming through. Makoto is playing his hand, and Moon gets the kill. It's back and forth and sloppy all around. They can't stay within their lines as they try to go in this picture.
It's just funny how Visage shows up and just instantly disappears. It feels like he thinks the hero is super tanky. Yeah, Solar Crest plus Gravekeeper's Cloak. It gives you some tankiness, but you have like no magic resistance. Like, I would love to see like possibly a good on him. Hescute looks pretty dead on the bottom.
Worth it. I'll have the brisket. My heart will have you. The dusk is always
It's
ready
very hard
for
to
a
predict
fight.
what's going to happen in this game.
Like, it doesn't even feel like a 6K lead. A lot of that, you know, dude, comes from the split between the IO and the Grimstroke. So that's about 2K, and then
Got it.
that to the Void and the Centaur to the Mars. See what Boom can do. It feels like there's been some non-stop. All right, we all respawn, smoke up, go. Okay, we all respawn, smoke up, go. But
It's
Roche
not
is
the
soon.
cleanest Dota, but it's a fun Dota to watch because there's constant action. 37 kills, 25 minutes in.
Bounty.
Visage, he realizes, man, I need to tank up. It's just not enough. This Solar Crest, I think Solar Crest is a great item, don't get me wrong, but I think you need to fight for like 5 medallions. Sounds much better than the full Solar.
Going for the Daedalus. Roche is very soon. 20 more seconds. Boom are postured by this. We'll see if they can grab themselves Roche. They should be able to take it pretty quickly. And this is Shard, so see who the Shard ends up going to.
Dire's top tower.
Sven decided to go for a new talent. He did not have that one before, plus 10 Warcry armor. So it's 8-second duration, 25 AoE armor.
So much armor. Anytime we talk about armor, by the way, I always think of the Nether Shawl. Just how little armor it is.
Oh yeah, it's -3. Like,
oh man,
take this better,
-3.
good.
They're gonna come and try and fight Wings forward, looking over for FBZ, but the Spear lands, so that's gonna lash you. The Stampede already, the Shards coming out. There's the Blink as well as the Lasso. They've got the lockdown on FBZ. They have to look at killing cards and then turn this into Roche. If
He has buyback. Roche spawned earlier. You can't scout things out with the Courier, but you can scout things out with the Familiar, which is nice. It's being pinged out. Fnatic, they want to scout things out, see if it's spawned. Sven, unfortunately, does not have a TP, but using the Courier, bringing a TP, which is on cooldown for 50 seconds. So if they want to contest this, he needs to run.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The rest of the team needs to deter them from taking this Roche.
Yeah, someone needs to go in.
They've got the scan, they know they're there, they haven't fought back yet. The buyback might be enough to drag him out of the pit, but now it's not. At this point, they're going to get themselves the Roche. It looks like they're going to get themselves a free shot.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Great. Execute on the run. Wheels up into the air is Moon, and they've got the homing missile focusing its attention onto the Great Stroke. Not even needed. The Walrus Punch will help get that kill.
Maybe they thought, you know, first time around, they did not have enough damage, so we're gonna do the same. They took it slowly. Surprised Sven decided to TP back, considering the Roche could potentially spawn.
Give that Shard to Jabs, by the way. Frozen Sigil.
It's almost
Radiant's middle
perma
tower
available
is
if it's
under
not
attack.
killed. 30 seconds cooldown. Lasts for 25. It doesn't reduce attack speed anymore. It's just slowing for 40% now.
Radiant's top
That's a lot.
tower is under attack.
Says it. Why is that written?
Yeah, it also doesn't give any damage to allies. Ally damage extra, also 0. Extra
Radiant's
gold
top
received,
tower has fallen.
0. Because it had, you know, it had attack slow before, but it should definitely get rid of that.
A little clutter in there. 11k lead now for Fnatic. Like, this is kind of just spiraling. Although the fights still feel close because of the God Strength. You just jump in, blow these heroes up.
Like, they will take this fight. They will take the fight. Sven has enough money to buy full Daedalus. Was a bit worried. Where's his courier at? Doesn't have the courier. Does not want to go to the enemy secret shop.
KB soon.
Radiant's middle tower is under
double
attack.
Damage in that bottle. Panic ready to go. Raven very farmed. We'll see if he can survive. He's got a couple saves with his team. Sven walking all the way to the Dire secret shop to pick up this Daedalus.
He was there 30 seconds ago. He was just afraid. He waited until enemy heroes showed up. Now full Daedalus.
Is under attack.
Getting closer to that level 25. Batrider is super tanky. He has a blink dagger, lance, quick silver amulet, a lot of move speed. You know, if he grabs that Sven, they don't necessarily need to kill him during the BKB because he's a tough target to kill through BKB, but just try to waste his BKB duration and then go for him. They have enough tools to deal with him. Have 2 BKB piercing abilities, so something that Svens are always going to be afraid of.
Sigil just there to scout.
Dire are scanning.
Rain spear back. Call themselves Raven. Now the Lotus Orb bouncing things back, but it's going to be enough to get the kill here on the Satanic. Check out his first match with off the Satanic. They're onto the back line. The BKB as well. Got Raven off the gun. Can they get the kill here with the lasso now? Sven in trouble. Raven getting low. He's healed up again. Dream himself finally. You get the kill on the Jet. They'll look over the rest. But Poke Stomp stepping up. Dream himself in some trouble. Can't survive. He ends up gone. And he does not have buyback. He just fought out on the Daedalus. How many times are they going to get Raven low and not get this kill? They've caught Makoto too. Got no astral step. He is very dead.
This might be it. Sven, he deals ton of damage. That's another good snowball save coming on from Tusk, just buying time, then lasso during the BKB duration. As I mentioned, you don't have to kill him, just waste his BKB and then you can stun lock him 60 seconds without a buyback. Good initiation, however, like they make a really good jump, but they needed Sven to jump with that gyrocopter and just burst him down, because otherwise he's not dying. The sustain from Io plus Satanic is a bit too much.
Yeah, there was 2 times where Raven got low, and he didn't die either time. He pops that Satanic and gets himself back up to full, and then the tether comes in from the IO, back up to full again, didn't even use the Aegis.
Sven tried to jump the backline. Potentially they could have tried to kill Gyro once, so they have one more fight possibly once the Sven is out.
Low,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Get back. I say that, but he never actually got into the base. He's dead for 70. They'll go for the tier 4s. Sven's back up. God strength yet, though.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
To try and make something happen, but again, it's Satanic available.
Heads up now. Now it's time to go.
Away. They've got the last once again on the Sven. They threw him up. They should get the kill. So jumps in just to dive a funky Fnatic. Take game number 2. It was a very ambitious attack.
No BKB, no God strength in the end. They just burst him down. Hard one though against the lasso. There is no save. There's no real steroids for this Sven in this game other than the Solar Crest. Fnatic, they managed to bounce back. So 1-1 right now. They look much better than in game number 1. Like the movement.
Outing anti-mage because of the ability of the opponent just kind of group up as 5. The question is whether or not OG can prolong this game long enough, because anti-mage will be able to kind of just blink around the map at will. There's really no way to kill him, so I think they'll do a better job this game. Anti-mage will capitalize on a bit of space much more than Spectre.
Okay.
But I don't know. I'm not too confident now after watching game 2 with Hellbear Smashers.
If we take it back to the lanes, because that's where the Hellbear Smashers looked good in all of the games, are they set up for success there again?
What, they've got Underlord, Dark Willow against AM, Warlock.
Yeah.
AM's
just like a
AM's going to be fine because he's got Warlock in that. Troll matchup against Invoker, I have to imagine, is going to be okay for Invoker. He's going to be able to rotate a lot more. Like, if lanes go kind of okay for him, like, the Invoker can have a huge impact around the map, whereas I don't see, like, the rotation power of OG. Like, what do their supports do in that regard?
Moves.
Warlock,
Literally
Shadow
nobody.
Demon, like, none of those heroes have an impact. I think Stormer carries this game, honestly.
I think he could. Yeah.
It's going to be too greedy, I guess, for OG, you'd call it, because they can't move.
Yeah, just in terms of stationary, I think Invoker's going to be the one guy that leaves his lane.
Yep.
Okay.
First, like, 10 minutes.
Can Stormer do it for his team? Will the Hellbear Smashers take the first series of their second season of DPC? We're going to find out together with Moxie and Fogged.
All right, Fogg, we've got a little bit of an unconventional mid lane here now that we have that troll. But I have a question for you, because I was looking up shards, and I took a look at the Arc Warden shard. How common do you think this is going to be? Is this something that we're going to see picked up? Because it sounds interesting, right?
Yeah, I think it sounds interesting in practice, or in theory, but I think in practice, it's maybe just weird. I don't know, actually. I haven't seen too much Arc Warden, so maybe we do get blessed with it, and I hope to learn quite a bit about Arc Warden, because Ace is one of those specialists. You know, this is one of his most played heroes at one point. He was spamming all the micro heroes, we always called it for Ace. His Meepos, his Arc Warden, Broodmother, etc. He did love to play, and the cheese heroes. He loved playing Huskar and Arc Warden and stuff like that. So I hope to learn something, because I'm not sure how this hero fits right now. It's not been doing so well in DPC either. I think it's like 4, maybe not.
I believe Fogged is underwater now. He sounds like he has disappeared into the abyss. Hopefully,
30 seconds.
the mic situation. No, you're all right now. All right, excellent.
Okay, maybe I did fall into the abyss.
You went in for just for a moment, though. You know, just checking out the dark side here, the dark moon side. But,
yeah, I'm not too sure what to think of the Arc Warden, really, because I'm not sure overall what the hero, like, usually it's just played for the most part versus those like heavy ranged carries, right? Versus your Terrorblades, your Drows, etc. Versus high art, versus like some of these squishier kind of heroes too that can't close the gap on top of you. So I don't know. I hope to learn quite a bit here. It seems like it could be a pretty tough game for that Arc Warden. I do feel like OG, they raised the greed. When they saw greed coming out from Smashers, they're like, all right, we'll just one-up you with greed by picking AM versus Invoker and Arc Warden.
But what does this mid-troll really hope to accomplish, I guess, here? Because that's what our panel was a little bit stumped on. They're trying to kind of theory craft, but it's not really that clear, right?
Yeah, they have played it, though, in the past, right? Like, this is something that OG used to love to play. Just pick it because your lane overall is quite strong, especially into something like an Invoker who doesn't put the pressure onto a hero like Troll. I think Thompson should just be able to farm pretty nicely here. But he can't slow down Stormer too much either. Stormer should be able to just like pull the creep aggro constantly and just get easier harass trades because of that class built in.
Yeah, and on the bright side, too, for the side of OG, you know, the lockdown is exceptionally light for a while coming out from the Smashers. You know, usually when you see a troll, you want something that's going to be able to kind of disable him while he's trying to go into his ultimate. Or in the case of an anti-mage, you know, you need that lockdown. You need to make sure that you have some way to make sure that, you know, you slow him down and you can get your hands on him. And that's not really something that we're seeing coming out from this draft here for the Smashers.
Yeah, Smashers literally have like 0 stuns. They have roots. They have Cursed Crown and Cold Snap as their 2 stuns, which are not really the most reliable, and also just completely prevented by BKB. Once if and when OG does go for those 2 items, it will be pretty massive. As my God, Thompson's actually crushing mid right now. It's 5-3 to the 1-2 of Stormer.
Ooh, yeah, that definitely does not feel good for this Invoker, as he is the one that everyone's got to keep their eyes on and needs to kind of pop off.
Troll's strong laning, that strong animation, and that strong base damage is working out for him right now. Does take some time, of course, though. Quaswack's first 2 levels usually tend to be pretty one-sided for the opposing one. And once you get like level 3, level 4, it starts to get quite a bit better. Since they have to spend money on regen to counteract you and you don't, you know, last hits sometimes look a little bit one-sided.
And poor Notail was trying to get that pull-off, only managed to grab one of the melee creeps in that process here. Gilger will happily take it. Yep.
Hell yeah. You love to see that, you know, just anything that you can get, any extras. They're already level 2, so Notail might actually eat some heavy harassment from Gilger here.
Yeah, that definitely looks to be the case. He takes a couple clicks. Not sure where we're going to see that first blood necessarily, though. Where do you think is the most likely place that we'll see it?
Tofu. A very high fit. Nobody. I think we're gonna have a pretty boring lane setup. Just if Tofu gets disrupted out of position and they have the double edge and the stomp and they have enough chase, they'll kill this Undying. But
okay.
On the other lanes, yeah, I don't think anyone else is gonna die.
It's very, very specific in the way that they had to set that up there. But we are going to see plenty of harass, especially, you know, Ana's going to have a little bit of difficulty, I think, down here. But he has a Warlock with him, so should be able to, you know, get that regen right back up again and sustain here in the lane. But mid lane, man.
He's doing really well. Those denies are the biggest thing, too. He literally just goes for straight damage, right? So he brings the Band of Elven Skin. Now he brings the Wraith Band. Just all about that little bit of extra damage. Poker is limited. We'll connect with a nice cold snap, though, and an EMP.
Plenty of harass here coming out from Stormer.
And wow, Sab actually not getting the most last hits, right? He does have 4 creeps coming into him, but so far up top, he's the one who's actually falling behind out of the course.
A little bit surprising there about that.
Yeah, definitely. I think they've gotten some little side pulls and stuff like that that I didn't actually know. As Saksa can't get the career, he tried.
An A for effort, for sure here. How often have we seen these Shadow Demons really pop off in games? Like, obviously, you know, it's picked up mostly for, you know, the saves and whatnot, but I feel like we haven't seen a lot of teams winning with it.
No, definitely not. I saw like Hanski in that one game, of course. That's the one that stands out versus the Void. He had such a spectacular performance with all his disrupts. But yeah, I've been waiting to see some more Shadow. I love this hero. I really do. I think he has some untapped potential, but he's a very specific hero. He's tough to make work because it's a 4 without a stun. So you have to have a stun built into at least 1 or 2 of your other cores. As the poisons are stacking up.
Got about 3 of them over here on both of the Smashers. Just gonna back off. Not quite gonna be able to land that 4th one, unfortunately. It is just a game of harass. We do get some nice fatal bonds here in the bottom lane. But again, it's just chip damage. They're just trying to make space. It's kind of interesting, too, to note this time around they're not bothering to do any sort of like a tri-lane here for Ana over on the side of OG. That's something that they have been doing fairly often in the past.
Yeah, I think it actually hurt them quite a lot in that last game, though. Like, I could understand why, because they like having it when they do have that, like, super hard carry, but Seb was, like, bottom 2 network. Seb had no game because of it, so I like that they're actually helping Seb out, because whenever he does have a game, we see what he can do. He actually can be pretty explosive and help out the team a lot. He was having a pretty quiet game last time.
I mean, that is one of the nice things, too, here. Although they are going to set up here with the disruption. Seb get the stomp off. Get a couple hits off, but again, Tofu fairly tanky there, with the fact that he does have those 4 stacks of decay. So just a little bit of harass. Not much mana left on him, though. And speaking of no mana, Thompson is also very much hurting in that mid lane in terms of any sort of spell casting there.
Yeah, it looks like Seb, he's just gone for the... I mean, we've been seeing this a lot, but I thought perhaps because they saw if Tofu gets out of position, he'd hold skill points, but he couldn't shoot it in retaliate. Now he does have double edge. They actually find the Arc Warden.
Get the stomp off, plus the double edge. We'll go the throw out that flux over there. Ace just ticking down at last second, though. Saksa gets himself the kill as Tofu's chasing. He's very tanky. He's got 8 stacks up.
Max is impressed.
He's the only one
stacks. Saksa got the 4 stacks on him. He was not careful on Ace.
A little bit of a tornado here over the mid lane. Stormer was going to be able to scout out the arcane room, snap that up.
5 seconds remaining. Fnatic's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Fnatic's turn to ban.
Reliability. You can rely on me.
All adjectives that I associate.
Yeah.
Very humble.
Oh,
That's one of his. That's one of his
The thing
strongest.
is, if you're really humble, you can never say you're humble, so I never say it. But now that you said it,
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm very.
But
10 seconds remaining.
I said it. You should say.
No.
Radiant team ban.
That's the way.
No, I don't do that kind of
That's the
thing.
way. That's the way you
Fnatic.
react.
No, but I don't do that kind of thing
Turn to
because nobody wants me to lie.
Oh, right. You're absolutely right, Black.
Exactly.
And you never lie.
Never.
Then tell me who's going to be picked here, Black. If you
As a
never
winner?
lie.
Oh, I mean the hero.
Oh, yeah, the hero.
Radiant team
For Fnatic.
I did follow the bands. Okay. Well, I can tell you what Boom is gonna pick.
Tell me.
Mars
Okay. I'd be down.
or Timber.
It
Or
should
Timber.
be. It should be. Timber is also. Our is go-to hero.
I like
Radiant
Mars
team
better, but
Fnatic's
if
turn
the answer is
Mirana.
Timber Saw, at least.
Or you just go with the Mirana, but
All the time.
Titan.
All right, I lied.
Okay. Wow, Black.
I lied or
I
something.
can't believe it.
Well, it's Boom's fault.
it is a hero that's been banned
I've
out a
been
couple of
blackmailed.
times.
It has been, but in
10 seconds remaining.
4 capacity. So who's the 4 between these two?
It might be offlane
5
as well.
seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
that's what I'm wondering.
If Snapfire goes through, you could have this Snap plus Elder Titan.
Fnatic's turn to
I
ban.
think it's Titan 5.
Titan 5 and Mirana 4.
Yeah.
Probably. That seems most likely.
Also, I like the
Radiant
support
team
duo. You got
ban.
good setup with the Titan for an
I hate playing Mirana into Disruptor, though. Like,
Same.
in the lane, at least.
everywhere really. Mid
Thunder
leap
Strike,
away.
yeah.
Glimpse back in.
Fnatic's
The
turn
lane is
to
horrible
ban.
as well. Thunderstrike, half of your HP is gone, pretty much.
It's very fun to try to trade, and then the thing procs, and your attack is stuck. You gotta like restart your attack.
Oh, because the attack speed's slow?
Yeah, by like 100%. It's so silly. Why did they add that?
Because otherwise Thunderstrike was just like a vision nuke.
10
Like literally
seconds
just to keep
remaining.
track
It
of
still
people.
dealt a ton of damage. Now it's a ton of damage.
Yeah.
Still a good anchor.
It was
Team
always one of the strong, if not, at one point it was the strongest nuke level one.
Fnatic's
I'm sure
turn
it's
to
the
ban.
strongest.
I'm not sure if it's more because we've seen crazy changes over the years, but yeah.
Nuke implies 1 instance of damage though. Because maybe Diabolic Edict,
Okay, not the
strongest level
nuke,
1
yeah,
nuke.
not the nuke, but the strongest damage dealing spell.
Okay,
level
yeah.
one.
Targeted
10
spell. How
1
about
second,
that?
remaining.
Lizard. Now they have an American here. Panel.
Yeah, what do you want to tell me?
5 seconds remaining.
Oh my god.
That's an
Probably
American?
wanted to ask you.
Now I wanted to ask like an
Clans
English
or
question.
Purge?
Oh.
Like about English.
Oh, about nuke?
No, not about nuke. Oh yeah. When do you say D and when do you say the? Like why do you sometimes
D is like
when you want
D1.
to emphasize something?
I think
or-
it's for emphasis, yeah.
Yeah,
So you go like,
exactly.
the absolute
The
best.
strongest nuke, not
Radiant
the strongest.
team.
So
ban.
you thought I
But
was
either way
just,
would be fine, right?
Either's are acceptable, yeah.
So you thought I was just like Slavic mispronouncing
Radiant
no, no,
the
no.
word?
team
No, I do that so many times too.
strongest nuke
The
of level
strongest
1.
nuke level 1
Fnatic's
ever
turn
seen in
to
the Soviet Russia.
Comrades, look at nuke. It's glorious.
My comrade. Okay, we have Sand King Mirana duo. I actually thought maybe they would think out of the box something crazy
There is
like
no
a
box
Legion
anymore.
commander. There is
Dude,
no
they can
box.
still go out of the box. Let's do mid
10
Sand King
seconds
3
remaining.
ET.
Three Legion and
And
clans.
carry Mirana.
Carry Mirana,
5
let's go.
seconds remaining.
Emo played Mirana at the major.
Not carry though.
Not carry.
And it didn't really work that well.
Did not work at
In
all.
the
Didn't do
season
anything,
one,
in fact.
it did though. In season 1, he had a really good Mirana mid, but yeah, the major not.
Which then led them to lose 1 game at the major because they thought it was really good.
they had a couple of games series in which they would pick a hero that would crush that series, and then they would pick it again in a game which isn't really that great for the
Yeah.
hero, and then they would just get stomped.
Radiant
Emo
team
Zeus.
pick.
0-9.
It's a very emo hero.
Yeah.
Fnatic's turn to pick.
Okay, abandoned by Fnatic.
Rabato, a Morphling.
Morphling Sand King.
I like 4 Disruptor then, right?
Yeah. We have seen in SCA 4 disruptors start with an old get that early agonyms.
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe if you get the Philly,
Yeah.
more
Not
5
GPM.
seconds remaining.
I'm not for Disruptor, but you have some set or with the stun, you can.
Fnatic, turn to ban.
Or do you think it's 5?
I would love it as 5 because you're playing into Mirana. That lane is
Radiant
good.
team
Medusa,
ban.
Wow.
is good.
All
Boom
right.
did lose to Medusa.
They did. But Medusa into Elder Titan doesn't... Weird. Like, Medusa is very scared of these kind of abilities.
Echo Stomp?
Yeah, she's very immobile, and you get Echo Stomp very easily.
And then you get Sand King
You
stunned.
gotta bet him.
Fanatics,
You gotta,
turn
this
to
is the whole
ban.
reason. They have all these chain disable, but they need something to start it. They need the Sand King to start it.
They're
then
expecting
the Stomp
Sand
can
King
come.
mid.
But what
Then
happens
the arrow can come.
when you get stomped and he just walks next to you and you lose 30 armor?
Stone Gaze.
His
and
shield
run.
won't help you.
The shield won't help you.
You literally die through the shield. You're gone.
Which shield are we talking about?
10
Mana shield or
seconds remaining.
aquatic
We're
shield?
talking about
all the shields.
all of them.
There's lots of shields.
Okay,
Get an
5
Ogre for Fire
seconds
Shield.
remaining.
Darkseer banned out, which means Fnatic is expecting Sand, which is something that we all regions.
Also known as Mid
King, of course, sure. That's it up. I'll go with it. I never heard anyone refer to him as Mid King, but okay.
But he doesn't lose mid lanes.
He does not lose mid lane.
Like,
that is true.
ever,
And
really.
unlike Dazzle, he's not a win lane, lose game type mid laner.
He's a win lane.
Maybe
into
win
mid game.
Yeah, mid game.
Lane game.
I would probably put him on level 3rd Spirit mid, but maybe a little bit better because you can dominate the lane.
You actually have...
You don't contribute as much, perhaps, in the...
That depends on how much the enemy stacks up for you.
Depends on how good your itemization is, what you got out of the lane. Earth Spirit, kind of... If you go mid, you just want levels. Learn, and that's
Quick
it.
blink.
Yeah.
Always nice with an epi. 1100 AoE damage. Minute, not bad.
Yeah. And there's just so many ways you can build.
Radiant team
It
ban.
matters, obviously, on game-to-game basis.
Yeah, he's very, very flexible. Although I'm surprised that I don't see Scepter more often. I feel like that it's an undervalued item on
It's very
Sand King.
expensive.
Does it still apply caustic to everyone?
Yes, it does.
Because the max HP explosion is actually
10
Right,
seconds
especially
remaining.
against heroes like Centaur and Medusa.
Just that it's very, very expensive, and
Be rich, man.
5 seconds
you already have a
remaining.
blink. Why not go for Arcane Blink instead of
Well, that's why I'm saying that I'm surprised that people aren't getting Scepter instead of Blink. If you're mid lane, if you're like offlane Sand King, sure, get the
So
Blink
the
first.
problem with getting Blink instead, getting Agony instead of Blink, playing mid lane is
all about the time.
it's the timing.
yeah,
You're
that's
going
true.
to be way, way slower.
Instead of minute 10, 1100 AoE damage, every like 17,
By
or 15,
that,
or
by
14.
that time, what's your team doing? Pummeled into
Yeah, what
the
is your
ground.
team doing, huh? What is your team
Tsunami.
doing?
What are they gonna
Crying.
do without
They're
you?
crying, but I'm like, guys, wait.
I got my
I mean, that's what people do with Beastmaster, except, oh wait, Beastmaster can single-handedly win the game when he gets his
I
Scepter.
can't believe that people. I'm nasty.
Go
I
rant,
still,
go
I
rant.
still pick Beastmaster, whatever. I pick it mostly because I want free MMR and I don't want to play against it. So I pick it if it gets banned super. If it doesn't, even better. People still flame you for going to the triangle and being AFK until minute 12. Like, just let me get my eggs minute 12, dude. And then I'll give you the game. It's over.
You gotta open the voice chat and be like, relax. It always works.
Chill out.
You gotta
chill, baby.
You gotta
I love
really
that Wyvern line.
emphasize the A and draw it out a long time.
The worst thing is they're always pinging your roar. So I found the best idea. You go into the triangle. First thing you do, you roar an ancient.
But you have to make sure that your teammates hear it. Guys, look.
Exactly. So when they click on you, they see that the roar is on cooldown, and they're like,
Radiant
okay,
he can't contribute
he can't contribute. Roar is on cooldown.
Oh, Ricky, what?
Is this Ricky mid?
Yeah.
Yeah, yesterday I had a Ricky
Wait,
mid.
why do you
game.
pick that against a Sank? You know, it's like a free mid Sank.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure Makoto, I mean, there's no real logic to
Or they
mid
just-
Sand King, right?
They might just put Medusa mid.
10 seconds
The
remaining.
OG game wasn't Ricky, right? Ricky was on the safe lane. That.
You mean
5
against Hello
seconds
Smashers?
remaining.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ace
correct?
played Ricky safe.
I saw one Ricky mid
And it
yesterday
didn't
as well.
do anything.
They didn't do a lot. The dart is kind of nice.
The dart is the most broken thing you can get, but play in +4 if you want that.
Yeah. I don't know why they're going for mid. lane
Anyway,
here.
if it's really mid Ricky against Sank, it's going to be really troublesome, but I think they're going to put in the middle because they're trying to 5-hit.
Your Boom Esports, you 6-head them and just something ambiguous and then adjust the lanes the way you
Just
need them.
put Morphling middle?
Yeah,
dude.
they could just put
There you
Morphling
go.
middle, right?
Against Deuce, deny every creep.
Yeah. I mean, Mystic Snake hurts a lot, but...
Mystic Snake. Did you have a Medusa encounter?
I got stone gaze.
What's
My
your
mouth got
stone gaze?
stone
Yeah,
Oh,
gaze.
Pangolier. Nice.
Bro, who the hell's going mid?
It's a Sand King.
Until something gets picked.
Nah, Sand King mid.
Moon side lane.
Ricky picked Ricky.
Moon is very famous for side lane Ricky.
Of course he is. Where?
Chuan is also very famous for his centaur, as that is apparently the only...
I went Fnatic, I went boom, Fnatic.
Blizzard prediction.
Yeah.
Like, he's like, what is this guy doing?
Oh, man.
I'm thinking Medusa, Ricky, too greedy. Like, they need so much. I mean, though Ricky can be a space maker mid lane, I believe it's going to be Sanking played on a mid lane, so he should not have a good time. Like, the lane's going to push him into the tower, Sanking's going to have a free time. On the other hand, Sanking, I don't feel like Sanking's winning the games. It's just, like, if this goes game late, I'm talking too much. I'll go with Fnatic. I'll actually go with Fnatic.
More like it. I shall honor your
Yeah, I'm with Ricky. It's too greedy, but I don't think Sanking wins the game.
Well, we've seen this amount of stuns against Moon before. Arrows have been his issue. I'm going boom. He can't avoid the burrow arrow. It'll be a problem for him. Thank you very much. Game number 3. Boom looking to break the 1-1 tie. See if they can do it. I do kind of agree with you. We've seen Sand Kings like destroy lane and then do nothing. You know, I'm worried.
So many times, you know, if you can get that ball rolling, you get those burrow strike epicenters in. You're also playing like Mirana plus Sanking into Abaddon. Abaddon loves to fight into that, but then on the other side you have like there's so many stuff that counters each other. Natural order, great against Medusa. Then again, they don't have anything against the Riki. Couple of stuns. They have some disarms, but no silence.
For the horn. This goes. It doesn't look like either team really skirmished in this game. Skirmish at the beginning of this game, I should say. Dreamcell's not even there. Placed down that early ward. Got the ward placed down by Fnatic early in the lane, and Dreamcell's just sitting here bottom. Do want to be involved, just in case. Plus, you can use this time to be AFK for a little bit.
Yeah, you know. Just, no, I'm just...
Go run to grab a drink.
I'm just thinking, you know, about this mid-sanking. Yeah, he's gonna start the caustic, push the lane. Ricky doesn't get a single CS, at least the first wave where he's close. So Mikoto's gonna have like free time. Oh god, I've seen this move before. Like you try to go for a greedy play, you almost die. So Moon's gonna get harassed quite a lot. Like sanking completely free lane. On the bottom, also a lot of harassment from Fnatic's side. You know, you have this Morphling plus EP. I want to see how they're going to play it out. A lot of damage from Thunderstrike and Push Stomp. Like Execute, usually he on the Elder Titan plays very aggressive. I don't think he can allow to do that, even though he has like 100 damage. Should be very careful. One Thunderstrike, one Push Stomp could be in a bit of a trouble.
Yeah, he's got to be worried about, especially once these heroes get to level 2. Execute gets a little bit too aggressive. Yes, you do right-click pretty hard, but it won't matter if you can't do anything while you're stunned or kind of corralled with the kinetic field. Doing a lot of damage on a Raven. FBZ, though. Mystic Snake comes in and hits. DJ with the Aphotic Shield. That'll pop, but doesn't get the kill on either Hyde or FBZ just yet, and FBZ will pop that south.
This is a lane where Medusa plus Baron should not get a kill. It's just something that should not happen unless you mess up the lane. Because Pango, a level 1 Swashbuckle is a 20-second cooldown. You put yourself in a bad spot, possibly a hit from Abba. He still didn't have a single point in Curse of Avernus. Now he gets it.
Got that Aphotic Shield, he's got the Curse. We'll see what he can do with this, how aggressive he's going to play. Seen aggression in all 3 lanes. It hasn't resulted in a kill just yet. But I'm certainly interested to see where First Blood's going to get laid down. Is Makoto making Moon's life pretty difficult? Although he pushes it under the tower.
Yeah, Ricky has a lot of base region, plus he has region coming from the tower, and has a lot of damage, so he can CS underneath the tower. So it's not that big of a difference, you know. Sanking's having a free time, but so is Ricky. Like, he might need to bring a bit more in terms of region. He's also not a hero that buys a bottle, so just should invest into healing cells.
Under attack.
Nice dodge.
It's getting one from Makoto. Forced to use that sand.
Complete.
Ricky, while he's getting pressured, he's still making it a little bit difficult there for Makoto. We haven't exactly seen Sand Kings feel effective start to finish. Where's the difference going to be needed to be made?
My biggest concern about this hero is he's always going to be this epicenter pro strike hero, no matter what happens, no matter how many items you got. It's like these abilities don't scale. Like, you hit your peak timing with the Blink Dagger plus 1 defensive item.
Doesn't get caught by the kinetic field. I like this from Makoto too. Pulling the creep wave over and using that sandstorm as well as the caustic to just finish off that little neutral camp right by the mid lane. So we'll see as Makoto just backing away. Water runes controlled for each side.
Moon buys a Raindrop, buys Band of Elven Skin, a bit more damage, more sustain against the Sand King. Like, Sand King can't kill him once he gets level 6. He has a Blink Strike, he has Tricks of the Trade, so I don't think there's enough damage, especially with also this infused Raindrop picked up.
Right.
So Sand King has 36 CS, Ricky has 26. Moon's still doing a very good job as Ricky on the mid.
Let's see if he can really bolster the farm there for Moon, because he is sitting about a full level behind Makoto, of course, with the creep wave pushing in and just Makoto being able to clean it up so quickly. I'm thinking about what I want to see Makoto build early. He's got 1,200 gold saved up. Is this going to be just an early Blink Dagger?
Most likely. I also wouldn't mind seeing, I don't think anyone did it, but like, Aghanim Scepter is really good on Sand King. It's kind of a replacement for a Blink Dagger, but then you don't have it when you have 2,000 gold. You have it when you have 4,000 gold, which is a big of a difference. So you're a bit missing your timing. If Sand King gets close.
Auto Strike looking for the arrow. It's followed up with the Sandstorm. Moon's dead.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So 1 for 1 on the arrow on Moon.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
A bit risky from Ricky to go there and try to go for a rune. Just should farm underneath the tower. This is a hero that can't make many aggressive plays. Now has the power tread. Needs level 1 CS to be level 6. Should also be able to place a sentry on a mid lane to see Sand King.
Makoto goes into the Sandstorm, but they've got Dust. He's got no mana. He's dead.
And there's also a Region Rune on the top. Good kill. I believe that was Ricky who bought that Dust. Yeah, that was Ricky.
So he came prepared, ready to go in into Makoto, who didn't have the mana to do anything but use that Sandstorm.
Like Thunderstrike gives vision, but they lost it. So pops the Dust, they get a kill, and now he's back on track. I'm switching to network because thinking a lot of these creeps are also coming from the jungle, from the small camp. So yeah, 500 gold difference.
Place that ward up on stairs, so Dire have some good vision coming through over towards mid. And they're watching him move over, potentially to get a kill on the DJ, who they see under their own vision. Just cleaning up inside the jungle.
Ricky's job in this game, I feel like I'm just talking about Ricky quite a lot, because not the hero that we see often. Diffusal Blade, and Shard, like this is the build this game.
Right.
That's sort of corrosion, like gives you this cheap damage, the slow. Raven on top lane, roll, Swan Sparkle available.
He doesn't have any mana, arrow doesn't land.
What a play! He actually uses Stampede to be able to run away from the arrow. That was nicely done.
And got the glimpse.
One leap charge, he's good. No point to chase him, just let him be.
Oh, the damage? Not enough. So go back to your point about wanting to see Sand King go Ags earlier on. I really agree with that.
Maybe that's the play, you know. Might be wrong here, but we'll have to see. Right now, he's scouting the ancient camp. We'll try to farm it up with the Sandstorm. Uses the healing salve as well, has a bottle. Gonna take him some time, but at least taking the stacks away from Medusa, that's gonna be good.
Yeah, and it'll start to get easier with the caustic starting to pop. And yeah, clean up this stack and a lot of Makoto should be pretty happy about this. There's nothing DJ can do as he watches these stacks just disappear.
Like right now, I would want him to get that Aghanim Scepter. Because he's super farm. Yeah, instead of a Blink Dagger, because he's super farm. Probably gonna end up getting the Blink Dagger, but we'll see. Because it gives you stats, you know, Blink Dagger is just the initiation to it.
Caught Thunderstrike with the Blink Strike. They'll get the kill. To turn this around, at least getting jabs as a return, they will. Moon's over here and placed down a sentry, so they could have vision on Moon, but now he's out of it. The Blink Dagger, that's purchased by
Radiant's
Makoto.
bottom tower is under attack.
One of the reasons why, you know, I'm not that big a fan of a Sanking mid lane is because you like want to do stuff right now. You have a Blink Dagger, you also don't have a single point epicenter, so like you're just gonna show your Blink Dagger, or
Dire's middle tower is under
It's
attack.
actually going to get delivered into the ward anyway, so they know he has it.
so yeah, they know something is happening. Possibly rotation to the bottom lane to secure the tower, which is already super low.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant
Grab it, there's the
structures are
glyph.
fortified.
Meanwhile, they're trying to take a top tower of their own.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dream to sell
Radiant's
over
bottom tower
towards
has
mid,
fallen.
and Moon's actually wrapping around on that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
See if they can get anything going to try and get this kill onto Ricky. They want to rotate towards mid to help out Dreamcell, but they don't know he's there.
So far, so good from Fnatic. They didn't lose the laning stage. They're keeping the game even. They have much better late game. Ricky plus Medusa just feels super strong. No one to burn the mana on Medusa. No percentage-based damage. Good thing is they're gonna have natural order and they're gonna have a disarm against Medusa. So these are two like big things that Medusa needs to care about.
Yes.
Arrow comes in, and that will land Jab's dead as they rotate with that smoke. I guess my question becomes, do you want the Ags, and is that just to turn into the Sand King, get those burrow strikes out, and have that extra control? Swashbuckle comes through, they've got Tricks of the Trade right on top of the burrow strike hits, and that is onto Moon! Oh dear! They'll kill off this Ricky, they'll work towards the back. DJ does have level 6. will fall. He doesn't have the borrowed time. They'll go after this Centaur. This is going to be through the side of Boom with the Earth Splitter getting the kill.
Tower is under attack.
Definitely did not expect Fnatic to try to take this fight. Their team fight is much weaker. They don't have one hero, which is Medusa, who's not going to contribute anything, especially with no points in the Stone Gaze. Also Sanking, like, he's just about to put 1 point in the epicenter, so you can have that more damage, a bit more slow in a team fight. What if he takes plus 20 epicenter damage per pulse, but no ulti? That'd be dope. That'd be hype. Just become a meme.
You'd become the living legend that is the meme.
There's an old school meme, you know, back when Aghanim Scepter just increased your ulti, buys Aghanim Scepter, doesn't skill ulti.
Good. One of the first weeks Hoodwink was out, I had a guy buy Ags and Shard on him. So he did nothing with that Ags and Shard purchase on Hoodwink. Fnatic Storm. He's also got the smoke cloud. This is really difficult for FBZ. However, he's still going to die even with the swashbuckle.
Illusion.
The 1K lead for Boom. Blink through strike. That's a
Killing spree!
Can't get away from this Sand King.
Yeah, this is where Sanking shines. Like, he's being very active, now has boots travel, so he can contribute globally to what's happening. It's just what Fnatic needs to do is try to slow down the game, potentially get a pick off, be there when they're making initiation with Abba. Like, his positioning needs to be good. He needs to have a good read where they're gonna go, be able to counterplay with the aphotic shield.
Now, strike away, looking for the rolling thunder. Strike on Bolt! Well done by the Kodo. Dust up Moon, they'll catch him again. Ravens come over.
Yeah, DJ is just being at the wrong side of the map, not there to use the shield.
Glimpse back, but they've got the lead. And then Static Storm, the Burrow strike comes through, and they'll get the kill on the DJ. Get these pickoffs, and all this is happening. I mean, Raven's just there, not contributing any. He's just standing there.
Not much you can do as Medusa. Like, you can pop the ulti, try to use the Mystic Snake. Your damage output is really not high.
Is under attack.
Didn't talk too much about the Morphling. Going into Manta style. It's just kind of a standard stuff. Get rid of the Thunderstrike. Gives you the tankiness. Morbid Mask to be able to sustain yourself in the jungle.
Look at Ravens build. Ags, epic center, Burrow strike with the arrow. All coming to the first splitter to make sure. Not even needed. Hyde gets the kill on a Raven, and they're going to look for more damage. Want to get these kills. They want to keep these heroes on Fnatic. Really jump there the throats, and they're going to look over at DJ. Where Rolling Thunder bounces him up. So Burrow strike with borrowed time pot. Double damage on Moon. He might be able to take it. Sentry plays down, the Static Storm is there. Alcodo in trouble, but they've got a series battle, a bunch of these heroes. Alcodo tries to run, but unfortunately he can't get far enough away and move for more. Again, he's got that double damage. You need to be careful if you're Boom and probably just leave at this point, which they will.
I'd say DJ doesn't feel comfortable on this Abba. Like, he's just constantly being on the wrong side of the map. He's not having a good read where Morana and Sanking are playing. Like, one good shield and a lot of that pressure is just mitigated. You're giving your cores space to farm. Centaur is getting closer to his Blank Dagger. Like, Ricky, he's the space maker in this game, so even if he dies, you know, because he needs to put himself in a bit of a bad spot to be able to give Medusa farm, so I don't mind that. Getting closer to that Diffusal Blade. Once you get that, your damage output is just going to be insane. And the lockdown, keep them inside that cloud. There is no real counterplay other than, like, ET with the possibly Spirit Sleep.
We'll see if that Diffusal ends up being enough. I'm not really sure I entirely like Blink than Boots of Travel from Makoto. Just the more and more I think about this Sand King Ags, the more and more I like it. Now he's going into the Yule, so he'll have a little bit of control there.
Moon scouting things out. 3 Burrow strike Moon. He scouted for too long. He'll need another arrow. He's becoming a pin cushion.
Had no place here.
You mentioned Medusa with the Aghanim Scepter. It got buffed. Let me just check the numbers. I believe it's now 1.5 plus 0.2 per bounce.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Really devastating. Stacks down again. Makoto in some trouble. Mystic Snake comes out with the Rolling Thunder. They move in with John to get the kill onto the Sand King with the Blink Dagger.
This is my problem. One of the problems with the mid sanking is
Dire's middle tower is under
have
attack.
a lot of net worth, so you feed a lot of gold, you feed a lot of XP to the enemies whenever you die, and without having a defensive item, you're putting yourself in a bad spot. So yeah, it's 0.5, no, 1.5 plus 0.2 per bounce. Mystic Snake Axe. Before it was 1 plus 0.3, which is a big upgrade. You know, that first one is half duration longer.
Right. Stone duration increase.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I worry about the fact that they're really not doing enough to slow down this Medusa. Both Medusa and Morphling going for Ags, but Medusa's gonna have it first.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Still just a sliver of a lead here for Boom. Is there a point right now where maybe they can take Roshan Boom to
Dire's
extend
top
this lead?
tower is under attack.
Their heroes are okay-ish, nothing too special. You know, Morphling has the sustain with the Morbid Mass, deals ton of damage, minus armor. Plus, disarm from the Lucky Shot is good, but other heroes don't really deal damage to Roshan.
So really like
Dire's
this build
top tower is
from
under
Jabs.
attack.
We don't normally see this from Disruptors.
It's a position for Disruptor.
Yeah.
He found
My waters rise.
will get a bit of farm priority compared to coming from position 5. Eventually, he will have that Aghanim Scepter.
Could be huge. Turn around these fights. Drew Cell. 1,600 gold away from that Ags, and they do go into Roche. They've got the arrow, they have a medallion, they almost have the Solar Crest finished. It's gonna be quick enough. DJ roaming over, and he's gonna spot this.
Raven.
Roche at half health.
It's like they don't expect that Roshan is going to go down so slowly. Their heroes are not that great at taking the Roshan. And Medusa managed to farm the Aghanim Scepter, has an Imp Claw, so she deals damage. You know, you can feel the right clicks, but the most damage is going to come from this Riki, who's going onto the supports. There's one defensive item on Mirana, so she can buy some time to spell that slow coming out from the Diffusal Blade.
TP top.
It's just Boom is in a state where they need to keep fighting, because late game it just belongs to Fnatic. That their heroes are too good.
Move on a Moon. Who they killed 4 times. But again, it doesn't feel like it's even enough. Raven's actually near mid. They can get an eye on him, they might jump. There's a lot of heroes here for Fnatic that would make that difficult, and they're going to push in the mid-tier 1, or at least try to.
As said earlier, I was the former CEO of Undying Cape Club. Now I might be opening up a new one, different names, Sanking mid. Like, he invests 4,000 gold into Boots of Travel and a Blink Dagger. And this doesn't give you any tankiness, it's just the mobility, pretty much. Now has a Yule Scepter at least, so he can get rid of the dusts, possibly buy some time after he initiates. But this 2-core scaling lineup from Fnatic, it's gonna be very hard for them to fight into that. They have multiple ways of resetting. They have Stampede, they have a Photic Shield, they have Medusa ulti. So if they don't like the fight, they just say, you know, press one of these abilities and say, we're out.
A lot lacking from the mid Sand King, and we've seen this story. We've seen it time and time again, and it doesn't feel like the Sand King's build is adapted.
Nah, it's just pretty much the same build. Sometimes you see a BKB instead of that Yule Scepter, but there is no way to itemize this hero to be able to like deal damage. Maybe E-Blade at one point to amplify the damage from your Sandstorm, Barrow Strike, Epi.
Broken up both teams. One quick stop that's gonna land on the board with his roll.
Centaur's tanky.
First splitter off. That'll land, but stun on the Drumacell still exists. He's got that axe, and he's morphed into the Centaur. I don't know if that's who you really want to be morphing into. Epicenter Barrows right onto the back line, onto the Centaur as well. There's a nice static storm and kinetic field on the high before he dies, but it's just not enough damage. They'll pick up the haste for the stun.
Is under attack.
He gets the haste. So Drumacell trying to fight, but you can see the Mystics.
Now Reiki's coming.
Stone being a big problem. Start to retreat, the waveform back. Execute, he's nearby. Be looking to land a sleep. It's back and forth, but not really much of an outcome for either team.
This is the strength of the team that I talked about, like being able to reset. Ricky was not in that fight, I believe, and now Medusa, you know, she's just farming another item. Has Scotty queued up into Butterfly. These are also heroes that don't build any kind of evasion dealing items. Like Morphling does not want to get MKB, so it could be a bit problematic as well.
Kodo going into a BKB. You feel the difference. But Kodo, he gives you a Burrow Strike, a little bit of control, maybe some damage off the epicenter. But then, I guess the difference, even with 4 deaths, even with the mid lane not going well, Moon picks up the Diffusal Blade, he's going into the BKB, then the Shard, like, it just seems like he outputs way more than what the Sand King's giving, and you've gone
at this point, Sand King is still very strong. You know, multiple Burrow Strikes, being annoying, epicenter damage is pretty high.
Burrow Strike, Stampede, that gets used, Arrow misses.
This is the second time Juan is using Stampede just to run away from the arrow.
They're immediately coming in. Use the Rolling Thunder, that'll hit the Medusa, and I guess give them the information to start to think about backing off. I say that, but he morphs into the Sand King.
Sure. That's much better. Last time he morphed into Centaur. Not much value out of that one. So you have this long initiation Burrow Strike followed up by another Burrow Strike potentially. DJ. Position. 5 Abba. Going into Solar.
Think of the double damage.
Solar Crest gonna be a big one. Use it on Medusa. Great way of amplifying the damage. Jabs. Has Aghanim Scepter done? Ballet, man. Sometimes this item just feels so good. If you find it in certain games, let's say Grimstroke, they have this agility carry. You farm the Aghanim Scepter. You're like, what up? What are you going to do about it? Could potentially be the same thing here. You know, they have ways of setting things up. Centaur Blink Dagger into Static Storm. Muting the items. Definitely one of the best, like top 3 Aghanim Scepter upgrades in the game.
Getting that quick Ags.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Maybe able to pop. Gonna turn his attention towards getting a Scotty. They've got the Solar Crest finish on Execute.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Found themselves Execute. A little bit too far. My shadow gets activated. It's not
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
with the fighting. It's more with the intention of trying to Elder Titan. That'll be down.
Now Scotty's done. Like the Stone Gaze has Mystic Snake with the Aghanims upgrade, turning them into stone. Plus the Scotty slow. It's just gonna be too much, I believe. We'll see. Like these two Sand Kings, they could make the difference, but there are ways of fighting into that.
Can they kill Medusa first?
They don't have enough burst damage, no. There's no, like, E-Blade. The aura is maxed out with the Solar Crest. They also need a prolonged team fight, you know. Try to play around Medusa, reset, wait until there's no Stone Gaze, there's no Static Storm, possibly buy back on 1 or 2 heroes, secure the Roche. Because I don't think they can just go in and bring Medusa down from 100 to 0. They need to be able to reset.
Dire's courier has been killed.
We already got beat.
Radiant structures are fortified.
BKB on Ricky, so it's going to be much easier for him to deal the damage. Can also focus different heroes. Also holding on to Dust to be able to deal with the Sanking. Sanking has way of dispelling things with the Yule Scepter.
Radiant are scanning.
Fnatic are all the way on the opposite side of the map. They have wrapped all the way around.
Radiant scan connected, so they know where they are. Right now, they're also holding the high ground. Both teams actually on the high ground. Just want to have a advantage of the vision.
BKB. He had Scotty and BQ'd, but he goes to the BKB instead. It's not going to get delivered. Trying to send it all the way up, and our courier needs to be.
Retreat to my house.
And it goes back.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
That they're in.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Dust all coming through on Makoto. Roche trying to get involved, but they've got Roche coming through. Soundstorm coming in. Look over. Aurora Strike. That's not really going to land with Waveform forward focusing their attention on the Jabs for a second. They've got Raven hit up thanks to the Rolling Thunder. Off back on the Centaur from Roche kill. Green down. Dreamer Cell in trouble. Needs to be careful. He's silenced for a while. Pops the BKB, the Stone Gaze, and Dreamer Cell. He's dead.
He didn't even morph. Like, he had the time to morph. He's just sitting there.
Makoto running from Moon. Brings him under a Sentry Ward. While that's going on, Hyde getting chased. He'll leap, try to get some distance, gets into the trees, and TPs away.
Dire's
buyback from a Centaur, so he needs to be a bit more careful what's happening. But yeah, I'm wondering if they want to give this Aegis to Medusa, because Medusa doesn't die. Like, it's one way to siege the base with Medusa, but we'll have to see. Maybe Ricky picks it up instead, because Medusa doesn't feel killable at the moment. She's just too tanky. 2.3k mana pool, 2.7 with Abba using the Solar Crest on her.
Sweep. Just extending how long this is going to take to get Roche, but if they'll grab it, not enough time to get Morph back into the fight.
Roshan has fallen to the dive.
Even morphing into, say, the Medusa. Not enough?
I don't think it is.
Because you've got the axe. You have the Mystic Snake bouncing him in a stone, right?
Yeah.
So
I'm also very surprised by the fact that he didn't morph in the previous fight at all. Maybe he thought he was morphing, but
Radiant's
didn't.
middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Try and make a move here on the Centaur for a second.
That's a big kill.
The smoke screen down. They'll get the kill on the Gem. They'll look over the Centaur.
And another one.
So they got themselves two. Dream Cell getting a double kill. They'll look over at DJ. For a second, FPC turns the stone. They've got themselves a Sentry down. So even the Moonlight Shadow is not going to be enough. Shadows. Look over at DJ, who's borrowed time to win pop. Moon comes back in. A Sentry blade down. So they have to get it once again. Pops the BKB. DJ dies. Brings over triple kill. And now Moon trying to 2P away with BKB. He will.
They left the Medusa.
He gets hit by the wind.
One-man army.
He's going for the regen. They'll buy back up the Abaddon to try and keep him alive. He's got the Aegis. It's not just about keeping him alive once. It's about getting him out with full flies too. Raven. Go up the steps as that's going to be the swoop that hits him. They're getting rid of the mana, but the Mystic Snake once again. Where comes in from Makoto. They've got the arrow. This really just takes forever, and this is only one life. But look at DJ.
They know Abba doesn't have ulti.
Doesn't have borrow time for 10 seconds. KezQ turned to stone. Glimpse back via Jabs, who's back alive again. They'll get the kill into KezQ.
Only buyback from DJ. Like, they were waiting. Also, Jabs had a buyback, but did not want to use it straight away after getting caught. He might also
think about getting a different item. Yeah, Blink Dagger is nice, but this long-range initiation from the Morphling when he is sanking could completely ruin you. So maybe potentially like Eon Disc could be a better choice because they don't have a Glimmer Cape.
Radiant's middle
Kappa
tower
went for
is
Solar
under
Crest, which is
attack.
completely fine. You want to be able to buff up your Medusa. Now full
Radiant's
butterfly
middle
done
tower
on her.
has
She
been
also
denied.
finds Enchanted Quiver. She'll gladly take it.
To go on, time to kill the Medusa. TP stopped, thinking about moving in on this.
Radiant's
but
bottom
Becker
tower
here.
is under attack.
Shadow
Dire's
go
top
for
tower
TP on the
is under
Sink King.
attack.
We'll see if that's enough for Makoto. They'll go to Moonlight Shadow. Swashbuckle
Radiant
doesn't land on
structures are
Raven. They're coming
fortified
around the
are
back.
Scanning.
Just early.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Try to go to the
Dire's
back
top
lines
tower
once again.
is
But
under
look at the
attack.
positioning from the Fnatic
Radiant's
heroes. Look how far
bottom
back
tower
Jazz
is
is
fallen.
to him. You have to go through everybody on the side of Fnatic to even have an opportunity to kill this.
Dire's top tower is under
He's
attack.
very careful about his positioning on Disruptor, staying further away from everything. Now has a Psychic Headband to work with. Like, you just keep both of these items. Like, in a fight, you use the Psychic Headband, swap that Philly Stone, but right now just keeping it to be able to farm the Blink Dagger, and it's up.
Shard next. And this next row, Shard for a lot of heroes is going to be pretty
Thunderstrike
disgusting.
Shard is good because it gives allies 50% move speed and 75 attack speed. Imagine that on Medusa plus the Solar Crest is just a ton of damage.
Disruptor by the Shard if he holds on to Philly, but he's giving it up for the Psychic Headband. Maybe you give the Shard over to the Medusa to get cold-blooded.
Mariki also has a Shard. That's such a sick setup.
The Shard, the Sleeping Dart into the Static Storm.
Yeah, that's gotta be something you need to be careful. I don't know how you itemize against
Dire's
that other
bottom
than getting a
tower is
Lincoln
under
Sphere.
attack.
Pretty low cooldown.
It's 12-second cooldown.
Dire's structures are fortified.
That shard is one of my favorite shards in
Radiant's
the game
top
for sure.
tower is under
Because you can
attack.
do so many things with it. As we can see, you know,
now that the
and they
target is
don't,
no longer
yeah,
vulnerable.
and they don't
Top tower has
have
fallen.
like any counterplay. There is not a single save. So if he gets,
Dire's bottom tower
you know,
is
one
under
sleeping
attack.
dart
Dire's bottom tower
into
has
Static
fallen.
Storm on Morphling, he's just gone. And
Radiant's
he
top tower
changes
is
his
under
item build
attack.
straight away. Grimasil is like, yeah, I wanted to go for a Scotty, but I need to be able to take care of myself, not die to this combo. Switches back immediately to Lincoln Sphere.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Turn to stone as they take tier 3. Medusa very, very insert 10 more very farmed and has gone shard, so has cold-blooded.
He also decided to go for the Mystic Snake down, minus 3-second cooldown, which brings it down to 7. So I kind of like that, you know. Stone Gate duration is good, extra 2 seconds, but with the axe for a bit.
They got the host on that lands on Makoto, who's under the Static Storm. They're going to boost them trying to get live, but land the super good here towards the end. Pop the Dakota Jeff's on
FBZ is gone. They've used the Stampede, so they buy back on Makoto. But I'm not certain that's going to lead to much.
Not sure if they can take this fight.
Okay. He's dead. He walked up, turned to stone, got hoof stomp, and then was dead immediately.
Radiant's middle tower
And
is under
Sanking
attack.
game is down the drain. No buyback for a minute and 30 seconds. Crystal is down on Medusa, getting closer to level 25.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Raven will just take this set around.
Arrow.
Hits.
They have a Photic Shield.
And they kill Raven.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Just let this Medusa
Radiant's
go on
top
to
barracks
untouched.
has fallen.
Go through mid now, as they've taken top. They don't have Sand King for 53, so
He can't even morph into Sand King
Radiant's
anymore, so
middle
that's
tower is
another
under
problem. This is going to be at least 2 set of barracks,
Radiant's
40
middle
seconds,
tower
a
is
long time. Disarm, turn it off, dispel it, catch the arrow. Nicely done by Raven, keeping the catapults alive. Solar Crest, done. And they also give her attack speed plus a move speed. With that Thunder Strike shard. Time to get out. Roche may respond in 30 seconds. Time to go back in.
The host off, but jumps into the Thunder Strike to get the kill with BKB being popped. There's no
on
kill
this.
through to the moment. The Amethyst gets popped again on the Centaur.
Chuan got controlled so many times with the burrow strikes, the arrows, rolling thunder inside the pit, so he decides to get on this, which is not an item we usually see on a Centaur, but I think it's a good pickup here. So 2 set of barracks gone. Sanking finally out. Until the Roche. 2 minutes 20 seconds.
On the hide. Killing spree! Have the kill once again. The damage is not too much for them. They go in with the Stone Gaze, Rolling Thunder, going the opposite
FP
way.
on the ground.
Static
That really showed.
And so he's gone, has buyback.
Oh, he really showed those trees what the epicenter looks like. They just don't have enough damage.
Yeah, and that is really they're lacking on strength. He's not really producing much.
Radiant's bottom tower
especially
is under attack.
when a lot of what he's itemizing that ability. We're trying to defend the last tier 3.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Gone. Got used by Dream of Stealth. Blink Burrow strikes goes down to the Burrow. You welcome yourself and you pick. Get the kill onto the Burrow. Look over as KSQ. And Dream of Stealth, all he can do is run. He's throwing an adaptive strike. He's running. He's trying to get out of here, but they've got him turned himself once again. Amanda, he'll die once more. GG is called. Fnatic reverse 3-bit, and they will take the series 2-1 over.
Nice done. I'm a big fan of this Aghanim's on Medusa, where it's a good set. You know, it's a 1.5 second stone. You can't do anything. You'll set up for another stun.
Yeah.
Just a good itemization coming on from them. You know, Ricky on the mid lane.
Outing anti-mage because of the ability of the opponent just kind of group up as 5. The question is whether or not OG can prolong this game long enough, because anti-mage will be able to kind of just blink around the map at will. There's really no way to kill him, so I think they'll do a better job this game. Anti-mage will capitalize on a bit of space much more than Spectre.
Okay.
But I don't know. I'm not too confident now after watching game 2 with Hellbear Smashers.
If we take it back to the lanes, because that's where the Hellbear Smashers looked good in all of the games, are they set up for success there again?
What, they've got Underlord, Dark Willow against AM, Warlock.
Yeah.
AM's
just like a
AM's going to be fine because he's got Warlock in that. Troll matchup against Invoker, I have to imagine, is going to be okay for Invoker. He's going to be able to rotate a lot more. Like, if lanes go kind of okay for him, like, the Invoker can have a huge impact around the map, whereas I don't see, like, the rotation power of OG. Like, what are their support?
Yeah.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Bloodseeker.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Anti-mage.
Choose your hero. Prepare for battle.
Well, look at that. So much blood. Huzzah! A rolling stone. Look out for
30 seconds to battle.
Oh.
The battle begins. Dire's courier has been killed.
My creep. My responsibility.
Dire's courier has been killed.
A bauble from the void.
You'll get nothing.
Dire's structures are fortified.
First blood! Double kill! Come to this.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ones, mourn me. Your essence seeps into my collection.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Stupendous! Invisible. I leave you with your precious dirt. Over here. Here I am.
All part of the plan.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Over here now. You do not see the true danger.
Ha
Sentinel stone. Where's the body? Turns again.
Irks, don't it?
They will fall before me. This is how it ends.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom
Killing spree! You blew it!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dead blood.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Invisibility. Over here now. Dominating.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Spirit is loose.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Touché. Bury me in the grounds of Omex.
Your veins run empty.
Stupendous!
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Mega kills! Blown away!
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Ei, duas maravilhas. E Tino termina.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ends here. Smashing. Killing spree!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
More gold never hurts.
Radiant are scanning.
For the twins.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Haste!
Whoa, what'd I miss?
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
This fight is far from over.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Shown up.
Out, get me. Ha ha ha! Rolling out.
Radiant are scanning.
Stupendous! Killing spree!
It's the little things.
Dire are scanning.
I won't fall in battle.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You'll get yours.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Illusion.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Bounty.
Dire are scanning.
Where's the body?
is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Your shaman has fallen to the radiant.
Death and good are linked. Not quite as slow. Touché!
I'll not be held responsible for gross incompetence on your part.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I'm getting a second wind!
Down, no good. Oh.
Each moment of your life led without doubt.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
What have we here? For my coffers.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's courier has been killed.
Over here now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire are scanning.
Max is going to be sick!
This will open a dark path. You are as abrasive as sandstone.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
fills me with nothingness.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning. Roshan has fallen to the Dire.
No problem.
Bounty.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
For the twins.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Regeneration.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is falling.
Outing anti-mage because of the ability of the opponent just kind of group up as 5. The question is whether or not OG can prolong this game long enough, because anti-mage will be able to kind of just blink around the map at will. There's really no way to kill him, so I think they'll do a better job this game. Anti-mage will capitalize on a bit of space much more than Spectre.
Okay.
But I don't know. I'm not too confident now after watching game 2 with Hellbear Smashers.
If we take it back to the lanes, because that's where the Hellbear Smashers looked good in all of the games, are they set up for success there again?
What, they've got Underlord, Dark Willow against AM, Warlock.
Yeah,
AM's AM's going to be fine because he's got Warlock in that. Troll matchup against Invoker, I have to imagine, is going to be okay for Invoker. He's going to be able to rotate a lot more. Like, if lanes go kind of okay for him, like, the Invoker can have a huge impact around the map, whereas I don't see, like, the rotation power of OG. Like, what do their supports do in that regard? Warlock, Shadow Demon, like, none of those heroes have an impact. I think Stormer carries this game, honestly.
I think he could. Yeah.
It's going to be too greedy, I guess, for OG, you'd call it, because they can't move.
Yeah, just in terms of stationary, I think Invoker's going to be the one guy that leaves his lane.
Yep.
Okay.
First, like, 10 minutes.
Can Stormer do it for his team? Will the Hellbear Smashers take the first series of their second season of DPC? We're going to find out together with Moxie and Fogged.
All right, Fogg, we've got a little bit of an unconventional mid lane here now that we have that troll. But I have a question for you, because I was looking up shards, and I took a look at the Arc Warden shard. How common do you think this is going to be? Is this something that we're going to see picked up? Because it sounds interesting, right?
Yeah, I think it sounds interesting in practice, or in theory, but I think in practice, it's maybe just weird. I don't know, actually. I haven't seen too much Arc Warden, so maybe we do get blessed with it, and I hope to learn quite a bit about Arc Warden, because Ace is one of those specialists. You know, this is one of his most played heroes. At one point, he was spamming all the micro heroes, we always called it, for Ace. His Meepos, his Arc Warden, Broodmother, etc. He did love to play, and the cheese heroes. He loved playing Huskar and Arc Warden and stuff like that. So I hope to learn something, because I'm not sure how this hero fits right now. It's not been doing so well in DPC either. I think it's like, or not.
I believe Fogged is underwater now. He sounds like he has disappeared into the abyss. Hopefully,
30 seconds.
The mic situation. No, you're all right now. All right, excellent.
Okay, maybe I did fall into the abyss.
You went in for just for a moment, though. You know, just checking out the dark side here, the dark moon side. But,
yeah, I'm not too sure what to think of the Arc Warden, really, because I'm not sure overall what the hero, like, usually it's just played for the most part versus those like heavy ranged carries, right? Versus your Terrorblades, your Drows, etc. Versus high art, versus like some of these squishier kind of heroes too that can't close the gap on top of you. So I don't know. I hope to learn quite a bit here. It seems like it could be a pretty tough game for that Arc Warden. I do feel like OG, they raised the greed. When they saw greed coming out from Smashers, they're like, all right, we'll just one-up you with greed by picking AM versus Invoker and Arc Warden.
But what does this mid-troll really hope to accomplish, I guess, here? Because that's what our panel was a little bit stumped on. They're trying to kind of theory craft, but it's not really that clear, right?
Yeah, they have played it, though, in the past, right? Like, this is something that OG used to love to play. Just pick it just because your lane overall is quite strong, especially into something like an Invoker who doesn't put the pressure onto a hero like Troll. I think Thompson should just be able to farm pretty nicely here. But he can't slow down Stormer too much either. Stormer should be able to just like pull the creep aggro constantly and just get easier harass trades because of that class built in.
Yeah, and on the bright side too, for the side of OG, you know, the lockdown is exceptionally light for a while coming out from the Smashers. You know, usually when you see a troll, you want something that's going to be able to kind of disable him while he's trying to go into his ultimate, or in the case of an anti-mage, you know, you need that lockdown. You need to make sure that you have some way to make sure that, you know, you slow him down and you can get your hands on him. And that's not really something that we're seeing coming out from this draft here for the Smashers.
Yeah, Smashers literally have like 0 stuns. They have roots. They have Cursed Crown and Cold Snap as their 2 stuns, which are not really the most reliable, and also just completely prevented by BKB. Once, if and when OG does go for those 2 items, it will be pretty massive. As my God, Thompson's actually crushing mid right now. It's 5-3 to the 1-2 of Stormer.
Ooh, yeah, that definitely does not feel good for this Invoker, as he is the one that everyone's got to keep their eyes on and needs to kind of pop off.
Yeah, Troll's strong laning, that strong animation, and that strong base damage is working out for him right now. Does take some time, of course, though. Quaswek's first 2 levels usually tend to be pretty one-sided for the opposing one. And once you get like level 3, level 4, starts to get quite a bit better. Since they have to spend money on regen to counteract you and you don't, you know, last hits sometimes look a little bit one-sided.
And poor No-Tail was trying to get that pull off, only managed to grab one of the melee creeps in that process here. Gilger will happily take it. Yep.
Hell yeah. You love to see that, you know, just anything that you can get, any extras. They're already level 2, so No-Tail might actually eat some heavy harassment from Gilger here.
Yeah, that definitely looks to be the case. It takes a couple clicks. Not sure where we're going to see that first blood necessarily, though. Where do you think is the most likely place that we'll see it?
Tofu? Very high fit. Nobody. I think we're going to have a pretty boring lane setup. Just if Tofu gets disrupted out of position and they have the double edge and the stomp and they have enough chase, they'll kill this Undying. But on the lanes, yeah, I don't think anyone else is going to die.
It's very, very specific in the way that they had to set that up there. But we are going to see plenty of harass, especially, you know, Ana's going to have a little bit of difficulty, I think, down here. But he has a Warlock with him, so should be able to, you know, get that regen right back up again and sustain here in lane. But mid lane, man.
He's doing really well. Those denies are the biggest thing too. He literally just goes for straight damage, right? So he brings the Band of Elven Skin. Now he brings the Wraith Band. Just all about that little bit of extra damage. Poker is limited. We'll connect with a nice cold snap though, and an EMP.
Plenty of harass here coming out from Stormer.
And wow, Seb actually not getting the most last hits, right? He does have 4 creeps coming into him, but so far up top, he's the one who's actually falling behind out of the course.
A little bit surprising there about that.
Yeah, definitely. I think they've gotten some little side pulls and stuff like that that I didn't actually know. It sucks that can't get the career he tried.
An A for effort, for sure here. How often have we seen these shadow demons really pop off in games? Like, obviously, you know, it's picked up mostly for, you know, the saves and whatnot, but I feel like we haven't seen a lot of teams winning with it.
No, definitely not. I saw like Hanskin that one game, of course. That's the one that stands out versus the Void. He had such a spectacular performance with all his disrupts. But yeah, I've been waiting to see some more Shadow. I love this hero. I really do. I think he has some untapped potential, but he's a very specific hero. He's tough to make work because it's a 4 without a stun. So you have to have a stun built into at least 1 or 2 of your other cores. As the poisons are stacking up.
Got about 3 of them over here on both of the Smashers. Just gonna back off. Not quite gonna be able to land that 4th one, unfortunately. It is just a game of harass. We do get some nice fatal bonds here in the bottom lane. But again, it's just chip damage. They're just trying to make space. It's kind of interesting, too, to note this time around they're not bothering to do any sort of like a tri-lane here for Ana over on the side of OG. That's something that they have been doing fairly often in the past.
Yeah, I think it actually hurt them quite a lot in that last game, though. Like, I could understand why, because they like having it when they do have that, like, super hard carry, but Seb was, like, bottom 2 network. Seb had no game because of it, so I like that they're actually helping Seb out, because
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Beastmaster.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
League's assassin.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Enchantress.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Elder Titan.
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Ember Spirit.
Radiant team pick.
Dazzle.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Dark Seer.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
No.
Dire team ban.
Life Stealer.
Radiant team ban.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
Oh.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Facts.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Drow Ranger.
You may now select your heroes. Ten seconds remaining. Prepare for battle. Thirty seconds to battle. The battle begins.
Denied. Back. Primordials willing.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Denied.
Don't run off.
First blood! Ages ago.
I cannot believe that worked.
Axe is impressed. Ensnared in fire.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
To teach. Gold for my food.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Where are you going?
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Denied.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
You're no peer of the seer, doesn't
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Exactly!
Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
To me! Never too school. Killing spree! Double kill!
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I'll take that.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Shadows, make me. Killing spree! Well, that was toasty.
Alone.
Nature takes its course.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Trickster's rule of illusion. Indeed, you and dominating.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Don't run off.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
I'll take that.
is under attack.
My sprites are with us.
Behold, a subtle bird. Chained in searing heat.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dazzle!
Radiant are scanning.
Nature attend us.
Silence. Come to that. Double kill.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. To the Dire.
What?
Invisibility.
Dire are scanning.
Axe is pleased. Shut away.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Killing spree.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Traveling no more. Assassinate.
That went off.
Radiant are scanning.
Haste!
Come get healed.
Killing spree!
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Never refuse gold given.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Shamed in searing heat. Safe word.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dominating! Your elements return to nature. Unstoppable! Double kill! There is no master.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Come on, sprites! Don't run off!
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Wicked sick!
Radiant's top barracks.
Monster kill! Double kill! Actions, please! Sanction by order.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Shadow wave!
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Actions, please!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. The
Actions, please!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire victory.
Sometimes yeah, to the fire shield and to the iron shell happens, flame guard and iron shell happens, but eventually you just take over.
How'd you feel about the axe? I'm definitely seeing a big advantage that it has over something like a Tidehunter. He was having very, very frequent blink call initiation.
Okay, but some of those, because they were so frequent, weren't also on point. He had a couple of very questionable ones.
After he got his Vanguard, he was like, hell yeah, I'm the
I'm
smartest
gonna
hero
go.
on the map.
I'm gonna go and try to kill heroes underneath the tier 2 tower. Tier 2 towers are nothing, something you can fool around with. You know, those tier 1s. Axe didn't receive any like real buffs. Like he received the buff in terms of shard, which people don't get at all.
Yeah, right, like Axe got buffed.
It doesn't make much sense, but I've seen a couple of axes and it seems like they're doing well. I think the biggest part is Vanguard. Yeah, just, 100 gold less, more block damage makes this hero kind of viable again.
Not viable enough to dive and chance or something.
Look
Tier
at
2,
this. Graurin wants to get out of the game. Doesn't work like that. She's not Phoenix.
Let's out.
Yeah, it's literally the way I feel every single time I play versus Beastmaster. Just get me